And there's a reason why I'm having this guest tonight. Why? Because I made the mistake of making a comment under a red pill post. And there was someone that was going off about gold diggers. And I said, I can't remember what I said about gold diggers. But then everyone went off on me nonstop. Uh-oh, my guest left me. Everybody went off on me nonstop about how I looked like a gold digger, this and that. And anyway, guys, so I'm going to have a guest on tonight, and he's my dear friend. And I did bring on my little friend Drex. He's not on camera right now, so I'll wait for him to come back. He must have just disappeared for a second. So we'll wait. So those of you who are just joining me on YouTube, welcome. Sorry, I should have started sooner before going into my intro. But tonight we are having on a Drex, and we're going to talk about the red pill. You can call it the red pill. I don't know what anyone calls it anymore. I usually don't follow these people. I think they're taking us in the wrong direction, and maybe not. Maybe they're not going too far. But Drex is the guy who is going to clear this all up for us. So without further ado, if he's all settled in, we're going to bring him on up. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to change my layout.
There I am.
Oh, yay.
There she is. Sally, how you doing?
Welcome,
my girl.
Drex.
Oh, wait, are you lagging or is that me? Hold on. You did like a weird blip. You were like,
Are you?
Is that me or you? Uh-oh.
I'm doing very cute.
No, you're lagging.
Okay,
you're lagging or I'm lagging. Uh-oh, hold on.
I can't tell if it's you or me.
Okay, I'm about to find out.
Yeah, and so are you right now. Okay, so guys, everybody, what I'm going to do, I think Drex will stay on stage, but I'm going to I'm coming right back.
All right, let me run a speed test.
Drex didn't realize that he would still be on the screen and that he could keep talking.
Oh, no, that was me checking my speed. All right, so my download, my upload. Okay, oh, looks like I should be good. All right. I look good? Does it sound good? Oh, I think you're still lagging. Damn it.
It sounds great. No. Update without telling me. This is what they do. And then I have to go delete 5
I just don't know if it's me or you.
Every time they do an update when I don't give them permission, it's probably me. So you can keep talking because I think they can hear you just fine.
No, so Sally, this whole thing prompted due to, like you said, you got hit with a let's just say a hater, right? You got hit with a hater. Just my volume.
Yes.
Here. So a hater hits you up. And then you got guys that are, let's just say subpar, right? There's dudes out here looking for all kinds of things. And I've actually heard this more and more. And it's a topic that I've talked about because we just had a damn Discord mini purge. And the reason we have the mini purge is shout out to my Discord, by the way. They're some of those peeps are about to tune in and watch. And this is what we ended up having happen. So I am red pill to the core in terms of like, not being a simp. Because like there's no benefit to being a simp, right? Okay, cool, right? Fair. I think guys need to learn that so that they don't end up going down a path of hookers and blow and fuck shit and ruining their life, right?
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, that's great. While we were doing this, the unthinkable happened, Sally. The guys who were the hardest with the whole bitches ain't shit rhetoric turned out to be welfare queens. Absolute frauds, literally welfare queens themselves. As I was like, wait, so we had this moment. You ever had a conversation and everything is cool, and then you catch someone like in a lie? You're like, wait, and the record stops. You're like, whoa, hold up, and then it hits you. Everything that they've said, right? You play it back, and you're like, wait a minute, you're a fraud. So let me explain to you what happened. 2 guys. One is 34 years old. One is 35 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unemployed, losers, like literally, when people talk the term incel, right? You hear that term all the time, and it's not really true, right? Because let's be real. by definition, if a guy just has money in his hand, he can go and purchase a lady of the night, right?
Well, yeah.
But like, by definition, right? But we're saying, like, can a guy get a relationship from any woman, right? Just a woman. What you end up realizing is that what we found out is not only was we had one of these dudes, right, who tries to use the tism as his out, like, oh, I can't work because I'm just messed up. No, you're not. If you can build a computer, if you can type in Discord, if you can speak in Discord, if you can watch anime and tell us about the anime, if you can watch some PORN and tell us about it, if you can play video games and tell us, right? That means you can go work a goddamn job, right? You could be a greeter at Walmart.
Yeah.
You could be an overnight stock. You could do something, right? Sally, today, so this is like 3 days after the purge. Today, while leaving Walmart, I saw someone in a wheelchair working, right? And I became infuriated because I'm like, see, let's talk about something. The X. Let's use the X. The X is what people use when they don't want to be held accountable, but want to be the worst versions of themselves, right?
So they don't want to take accountability.
They don't want to take any accountability. So here's an example of the X. People are racist, man. They don't like me because I'm black. Is that really the reason why? Or are you just an asshole? You see what I'm saying? Or it's because I'm a woman. It's because I'm gay. It's because I'm this. So they pick the thing about them, whether it's something that they can change or an immutable trait. I'm autistic. That's why I just can't do anything. It's like, wait a minute. But all the things that you want to do, right? Like I said, anime, if you're gonna go on Spank Bang, all the things that you want to do, you do it, and there's no problem. But as soon as someone says, "All right, it's time to go do work," I'm autistic. I'm ADHD. Wait a minute, man. No, you're not. You're not ADHD. You're not autistic. And if you are, there's people out there who have it worse than you that are doing more than you, right? So stop being useless. And so when you call them out, they start to spurg rather than say, you know what, man, you're right. I am a worthless piece of shit. Sally, this individual at age 18 allegedly graduated high school. From 18 to 34, this guy spent 16 years sitting on government welfare while his parents leached off of him, right? So you literally did nothing like that. So you've done literally nothing on this earth, right? Literally. Because as a man, if you are a man and you do not work, do not espouse one word of red pill. Don't ever twist your tongue, twist your mouth to say, oh, bitches ain't shit. What are you? Right? If a dude says that, if he screams from the mountaintops, it's like, oh, look, Sally, you look great tonight, right? Okay, let's just say I'm a guy that's trying to, let's say I try to shoot my shot, right? And I go, yo, hey, you really look sexy. And you reject me, right? Not interested. You've heard of this a million times, right? The guy will turn around and go, man, you fucking skank. Wait a minute.
Exactly.
And this happens with, do you know what this happens with a lot? Is big women. So a larger woman, a guy will hit on her, right? Oh, yeah, you looking good, baby. Oh, you know what I'm saying? What's good with you? She's like, oh, no, not interested. Oh, you fat bitch. I wasn't interested anyway. Wait a minute. Yes, you were. Because why did you just say the thing? And then as soon as you got rejected, you flipped. And I dealt with this. We were talking to the Discord, and we had a guy that I really respect. I really care about the guy, but he was dead wrong. He literally has a new meme in our server, and we say, are you going to cuck for the girl? That's our new like meme in the server, right?
Oh, no.
We were discussing the Rakeda situation, right? And the burden of responsibility ultimately goes on, in this case, the husband, which would be Nick. And do you know why the burden of responsibility is on him? He is the sole breadwinner. He is the man. He is head of household, right? So we're saying, hey, if you are allowing all of these things and you're just enabling all these things, the burden of responsibility is on your ass. So what ends up happening is he's like this, is that what we're doing now? Are we just going to cuck for the girl? And I'm like, we're not cooking. Like, wait a minute. And then it hit me. We all had this moment. We're like, wait, Sally, it happened. We finally realized when the red pill goes too far, the guy becomes the exact same thing that he screams feminists are, right? Where feminists don't hold women accountable for anything. They just go, nope, doesn't matter what women do. They're not held accountable. And I was like, wait a minute. We can't start saying anything negative about them if we ourselves don't have our shit together with a clear perspective. If a dude is in the wrong, just say he's in the wrong. And I say women, I said the same thing to women. Ladies, if you see a woman doing wrong, say she's doing wrong. Stop with all the, well, I can't say anything. It's a sisterhood. Just say she's doing wrong. And people were in the manosphere doesn't do that. And this is why I am very adamant. I am hardcore about stop being fucking useless. Okay. Stop being socially awkward. I tell guys this. I don't want to hear any excuse as to why you don't have an excuse. If you are a man and you are socially awkward, get unsocially awkward. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, go to the grocery store and start saying hi to put your
Start
hand up,
talking to
start
people,
saying
start
hi.
interact.
Start a small conversation with somebody who doesn't matter. So that
Yep.
when you meet someone that does matter, you might not like stumble over your words and have to pick your tongue off the floor, right?
Yes. And these guys come in there with this weirdo, like, because okay, I had this moment of clarity, and it's one of the most disturbing moments of clarity I've ever had. Because as you know, like I said, I'm fair. Some people in the red pill space just bitches ain't shit. They don't hold men accountable at all, right? Like, oh, if a guy's only 5'6", no. There's more to that. There are short kings out there who can pull women, who can make money, have great careers, and they're cool dudes. Do you know what happens to those guys, Sally? They tend to get married, right? So for all the ladies out there who think who are searching for Giga Chad, I want you to go do this. Look at your father, look at your grandfather, look at your great grandfather. Were they all Giga Chad? No, they were regular dudes, right? For most people, they were regular guys, right? They worked regular jobs. They weren't millionaires. They weren't billionaires. They weren't Elon Musk. You see what I'm saying? They were regular guys. So how did they get women? Well, strict society was different. Okay, let's take that train of thought. Take the incel weirdo autistic Spurg of 2024 and go and put him back in 1954. Are we sure he would get a woman? He would go, hi, Andrew, acting all weird and shit. And they'd be like, oh, God, you're weird. You see what I'm saying? And if you reject them, they start going, they start spurging out. And when they ask, hey, well, what are you into? He's like, go to the movies. If all you have to say is, I like anime. Fucking anime? That's your only thing? Like, Sally, I tell guys this all the time.
I don't understand anime. I've honestly never seen a single episode of anime. Like never in my entire, I've seen like little cartoons of it, but I don't understand it. And I don't, because I look at a cartoon of it, I have zero interest in anime, but that's just me. I just
live in the real cool world. If you do. I have watched anime, make no mistake. I've seen a decent amount, but once it got to like, let's say this, I just call like my adult life, like my post-college life, right? The amount of anime I've consumed post-college, I don't know, maybe I could probably count the hours, as in like less than 4. I just didn't want because and you remember, so from 22 to 41, I've seen 4 hours of anime, right?
Okay, so just like 5-minute clips here and there.
Like someone showed me something. Oh, okay, yeah. Like my brother was watching the Castlevania anime. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. Like so, like little bits and pieces, right?
Yeah.
And I think about this because here's the thing. Anime, game, like this is called then like the distractions, right? The distractions, the hobbies, the vices, right? Whatever, to varying levels, they are.
Yeah, I call it escape because I
escape. When I was going through a hard time,
I escaped into books that were like fiction, that were exciting, right? I would escape into them. I didn't have to think about the real world or consequences. I would get my stuff done, but that would distract my mind from any real thought that I ever had to do. Escape.
Well, now you said a key word there. See, you did something first, right? Like you did something on Earth. Now I want you to imagine this. You wake up and the next thing you do is go like this. And you start going to the computer and it's like, wait a minute, you're not going to work? But you didn't go to work last month, the month before that. Like, I want you to imagine 16 years of doing that, of watching anime, playing video games, watching spicy material, and doing nothing. 16 years straight. Because remember, you graduate high school at 18, right? That you're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to transition into full-on adulthood, right? Having a job, having responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? You're doing things. Like, you don't have to get married and have kids, but I'm just saying you're doing something, right?
You're growing.
You're growing. There should be something of consequence. What I've been noticing more and more is there's a lot of people in this space, and this is true of the feminist space too. the people who are the loudest in the room, shouting and screaming how horrible the other side is, are the people who do the absolute least on earth, right? Because I'll give you an example. How often do young, pretty women bitch about the dating market, right? Do they sit there and go, "Oh my God, it's so
No.
terrible"? None. Because why would they bitch, right? They're winning. Do you know who tends to bitch and complain? The losers of the market, right? It's the
Yeah.
loser. So I started thinking about what makes a loser. Who are these people? And then, like I said, I had that epiphany. How much of a choice is feminism? I'm referring to
It's
the
pure
women.
choice.
Now, here's
It's
the thing,
pure
though.
choice.
No, hold on, Sally. I This is the reason why I say that. Why I say how much of a choice. We were talking about the female delusion calculator earlier today, right? I was going to get some pizza. Shout out to Mama's Pizza.
Okay.
Going to get pizza, and we started talking about this. I said, okay, let's quarterback it, right? Let's bring it back. You're a woman. Let's say you're between, let's say like the marriageable age. Let's say between 18 to like 28, right? You're in that range.
Okay. Okay.
Let's look at what the average female sees when she wakes up and goes outside of her house, right? All right, 18 years old, 28. Let's look at the kind of dudes that she sees in an everyday scenario, right? Let's go down the line. What is that man's height? What is that man's looks, right? And I actually talked to Kelly about this. Shout out to my
Oh,
girl
what is
Kay
she
does.
actually looking for, not
Yeah,
what she
what she
sees?
sees, like so when she says, "I want a man," right? Okay, Sally,
It's
let's
what
go
she's
down the line.
looking for. Okay.
What percentage of U.S. males are overweight or obese?
A lot? Like
62%.
60?
Yep.
Oh, I was close.
Yeah. So okay, so let's eliminate them because remember we're going to base off what women want, not like we're like. I know people are going to say, "Well, Drex, they only want the top 10%."
No.
Not
They want
really.
someone who's not gonna they want someone who's not gonna kill over in 10 years because their
Thank
arteries are gonna
you.
clog up and die.
Yeah.
Like, I'm with an older guy. I told him, "You're older than me, which means you need to take care of yourself so that you can be around for me."
Yep.
Right? That's your responsibility. That's your
Yeah.
job.
And it is a job. It is an everyday thing. And when I started thinking about this, I said, we're talking to the guys. I said, think about it. So if you remove, let's start removing guys, right?
Mhm.
Those guys are gone. Okay. Now, let's say they aren't on head meds, right? They aren't popping pills because they aren't fucking crazy. So I don't want to hear any more of this autism. I don't want to. You start talking about some syndromes with me. You start acting weird in social settings, and I can't take you anywhere because you're going to spurg out. Okay, you are eliminated, gone. So on top of that 62%, those guys are gone, right? Okay, Sally, men who are gainfully employed. Do you know what the average, the median income for an American male is?
For what age bracket?
It just says men, just median income of an American man.
Oh, I would say between maybe 35 to maybe 90.
36,000. Now,
Oh, you wanted an average. I was going through a
yeah, it's the
bigger
median.
scale.
No, this is why I bring
Yeah.
this up. You've heard in the red pill space, all of these guys talking about I want my trad wife, right?
Yeah.
Can you see where I'm going with this? So a
Well, no, you
woman
have
who's
to have enough
18,
money to
you have
have
to
a
have the
trad
money.
wife, because if you don't make enough money, she can't stay home.
So what would she
Because
do?
I worked 3 and 4 jobs to take care of my kids,
Okay,
but I
so
still did everything I could to be a mom, and I made dinner, but I worked crappy hours because we didn't make enough money.
but do you notice?
So
Okay,
you can't have a
you
trad.
are working harder because the man is working less hard. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, I do know what you're saying, because that
You see
was
what I'm
why I
saying?
had issues with my
That's why
ex.
I said I started seeing this from the woman's perspective. I was like, okay, if
Yeah.
I were a chick, how would I view my options? And I started looking. I'm like, okay, we can go region to region, right? Some people live in the south, some people live in the north, whatever, right? And I particularly want to hone in on a place that destroys the soul, California, right? Let's just say the PNW, right? Pacific Northwest. I started thinking, and I talked to my man, shout out to my man Stu. So we were talking about just experiences that we've all had, right? Where we saw something that we were like, oh, I wish I hadn't seen that. Okay. On top of those other standards I listed, right?
Yeah.
Masculinity. When you say a woman wants a masculine man, like she looks like this, I want a man who's not a twink, a soy boy, a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? Just basic, just baseline stuff. Just like a man wants a woman who is fit, feminine, and friendly, right?
Yeah.
Sally, there's some horror stories out of the Pacific Northwest that we share in the Discord. I'm talking to my guy. He tells me, this pains me to say this. There was a girl on campus, 18 years old, NorCal, right?
Okay.
A virgin. So this is the trad wife dream, right? She's a sweet girl, nice girl, freshman year, sophomore year. Let's get to the junior year. You know what happened? In this 3
She got
years,
broken.
she was supposed to be a normal girl, but she had 6 roommates, right? And all they did was pressured her to do thought shit, right? Just lose your virginity. Just be out there on the carousel.
Oh.
She did not do it. Here's what's crazy. She didn't do it. You're thinking, okay, so far so good, right? This story sounds like promising. She said, I would prefer to wait till marriage, but like a little bit of a, kind of a little gray area in there, right? Okay, guys she really likes, she could see it going there. She finds a guy she likes, starts dating him. Okay, this sounds good, right? This is promising. Sally, he came to her asking to get pegged.
Oh, no.
Because this is California. And do you know what happened? She told her roommates, this guy's asking me to peg him. And do you know what they said? Did they say, leave this guy, he's a beta cuck?
No.
Do it. And do you know what she did? She did it. Now she's the girl that pegs guys. So now when she looks at men, do you know what she sees? Especially in Northern Cal, a bunch of beta cuck simp soy manginas, right?
Yeah.
Because you've been to the Pacific Northwest, Oregon. I mean, I'm sure you've been to Portland, Seattle, these
Oh,
places.
I haven't been in 12 years. Well, probably 8 years.
It's bad.
When I went, it was getting granola-ish. And
they're all scrawny looking. They don't look like men. You see what I'm saying? So let me ask you again, Sally. Are we sure it's a choice? If remember, as we start, looking at those standards, right? You're down to like what, 2%? You see what I'm saying? Take away overweight, take away obese, take away socially awkward, take away guys that aren't masculine. As you start saying, remember, these are all things that men can control, right? As you take these things away, now she has to be attracted to him and vice versa, right? Sally, it's single-digit percents. So do you know what you would think as a woman? Well, damn, this isn't looking so great, because the guys who are that thing don't commit, right? Because they have unlimited options. So you're like, well, I better go get a job. I better go. They don't want to be a boss, babe. They're damn near forced, because look at the crop of males that we are producing now, right? Now, obviously, this is the fault of the old school cucks and feminists who allow women to just run amok. I get it. But if you are a man, you have a swinging dick, you should be saying what? I should be taking Drex's shower test. Remember the shower test, Sally? When you get out of the shower ass naked, and you look in the mirror and you look directly across yourself, right? And you go like this. If I were the opposite gender, would I want to fuck me? Right? That's the shower test. So if you get out of the shower and you got some big gut hanging, you got love handles, you look all weird looking, you know what? No, you're done. You're off the market. Don't even try. You see what I'm saying? Hold yourself accountable. What I'm starting to notice is that it is these incel weirdos who claim to be red pill, but in reality, they're just angry, bitter incels. The same way, Sally, that those hardcore, angry, bitter feminists who age out, who have no value to men. Oh, men are terrible. Men ain't shit. It's like, no, it's you. Water seeks its own level. Do you know what we have for the first time in history? People who are on equal footing. The women don't want they don't want each other, in terms of the women look at the guys like, ew, I don't want an average guy. You see what I'm saying? A woman who's a 5 does not want a 5 for a guy. You see what I'm saying? She's like, ew, gross. He's beneath me.
Oh, she thinks that it's almost like we were talking about this in a space today. It's almost like this body dysmorphia, but that could apply to like yourself, right? It's not just, it doesn't have to apply to body, but you think that you're something that you're really not.
Yes.
And so you have this unconceived emotion of who you really are. When you're really, instead of taking a real look at yourself and doing a real good assessment of your values, your worth, you're almost seeing yourself through goggles. Like you're a third person. You're not really on the, like you're a different person. Does that
Yeah.
make any kind of
Yeah,
sense? You're seeing
what
yourself
ends up happening
you're
is
not seeing yourself honestly.
okay, so historically, I think people were fairly, much more realistic with themselves, their environment, what they wanted. And that's the reason why, if you notice, dating actually, this is obviously before the internet, dating kind of made sense because, if you ask somebody, are you a supermodel? They're like, no, I'm not a supermodel. Do you expect to get a supermodel? No. I expect to just get a nice person that I'm attracted to, they're attracted to me, and we keep, we'll figure it out from there, right? Now
Yeah.
what you're seeing is people putting on filters. When I by people, I mean women. Women are putting on filters. They get
Yeah.
endless supplies of attention from bitch made simps, and they're like, "I'm so hot," and they can get a guy to come over and smash, not have a relationship, not introduce him to the family, but
They're
smash.
just
Right?
gonna get used.
They're gonna get used.
They're just gonna get used.
Yep.
Both ends of it are gonna get used.
Yes. And that's how you have guys complain about foodie calls. I just get used for my money. Hold on, but what image are you putting out there? Right? When I say show me your life, what are you projecting to the world? Okay, here's you in this car, here's you in this suit. Okay, what you're doing is you're creating yourself as a mark. You see what I'm saying? Women see you
Mhm.
and they go, "Ooh, he has stuff I can take from him. I'm going to pretend to like him, right? But I don't really like this guy." So the guys, on the other hand, will sit here and delude themselves into thinking they have value. How do you have value when you are a fucking incel? The opposite gender has no interest in you. They see no value in you because think about this. How are you? This is why I go back to those guys that we had the server purge. You're 34 and 35 respectively. You are unemployed. Oh, Sally, no driver's license, right?
Oh, no.
So wait a minute. Okay, so once again, you don't have a driver's license. You have no money, no job, no prospects, no skill, no nothing. You offer nothing to society. And then my unicorn, what unicorn? An 18-year-old hot 10 virgin is gonna get with a guy who's a 10. She's not gonna get with
No?
you. You're a fucking incel. You're a lame. And Sally, when I talk about masculinity, have you noticed something in recent times? The voices of these dudes, the audacity. Have you heard the voices?
The voices that are more like I can't even say it because I have a more masculine voice
We
than they
can't
do.
even fake it. Like, look, we have guys in the Discord who try to fake the voice, and we can't do it. We try to like make high pitched but nasally. And I don't know you guys, we can't do it.
Oh, so you're talking about the Krastensteins.
Ugh,
The Krastenstein brothers.
ugh,
When
it's
I go to spaces
disgusting.
and they're supposedly straight, they supposedly have families, but then they posted a receipt of them one of them posted a receipt of them at a gay bar in Florida, which I don't care what you prefer. I prefer men. So like you guys do you. But it was like both of the brothers, one's married and has kids, another one isn't, and they're twins. And the other one posted a receipt of him at a gay bar and saying, I will not something about anyway. I just fake bull crap, but their
Sally,
voices. I go to a space, I know exactly who they are because it's that high-pitched,
thank
whiny,
you.
nasally voice.
Yes, they all
I
have the
know
same
them by
voice.
their voice.
And you hear
Yes.
that voice, and it just screams femininity. It screams
It
soft,
screams
weak.
nails on a chalkboard.
Yes.
That sounded nails on a chalkboard to me. Like I
Well,
wanna like gouge out my eyes.
yeah, okay, I want you guys to think about this, right? This is for all the ladies that will see this. I want you ladies to close your eyes. Just close them. And just think, your man is away. You're expecting him to come home. And he's gonna blow your back out. And the phone rings. You pick it up. Hey, sweetie. And what voice comes back to you is, "Oh my god, I've been thinking about you all day. How are you doing?" I don't know any woman that gets wet from that. You see what I'm saying? Like, and Sally, and I'm gonna be honest with you. My buddy Stu, he talked about some disturbing things he saw, like guys wanting to get a horsewhip hit across the face, right? Feminine.
What?
Guys who
They
got on
wanna
a
get
yes.
flagged they wanna get flogged across the face.
These are now I know what you're thinking. Is maybe it's just a NorCal thing? No. For those of you who don't know, P Hub published their findings of search results based on region, right? Like state by state, right?
Uh-huh.
A lot of the weirdo stuff was in these red states. So don't think that these conservatives are what you think they are, Steven Crowder. There's a whole lot of
No,
cuckoldry
there's no
in gay
conservatives and
sex.
there's a uniparty of corrupt weirdos.
Yes.
There's no
Yeah,
difference.
yeah, yeah, yeah. People need to stop because now you know that what has been happening, Sally. What has been occurring over I would say about the last decade is this whole like it's the far left, it's the far left. Do you know who's in all the tranny DMs? Cuckservatives. That's who's in there. All the far right dude, the guys who talk about some America, Second Amendment. It's all them in tranny DMs. I promise you.
Well, so in my state, we because I'm from Utah, so we all know I'm the Mormon state, but we call them the Jack Mormons. They go to church, they have their nice suit, they have their perfect tie, they have their perfect pretty wife, and they have their perfect little kids that have the perfect IQ. And then you go to the bar on the weekend, or if you went to a nudie bar and you went there, you would see these guys there the night before church tying one off, which I don't care. You do you, but just don't lie about it, right? So
Yes,
they
that's
go
all we
there the
ask.
next day, they go to church and they're doing their Bible thumping, but they hide. They instead of being their true self, and you're like, if you're this is who you are, just be you or be honest about it. Don't tell me you're someone you're not. Like I hate liars and deceit more than anything. If you call me a liar, I'll cut you off because I don't lie. Because and if you think I'm lying, let's talk about it and work it out. But
Yes.
anyway, I digress.
Well, you don't need to digress because that's the reality. And the reality is really simple. A lot of women, and I'm hearing this more and more, are starting to find out that their guy is not what he said they are, right?
Yeah.
Now, we got Crowder. There's a dude in his crew known as Not Gay Jared.
Oh
And
yeah, I know who that is.
there's a story about why he's known as Not Gay Jared. And there's stories about Crowder allegedly talking about a gay fluffer and that he didn't really smash his own wife like that. And there's a whole lot of stories, right? Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now,
You're gonna keep talking and I'm gonna mute my camera, but maybe I can still hear you. So keep talking.
okay. So I want you people to understand this. What we are dealing with out here in society is reality versus the fantasy. And so for the ladies out there, the reason why I say like, with the red pill guys, these guys claim to be red pill, but they're infiltrators because the same males who claim to be all these things. I'm talking to Stu about this and we're like, Stu, what have we been seeing? We've been seeing more and more guys who talk about getting pegged, more and more guys into like truly degenerate sexual, more like the depraved sexual acts. And there's a moment where you take away, you think to yourself, are these men who women have available? Because I have a daughter. And you go, so these are her options? And each time I wake up, like I want you guys to think about this, right? You wake up and you go through your day. You go to pick up, you go to work, you go to get groceries, you go out to the movies, you went to the mall to buy some clothes or something. Just think about your general life, your general day. As you start looking around, what is it that you really see, that you truly see day in, day out? You know what you're seeing? You're seeing people who project an image. But like Sally said, if you were to go into their search history, if you were to, see who they're DMing, you're gonna get a whole different perspective and a whole different outline of who this person is, what they're about, and things of that sort. And what I started noticing more and more, and we were talking about this, is a lot of guys are getting into some very sick stuff, and the women are being blindsided, right? Because we all say like, obviously, we talk about the bait and switch for the females. I talk about bait and switch for chicks because I think that's very common, where these women will present themselves as one thing and then lie and be like, "Oh, I'm actually a hardcore rabid feminist." Bitch, if that's what you were, I wouldn't have been with you. You see what I'm saying? But with the guys, what we're noticing is these guys started getting into some weird stuff. And when someone in your Discord says the term, they say, "Yeah, Drex, I walked in on a baby oil bukkake." Pause. Wait a minute. What the fuck? What is
What
a
is that?
what is a baby oil bukkake? I know what a bukkake is because I'm a degenerate. But what is a baby oil bukkake? Sally, I'll tell you what it is. He says he walked in on his roommates, and I think someone had like come in to visit or something. They are laughing and pretending that. So the guy has heels to his ears, and the other guys are
No.
pretending using a. So imagine this is full of baby oil, and they're like, oh, pretending to finish
Oh,
and squirting
what?
baby oil on him, and I'm sitting there like, and this is acceptable? Like, who in the 80s and 90s, you'd have been you'd be done. You'd literally been removed from society for this in the 80s. If someone would have found out, like, you're done forever. There is no coming back. You don't have a friend group anymore. You're done. Your whole life is over. This is
Yeah.
normalized. You saw the Paris Olympics, right? It's normalized.
Oh my gosh, the
It's
Paris Olympics.
blasphemy. It's
Yes, I made a
blasphemy
meme
now.
about it. Well,
It's
yeah, you had the Last Supper and they reenact it with the but you know what? Okay, this was the saddest post that I made because I found a picture where they had that same thing, but they had a child. They had a child on the stage. I made a post about it because
Where
I
was
got a
this?
screenshot of it. It was from that video from the Last Supper that they did the reenactment of. Nobody paid attention to that, but I got a screenshot of it and I made a meme of it and I put a heart on the little child. But they are subjecting our kids to this. Is where I have a problem. Is they're subjecting our kids to this. And that child, it looked like she was Asian, or they made her out to be Asian looking, right? And she was like she was like 4 or 5, like little. She had to be like 12, maybe 12 years old, maybe 12 years old. And I was that was on the stage with that performance. And that was like, in what world is this okay? And are they sending, and to me, it's like, are you sending a signal? Are you sending a signal like, hey, we own the world and we own your children too? That's kind of like the message I got. It was very like, I get goosebumps thinking about it, but I was like, I was sickened by it.
the
I have it on my thread.
Yeah, I'll
I
have to
can find
check
that.
that out. I didn't like
I'll, I'll
I
pull it up.
saw like a quick little glimpse of it, and I was like, oh God, no, they disrespect the 12, the Last Supper. I mean, they'll do that to Christian religions. They would never do that to the Muslims for obvious reasons.
They would never do it to lots of religions.
To lots of religions. I mean, they know Christians are all cucks. I mean, let's be real. There's a few hardcore people out there, but not really. They, I mean, they allow female clergy and all this stuff and pastors. They're completely cucked. If you go to the church now as a man, all you hear is how you, the man, are the problem. You need to do better. You need to be a bigger and better simp for women. And I would tell any guy, do not ever listen to someone when they tell you you need to do this for women. No, you don't. You don't need to do shit.
So
Oh,
so
I
so
didn't see
this is
that.
the
I
picture.
missed
Let me
that.
Yeah, I posted this yesterday. I make a big screen, but and I said, this is not okay. And I put a heart on this little girl. I mean, y-
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? It's like, it was almost like,
uh,
and I think it was because they were dancing so that's a screenshot of a video. And it stood out to me of like, that looks like a message to me. And I could
when
be
this
wrong,
kid
but
doesn't
that
look
looks like a
that
message.
comfortable, you know that kid is
No, she looks sad.
like
Look at
what
this
is
again.
this? Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah,
No, the rest have, like, faces, but you can just tell I'm going through these motions, I'm forced to be here,
yep.
and it just, like, to me, it was like, but people miss that because they were looking at all the dancing people, they're missing the little signals that they're throwing out into the world, all the little nuances of, and to me, I took that is because I take those Olympics as the globalist word the people who own the world, if you want to call them the cabal, whoever you call those people, but the way they are doing this, they're saying we own the Olympics, we own everything, we own the businesses, we own this, and now to me they're saying we own the kids as well. Like, that's just how I took it, and I could be
They
wrong, but that's how I perceived it.
they do own the kids for a simple reason. We had decades to fight back, right? Decades,
Yeah.
generations. And rather than fight back, people bought into the lies, right? They bought into the distractions, they bought into the agendas, and that led to where we are here. And that's kind of like what I say about, even your whole show tonight, which is, did the red pill go too far? Female athletes are actually female. Yeah, yeah, there's that. There's a whole lot of gender bending out there. Um, but one of the things that really bothers me about all this is that there was a time where there was I call it the masculine standard, right? There's just certain
Yes.
things that masculine men do not accept. And I view all of these things personally as a good thing. I really do, because I believe that this is the ultimate shit test. Because if someone's like, let me give you an example. So Sally, let's just say there's 10 guys out there, right? And they are all standing in line. And they say that they
Yeah.
are the part, right? Sally, I am that guy. Every guy's going this, I am that guy. And you're going, okay, they say they are that guy. They look like they are that guy, right? They have the physical stature. But when you put them in certain situations, all right, this guy wants a baby oil bukkake. This guy
Oh,
is lying to you on the low. This guy is doing some Jack Murphy activities. You see what I'm saying? As you go down the line,
yeah.
like look at how many people this year have failed us because they were exposed as frauds, right? Complete and
A
utter
lot.
frauds. A lot. And as more and more people get exposed, you're starting to go like this. Well, who is real? Who does live what they say that they live? So once again, because the masculine standard has fallen. Look, I started looking this up, right? Obviously, with the globalists, with the obviously poisoning the food and all that, these guys
Yep.
have no testosterone. They have no,
They don't.
they have no testosterone. They have no willpower. They like any little thing. Oh, well, I just can't do it. They're medicated at age 8. Oh, this guy is gay. This guy's gay. Yeah, but he's right. Look, Sally, if you were to really go in depth, a lot of these dudes do very questionable things that you're like, wait a minute, bro, that's not what normal, strong, masculine men do.
Correct. But where do they see this stuff? Like, I know where we're at in society today. And I'm the person, you know me, I'm that person that goes, how? Because in order to understand how you get out of it, you have to understand why we're here.
Yeah,
And that's how my brain works. And why we're here is parents got lazy.
they did.
Women got outside the home. They relied
Yep.
on our government to raise our children. So, Mr. Teacher or daycare raised your kids.
Mhm.
You get home, you throw some microwave dinner in the oven, and you say, "Go to your rooms and play video games," or "Go to your do your homework." Are they really doing their homework? Are they
Nope.
playing video games? Or are they searching on the? I almost said the wrong word on YouTube. I was one of those Yahtzee parents that I went through my computer and I checked to see what websites and what things my kids were going on, and they were blocked. And I told my kids, if I ever catch you on one of these sites, because I will go through this, and I made them think that I was really smarter than I was, but I wasn't. But I told them that I know how to get into everything that is on every device. And I said, so if you get on there, I will know, and they're all gone. And there'll be no amount of begging that's going to make me bring it back into this household. So never did I
That's
get
a rough
all this
childhood,
stuff.
man. I mean, it's the right childhood, but it's still rough. I mean, Sally, I fell in love ever since I saw my mom's first J.C. Penney catalog. Um, then I saw Victoria's Secret.
That's different than what they're showing these kids, though.
Yeah, it's a different level now. Because
Yes.
here's the thing. Let's talk about like what the imagination does, right? The imagination as a kid who grew up in the 80s and 90s, I remember everything was kind of like that's why we say, leave something, they would say, leave something up to the imagination. The way
Yep.
women dressed, the way women were, the way women spoke. Now, X% were lying and they were frauds, but like I'm gonna be real with you, the vast majority of women, they couldn't really go too far down, uh whoredom, because why? Well, when you look at it,
They'd be publicly
there was a,
shunned.
there was a small social circle, right? Like
Yep.
being a 304 in the 80s and 90s would have gotten you canceled. Like, so you would have to literally
Absolutely.
move across the country to somewhere where no one knows you. But now, here's what ends up happening. Let's say a good girl from Utah gets caught doing some very unsavory things. She gets busted. She's shamed. She flies and moves all the way to Florida, right? So now she's in Tallahassee. But at some point, she finds a guy, a simp,
Yep.
and she tries to rebrand herself. Everything is cool, right? Everything is good. But then that topic comes, which it will inevitably come, which is, hey, if we're dating, like, don't you have to meet the person's parent, the friend's family, right?
Oh,
What
yeah.
happens when that person follows you to Utah, right?
Yep.
Because now they're going to show up and be like, oh, hey, what's up? What's good? And people are going to look at you funny. You're like, are they looking at me because I'm an outsider? At some point, you hear stories like this, right? Where someone will crack a joke or say something, and you're like, what the hell does that mean? And then you're going to find out your girl's a 304. Wait, what? And now, Sally, the same thing happens with ladies. For the ladies out there, how many times have you been around a dude that you thought was cool and something happened, and it turned out he was exposed as something else. Like Sally.
You find or he's a male gigolo, he professes to be
Yep.
this faithful person, and he's not, and you just thought, "This guy's just a good guy, he's so fun, his family's great," and then on the weekends when he's not taking you out on a date, he's out sneaking off with his friends doing something else. Oh, wait. I got divorced for a reason.
I know what's out
So I
there. I've seen
understand.
it. And you know, like, here's the thing though. There was a time when if guys really wanted to be like the player route, they at least had the decency to say, "I'm a player, right? This is just who I am.
Yeah, yeah.
I smash hoes."
Yep.
If you at least say that, you actually have a lot of dignity because like now you put the ball in the woman's court to say, "Hey, I'm okay with this or I'm not okay with that." And what you're starting
Well,
to
it goes
see
with the
though,
women it goes with the women too, though. So if a
yes,
woman says, "Hey, I've been with these guys. This is my history. This is what I've done." And if that guy accepts her for that from the very beginning, then he doesn't get to bring that shit back up into any conversation because she was
no,
honest with him. It's the ones who lie about it, right? He's like, "Oh, I'm cool with that. Everything's fine," right?
mhm,
But but when this relationship continues, you're on date 100, you're 6 months into, "Oh, like, by the way, babe, I've been, like, with, like, a different guy every other night." Like, okay, that's different than being flat out,
yes,
"This is who I am. These
that's
are
a bait
things
and
that I've"
switch.
because people do change. Like, I think people are like, "This is not what I wanna be. This was stupid." There are some people who can accept that, and there are some who just will continue that behavior, but the honesty part, I think, is what destroys a lot of
It's
things.
I think the lack of honesty has really gotten out of hand, and I look at the this issue on both sides, right? Which is I don't think guys are being honest about a lot of things, right? Like they aren't being honest about, okay, for any guy out there who talks about finding a unicorn and she's going to be 18, 19, 20. Okay. Okay. So that means that she's in the top 0.0001%. And I'm okay with you wanting that standard. The question is, are you the top 0.0001%? It's a simple yes or no, right? I want everybody to look at everything in life through binary lenses, right? And just go like this. All right. So
For those
what we
of
said
you who
earlier.
do not know what binary means, it means from both perspectives.
Yes. Yeah, because
Okay.
the thing, I talked to my guys in the army, right? And they say in the army, everything is binary. Everything. They go like this. So here's an example. When they say, "Are you ready?" Right? Do you have a full magazine? Things like that. You are either 100% or you're zero, right? Zero. There
Uh-huh.
is no like, I'm almost ready, Sergeant. No, no, no. You're not almost ready. That means no. You see what I'm saying? Yes,
Yeah.
no. And so I started thinking about this. I actually I saved some a couple of dating profiles I want you to see because I think when you show them, this kind of highlights the issue where people who have ruined their life, right? They've ruined their life or they are and or are very low value. They have zero value on the dating market. Are out here saying, "I deserve." See, the entitlement is what has really crippled a lot of us, right? It is like
Yeah.
a person will sit there and say they are so I won't settle for less, but it's like, but who are you? Who are you though? How how can a person who is fat, who does not take showers. So like when we found out this a
Oh.
particular individual, I know, it's painful. Do you
I
know that how
drove to the gym to take a shower before the show because I didn't
see
have power.
I'm obsessive about my showers. I'm just like every time I feel dirty, I'm actually pissed off. Like I'll get off a plane, like I just all I want to do is shower. Every time I get off a plane, first thing I want to do is shower, right? We got guys out here not showering for 5 days. Now, why is that important?
For 5
Sally,
days?
5. So they spent 5 days in a room playing games and watching anime, but not
Ugh.
showering, not working, not doing shit in life, right? The
Ugh.
problem with these people is that they are the ones who are the biggest critics of so many other people, right? They'll laugh at Jack Murphy, they'll laugh at German Shepherds, they'll laugh at welfare queens, they'll laugh at cuckolds. And I'm looking at them and they'll laugh at a guy who's in his 30s or 40s working overnight stock at Walmart, right? Oh, this guy is such a loser. But then I've always said, if you dox the entire internet, the loudest people out there who run their mouth about all of these things would be the big, most egregious front to everything that they say. Everything they say is a lie because they're hypocrites. Like they
Yeah.
bash and bash and bash, and then when you peel that mask back, you're like, bro, you're a literal fucking loser. Like you are the fat ass loser incel neck beard that no one wants. Now, on the flip side, to the ladies out there, the women who run their mouth the most, once again, what's your body count, random chick? Are you feminine, random chick? Can you cook, random chick? Are you nice? And Sally, I'll bring this up for this reason. The women who brag how much of a good catch they are, I always ask them that simple question. If you're such a great catch, why aren't you married? You're those women like, oh my God, like you see, like, we do this on dating profiles, right? I'm fit, I'm friendly, I'm kind, I'm so energetic, I have a great sense of humor. So they say all these things, right? I'm such a great catch. It's like, but then why?
But there's one of two things, though. But there's one of two things. Either they were selfish and they're like, I'm going to go out and make all this money and I'm going to play, drink, and party. I'm going to wait till I have a house and all this stuff. And then I'm going to find someone. And by that time, you've already surpassed half the guys. So
yes, your time is up.
Yeah, you're done. You're and I don't want to get into the whole you're like all washed up because we all know who you are. If you are only you and you know that. So you know anyway. But your time is up. And so they're like, but I have so much to offer. I'm great.
I'm glad you bring that up, Sally. I'm going to show you something. Let's send this to your Twitter. I saw this on, I'm in a group that says feminism is cancer, right? Look at this creature right here. I say creature because this is not a human being. This is so bad.
I was trying to find this post I quote posted to show you why I sent it to you. I sent it to you in a picture. I did. I can find it that way, but send that to me in my DMs. I'm checking right now. Okay. No. I can show that on here. Oh my gosh. Okay. So so it says her name is Allie and she's 40 and just joined. I have ADHD. I'm, oh my gosh, bipolar, attachment and abandonment issues. I do drugs. I'm crazy as fuck. I'll say that because I'm reading. And my house is an unlivable piece of shit with no utilities. I set X's things on fire and slash tires. I seem confident and outgoing, but I'm shy AF. Okay, you're okay. And I constantly flip between the belief that I'm sexier than any one person has any right to be and convinced I'm a disgusting blob. I have a dude in prison. There's a ton of reasons to stay away from me. I'm the worst. That's honesty.
You're right. Now, this is the problem, though. It is that sentence right there. She says she flips between, right? I'm this, goddess that no one can handle, and oh my God, I'm just absolute trash. Wait a minute. You said there's these extremes. Remember what we said earlier, Sally?
She did say she was bipolar.
Yeah. You're kind of like, damn, where'd you get A and B from? Oh, that's that's how we got here, right? And
she did say it up front.
And yeah, so Life's a Hobby says that, she's a real catch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sally, as bad as that is, as terrible as that is, so her dating market value, if you ask a sane human, is a 0. That's a 0 out of 10, right? Because she would ruin your life as a man, right? So,
or a female friend.
Yeah, even a friend, right? Literally ruin your life. Now, Sally, this is why I bring this up. I want to show you that useless 0 out of 10 female, so you can see what a 0 out of 10 male looks like. So I'm about to send you a 0 out of 10.
Oh, don't. Oh, okay.
You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this.
I'm getting ready for this.
The ladies are gonna love this. I'm gonna have you read this profile that he claimed is not a dating profile, but definitely is a dating profile. And
okay, here we go. Oh.
wait,
show
wait
us picture first, guys.
Yeah, don't worry. We blocked out his face, so don't worry.
Oh, you blocked out his face. Okay, so I can't scroll. Okay,
yeah,
I was trying to see his face.
Yeah, we don't worry. Just trust us when we say it looked like he has an Elliot Rodger look.
Okay, so it says, give premium gift report. User last visited January 28th, 2018. Member since February 2015. Profile 30 square. Is it not letting me scroll down? Oh, maybe I can't. Hold on, I got to remove it from the screen. I don't want to dox. I didn't want to dox anybody.
Oh, no, there's no dox.
Well, no, but it's on my Twitter page.
Oh,
I want to make sure I don't dox myself or anybody else that might not want to know that they talk to me. I don't know. I'm hoping to find someone that has some common interests so we can have fun together. I love anime. I don't even know what TCG is, crafting,
Oh,
and Super
trading card
Nintendo air
games.
games. Oh, okay. I do like Super Nintendo, but not all day long every day, just maybe once in a while. I think girls who are into similar things are amazing. I'm also very into science, health, food, manga, what's manga, etc.
That's the Japanese
And then
comics.
okay, if you're into manga, it's always a great conversation starter for me. Just ask which ones I like. I spend most of my time working on the business I own, and it would be nice if you are ambitious. Okay, well, are you ambitious if that's your qualifications?
Sally,
I'm sorry.
this individual who makes all these claims on the business, this is the one who's is that age and unemployed, right? This is the
But he just said he
unemployed.
owns his own business. His own business is
The
being a troll online.
no, the business is allegedly creating like little dolls. I forgot, not tofu dolls. They're called something. Some
Tofu
whatever.
dolls.
I call them tofu. There's some kind of little silly dolls, right? So this
Yeah.
is similar to what women say when they're like, "Oh, I own my own business," and when you find out what they do like something completely Mickey Mouse that makes no money, right? Zero money. That'd be like me saying, "I own my own business. I sell caps of Dasani," right? Like, oh, my own business. Like that doesn't make any money,
Wait, can we sell those? I can make a living off of those.
right? I'm sure that someone needs some plastic somewhere, and I bring this up because this: when you are a guy who is unemployed, no nothing, you literally offer nothing, and you're in your mid-30s, and you dress up as a fucking knight and a ninja, right? I'm not joking. A literal
What's wrong with
ninja,
that?
a mall
I mean,
ninja.
that's
This
hot.
is totally unacceptable. You're not at Comic-Con. You look ridiculous, right? So
Yeah.
this is the problem. On the dating market, this person is a literal zero, right? A fucking zero. But these are the same people that walk around with this red pill rage about, oh, these bitches ain't shit, blah, 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 blah. No, dude, you're useless. You are a failure. I hope your parents hate you because you're useless and a failure.
Yeah.
And, Sally, there's this thing going on where I said earlier, when I said, you know what? This attitude that I see from guys, the entitlement, is the literal exact same as the feminists. You always hear people talk about, women's entitlement of today, right? Like, oh, they're so entitled. I
Yeah.
look at these dudes like, bro, if you don't have your ducks in a row, you're entitled. You sound stupid. Like, look, Sally, do you ever notice the amount of guys who I've seen your trolls online? They'll make comments about you, right? But do you ever
Oh.
just go like this and you click on their picture and you just start laughing?
Oh, I go to their profile,
Their
and
profile, right?
anytime when someone trolls me, I go to their profile, I go to see what they say about themselves, and then I go and see what they post because you can tell someone's intellect a lot by the way they word things. You
Yes.
can tell if they're you can tell a lot by how someone words a little short paragraph.
Yes.
And you can tell by who they interact with. If they're interacting with a bunch of little pictures of cartoons, are you really a real person? I put my real
Ugh.
picture out there on purpose. Like I finally found my post that I found that sparked this whole conversation.
Yep.
But I put my real profile picture out there on purpose. And the profile picture I picked on purpose because I had a different one, but I picked this one on purpose because it looks like I could be a hoe, but I'm not. So I can weed out people who can make assumptions about me based off of that picture because I'm
Yes.
not what that picture would say about me. But I can tell as soon as someone brings up that profile picture, I know you're a judgmental POS who doesn't bother to have a conversation and you're ruled by emotion. So you're blocked. You're done, gone.
Well,
I don't want
I-
to deal with it. So I can
I'm
weed out
glad you
men
said that.
and women on that.
The the competition that you will face as a female for being attractive is that because they view you as competition, they don't want you in their little in groups and things of that nature. That's very common. For guys, you don't feel it as much, but your haters will basically try to find something about you that they don't have, right? Whether is it the height, is it the looks, is it the money, is it the swag, is it, you're successful with women, whatever it is that you have that they don't, they're gonna start trying to shit on you. And it's always to no avail, because it's like when you are the person that
What was
embodies these
funny is
things.
I was defending the red pill community. I was defending
Yeah.
them. And they're like, "Well, you look like you're just that person right away." Like, I'm like, "Who?" Like, I'm finding this because I'm gonna share it. Hold on, I just gotta make sure. Embedded. Where's my DMs? Okay, I don't have my DMs opened. That's all I care about is if my DMs are open when I share this.
Oh, Fumo dolls. That's what they're called.
Fu-
Fumo.
fu-
What did I
Same,
call
same
them before?
difference.
Tofu? Yeah, Fumo
Yeah, whatever.
dolls.
Same, same difference. But so
Yeah.
no, this is what sparked this conversation, and this picture is very. I picked this purpose. On purpose, and I almost changed it. I did a poll and said, "Hey, should I change my profile picture?" And people were like, "Take it or leave it." And I'm like, "I'm going to leave it because you get to see how people think when they don't know you. They don't take the time to get to know you. If that
Yes.
makes sense." Okay, so I'm trying to figure out can I make this just on this page? I'm not very. Can you tell that I'm a techie person, but I'm not a techie person?
I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm the worst.
Request, view, hidden, embedded. I want to view in add, whatever, screw it. I'm just going to read it. Okay, so this is so this guy, I can't remember what I posted to him. I'm not going to go find it because it was days ago, but I was defending the red pill community and saying, like, I can't even remember, but it's irrelevant. So oh, that's what it is. Gold diggers need to be publicly shamed, like in Game of Thrones. Like a woman who goes out and uses a guy just for money and doesn't want anything else. I believe that she should be shamed. Like back in the 80s and 90s, where if you were a hoe and you were using people or you're just using them for money, you should be publicly shamed. We used to
Mhm.
do that. And then he says, this guy, could look at his profile picture,
Ugh.
liver proof already, right? You literally look like a gold digger TF. And then I said, I said, assumptions are like masturbation. In the end, all you're doing is screwing yourself. And then he says, I bet you used to screw random people. Spent you miss gold. What? I bet you spent you are used to screwing random people. Spent you miss gold digger or whatever. So
He
he
can't even
doesn't
type. He literally can't even type.
correct. And
Um,
then this is what my statement was, is this is exactly what is wrong with the red pill community. They make all kinds of statements based on assumptions. This is bad as someone being far left wanting to change the gender of a child. And it accomplishes the same goal as, so red pill, they don't get married, they don't have children. You're not speaking, let me see, not seeking our purpose, which is to have a family and raise food. That was supposed to good citizens of society. Obviously, didn't proofread that. Mix, rinse, and repeat. But my point is
you get the F
that
minus on grammar. Um,
well, so I have ADD, and I when I read something, I automatically correct errors. I have to say stop, look for errors because I'm so used to reading errors online because people don't
mhm,
type well. So my
they
brain has
don't.
just learned to fill it in. So I have to slow down. But anyway, that was my point. So I was defending the community that we need to go back to shaming. This person who's part of the red pill community goes after me because I look a certain way and he assumes that I'm a 504 or 304. What are
304.
they called? 304? Yeah.
Yep.
See, I don't even know these terms.
This is the reason why I loved when you first prompted me to go and do this. I said, Sally, we have these terms and there's all these avenues that people go down. But one thing I don't think that they really take into mind is, okay, if you yourself don't want to be judged, right? Just on a someone looks at you and makes a judgment call, right? You're like, oh, don't judge a book by its cover. But when they do it, they're like, well, it's different because why? That's why I said a lot of the manosphere is starting to turn into the very like feminazis that they hate. And not
Yes.
all, like I said, there's lots of guys out there, like I said, guys I've done content with, I will continue to do content with, that are cool. They're cool dudes. Because like I said, I believe red pill is 100% necessary. Like for a man to survive in this world, because I mean, look, let's be honest, the Bible is red pill. If someone
Mhm.
asks you what is, is the Bible red pill or blue pill, you'd be like red pill. It doesn't tell you to be a simp. It doesn't tell you to put women above God. It doesn't say any of that shit. It tells you to be the authority, right? The Bible is patriarchal. And when
But
you
see,
start looking
that's
at
what
your
the
modern
difference.
dude, it's like,
But see, this is where definitions come into effect because when you say red pill and you're comparing it to the Bible, me as a female that just has only been on the internet for 2 years after my kids were raised and almost out of my household, which is okay for a female to be on the internet. Thank you very much. But I don't, red pill to me doesn't, it means someone who has despised, this is how I understand it, is men who despise women, who discourage other men from having, no, I'm just telling you, this is how I see it because I've only seen it for 2 years and
Mhm.
mostly in the last 6 months. So me as a female, I wouldn't call myself conservative, independent, but I have very conservative patriarchal leanings. But so red pill to me is men who have either been jaded, they hate women, they discourage other men from seeking other women, and they're constantly ragging on women. Like that's all I see. Like Pearl does it, Pearly Things does it, and
Ugh.
there's just this constant, don't get married. You're just going to end up divorced. You're going to end up this, that. It's not teaching these these people. So that's how when you say red pill, that's all I see. Cause that's all I know. They're the only people I know. There's a
That's
balance.
okay, so here's one of the issues there. Red pill is just being awakened, right? It's more that like just like
Yeah.
okay, in the movie The Matrix, I don't know if you ever saw The
Yeah.
Matrix.
No, I thought,
Okay, so all it's gonna stand for is like, okay, when you take this, the wool gets pulled over your eyes, now you're
yeah.
peeling it back, right? You see the truth.
Yep.
So all red pill
Yes.
means is that you see the truth. So what is male nature? What is female nature? And from there, you start to learn who is the
Okay,
deep
so the
state,
red
who's behind it.
pillars have become black pilled and they're black pilling other people because they're the doom and gloomers,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
There's doom and gloomers who are within the red pill. It's nothing than this, right?
That's
Okay.
okay.
Have you ever met women who are quote unquote feminist, but when you talk to them, you're like, you're not really much of a feminist at all. But then you realize they're just not that hardcore, crazy, far left feminist, right? They're just
Yeah.
like their version of feminism is I should be able to work and make my own money. Oh, is that it? Yeah. But when you start to ask them, hey, who's the head of the household? The man. Should the laws be the way they are? No. So you go, oh, okay, so she's not one of these crazies. What
Yes.
happened to the red pill is similar to what happened to a lot of the movements that got hijacked by crazy feminists, right? You started getting
Everything gets
losers,
infiltrated.
grifters. So this thing, the original, okay, MRA came before red pill, right? And MRAs were the
What
guys.
did
Oh, the MRAs, the men's rights activists.
Okay, thank you.
They predate red pill. So the MRA guys were basically coming on saying, hey, these laws are wrong, right? God, think about this. Imagine coming in the family court as a dude and you thought, hey, I've been a good guy, I'm a good father,
No.
and you just get destroyed, like just decimated. And you're like,
Yeah.
these laws are completely broken and like they're very antiquated, right? So that was the MRA. MRA from there kind of deviated. You start seeing red pill guys, right? That's when you start seeing,
Yeah.
like, obviously, PUAs are kind of like a derivative of that too, because they understand female nature and like, hey, this is how you get girl,
Okay,
right?
got it. So if I don't understand
PUAs
an
are pickup
acronym,
artists.
thank
Those are the
you.
pickup artists. Those game guys.
Okay.
Yeah, man, buy my course, man. Let me show you how to get
Okay.
laid, man. That's the PUA
Okay.
community, right? Then
Yeah.
MGTOW is an
Oh, the ones
offshoot.
that are pretending to know what they're doing. Like when I
Yeah,
have
like,
a X account and someone DMs me with 100 followers and said, "Hey, do you want me to help you grow your account?" And I look and say, "Well, I have more followers than you. How are you going to help me grow my account?" Like
right?
that's how I see it.
The bots and all that shit. So
Yeah.
what ended up happening is the MGTOW guys are derived from those also. Because so what MGTOW did is that they went like
Okay.
this. Here's one of the key differences. Like a lot of guys who are quote unquote MGTOW did not know they were MGTOW, right? So what I mean
Yeah.
by that is they went like this. They saw the world for what it was, right? So they're red pilled in terms of, yeah, I know what the court system is. I know how women are. I know that like saying something could get me in an HR complaint at work. I know the game, right? So I know the game
Okay, now
because
pause
I
for 1
see it.
second. I
Yep.
want you to continue, but just in case I have an audience that is not part of this world,
Mhm.
explain what MGTOW is in case someone joins later so they
Oh,
know what
the
it
so
is.
the acronym MGTOW, it stands for men going their own way. Some people say it really stands for men guarding their own wallets, right? And I
Okay.
don't know if you know this, but I just heard shout out to Joker, my man Better Bachelor. Jennifer Lopez, J Lo, is talking about
Oh,
divorcing Ben Affleck. Oh, she wants half,
oh.
even though she has all of her own money, right? Like, why is she asking for half of Ben's? First of all, you weren't even married that long. She was even married to Ben for 2
Does
years,
Ben
was
have
she?
that much money?
Let me look up. I'm gonna Google Ben Affleck net worth.
I bet she's just doing it out of
It's
spite.
bitter. Yeah, and it says it's out of
It's
bitterness.
just
Hold
that a
on.
woman who takes if a woman has her own money and then she goes after a man's money, she's doing that out of spite. Hands down is just being spiteful, just like Kevin Costner's wife. All that whole relationship,
Ben
everything was out of spite because she
Ben
had plenty to live
Affleck
on.
net worth. So let's take a look. His net worth, it says J Lo's net worth is more than doubles that of Ben Affleck. Yeah, so
So yes, it's
it says
spiteful.
Affleck is worth 150, so J Lo is worth twice that. So then why are you going after half? If anything, he can go after half of hers.
Well, I know, but if a woman if a woman makes more money than a man and she goes after half of his money or even any child support, anything, she's being spiteful. So
Yes.
she's punishing him for something in the relationship. And
Yep.
that is out of spite. It's not because she needs it. It's just to
Yeah,
be
yeah, it's
hateful.
always it's petty. It's I mean, like I said, once again, this is a red pill truth. Like when someone goes, "How are women in general?" Just like we say, guys are a certain way in general, women are a certain way in general, right?
Yeah.
And
So I think
when,
before I cut you off, you were starting to go into like the laws being different, and then you were explaining.
yes,
I don't know. Did I cut
so
you off
so
twice?
when it comes to like the MGTOW guys, right? I'll tell you what
Yeah.
separated the MGTOW guys, and this is the reason why what a lot of things that you're seeing in society right now is a direct response to what the MGTOW guys have done. And remember, that doesn't mean that they go by the acronym. They live it without knowing it. So this is what a lot of
Yeah.
guys have seen. Let's say you are a guy who's been divorced. You're a young guy who, has heard from older men or whatever. I'm not going to say these guys are black because I think the black pill guys are in most cases are literal losers. Here's what MGTOW guys did. They looked at the whole thing. They went, "Oh, this system is broken beyond repair. I'm going to just check out." That's what separates MGTOW. They saw the writing on the wall. Like by definition, I am in that category. I mean, wearing the shirt. I'm in that category because
Me too.
yeah,
I'm just
right.
kidding.
There you are. There's my girl. But sadly, what ends up happening is you can't deny how broken it is, how broken society is. That's why if someone says, if your son walked up to you and goes, "Mom, I'm thinking about having kids one day." See, a lot of women will go like this. "Yes, yes, son, have kids because kids are beautiful." In general, here's what men say, like the fathers say. They're like, "Are you sure you want to do that?" Because see, men look at it from there's a high chance it could end up bad in the courts. There's the woke agenda. So you put your kid in school, they can wind up like happening like Elon Musk's kid, right? And he's like, "I lost my." I heard Elon Musk bought Twitter because he said he quote unquote lost his son to the woke mob, right?
That's
So
so whatever.
have you ever seen what happened to his son?
Oh yeah, I saw that. Do you have a picture of it?
No, I'll have to text someone. No. They made a
No,
video. Whoever this
I'll
person
have
is,
on I'll have it on my timeline.
it
But
is
before you go
terrifying.
off any further about this, because this is exactly what you're talking about. So, me, we've had a lot of conversations. You know how I am. When I got divorced, I didn't go after, but I left half the clothing, half the bedding. My goal was not to uproot my kids. We ended up going. I had them. He had them 6 out of 14 nights, so almost 50-50, just enough to give me $120 a month for each kid child support because I didn't want the money for me. I wanted it for the kids. And so when I got divorced, instead of asking for child support, I negotiated, you will pay for half of all their activities. So say my daughter wanted to be a
Mhm.
cheerleader, he would have to pay for half of the fees for that activity, pay for half of their school fees, pay for half of their school clothing, half of anything for them because I didn't want the money for me. I wanted it for the kids. So wording it that way, it's for the kids. Well, I had the talk with my son because he's old enough. He's got girlfriends, and I'm like, his dad talking to him had him all doom and gloom and depressed. Girls are horrible. I'm never gonna find anybody. And I didn't find this out till recently, by the way. But he had him so far gone depressed that he wasn't like, why try? Why bother? Women, I've got to wait till I have a big, huge house. I've got to wait till this. I'm just never gonna date anybody. And I said, son,
Mm.
this is my perspective, and I could just be doing this all wrong, but I don't care because I'm going to make mistakes as a parent. But I'm like, your goal is eventually to have a family. You can go wait until you have all these things, or you can hopefully find a good person that you can grow together and you can create these things, but you're going to have to be picky about it. And I'm like, but it's up to you. You've got to try. Like, I wasn't trying to tell him what to do. I'm just saying the world isn't so dark. And yes, we think differently that way because I believe in getting married and having a family. I just believe that way. And I will own it. And as soon as I said that to him, it's almost like he started crying. It was almost like this confusion. And I'm like, at the end of the day, you just have to be you and you have to use your brain. There's going to be girls out there that are just going to use you. So don't let girls use you and don't let girls lie to you. And his whole demeanor changed after that because me and my ex just terrified the shit out of him. Never get
Ooh,
married. And he's probably has some logic about it, but it was affecting his self-esteem. It was making him feel like the world was lost and there was no hope. And so that's how
there
I
isn't.
see it.
There isn't any
I
hope.
know you see it that I know you see it that way, and you know that I will always have hope.
Okay, here's what I would say to your son. Shout out to your son, by the way, right? Good looking kid, tough kid.
Yep.
But I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, man. The only future for guys like your son, I say only, I mean, I'm being a little hyperbolic, right?
Yeah.
Is a passport, bro.
Oh, I
It's
know.
just not real. Like I say, if a guy wants to do this, Drex, I will not budge on my wanting to have a family. I would say like this: Hey, I get it. I get it. See, I'm not gonna be the doom pillar. It's like, no, there's just no point. No, no, no. There's no point in doing that in the West. I
In the
believe it is
United States.
beyond repair. Yes, there is zero purpose. Look, if you wind up in one of these like Nick Rekieta situations, and you're going, how did I end up here? Ben Affleck, how did I end up here? Elon Musk got divorced. Was it Bill Gates, Kanye, all these high value men, the top, 0.0001%, all of them got divorced. So being a money guy doesn't win. Tom Brady got divorced. So Tom Brady had looks, money, status. Who did she get with? Who did she cheat on him with? The fucking Brazilian jiu-jitsu teacher? Oh, they broke up, by the way. So Giselle's back
Of
on the
course they
market
did.
in their 40s. Of course, this is red pill. This is the kind of information that red pill guys explain to younger men. It's like, look, here are the snares and traps. Here are the pitfalls. What ended up happening is, and this is why I love this chat tonight, your ex represents the red pill going too far. It becomes the black pill where you're like, it's all doom and gloom. It's like, it's not really doom and gloom. Like, I don't see the world in doom and gloom. I just go like this. Like I said, I see it in binary. If someone asked me, hey, Drex, would you recommend getting married in the West? No. We were talking about for men. If you are a man, no. And this is the reason why. If women date and marry up, guess who gets chopped down when you start getting divorced? You see what I'm saying? It's the guy
Yeah.
who it's the person who makes more. Britney Spears got chopped up and divorced because she married down with Kevin Federline, right?
Yeah, but her
In
family you
general,
can't use her because her family just screwed her up. That's a bad example.
even
Okay.
though they
Right.
did, the system doesn't care. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The system doesn't
Yeah.
care if you're a good person. The system doesn't care if you're a good Christian. So when I would tell young guys this, I said, look, man,
So when you're
don't
saying system, you mean the court system
the
or you
court system, like
mean
well, the
okay,
culture
'cause I
itself.
just wanna make sure I understand what you're saying, but I just wanna make
Yeah,
sure that
so
people
the
understand.
system I refer to, when I refer to the system, I'm referring to both the courts and the culture that we live in, which is purely gynocentric. Like, if you break up as a guy, they always say, "What did you do wrong?" If she cheats, it's your fault. You cheat, your fault. Everything is your fault. So eventually, the guy's like, "Wait a minute, you're putting all of this responsibility on me. I have no authority. I have no real say. The courts will never back me. This is a rigged game. I'll check out." I think that is a very natural thing. That's why, ironically enough, it was a woman who wrote a book in regards to the red pill, in terms of like men are making a very rational decision. Like, these guys are not crazy. This whole like, I think these guys are just losers and they're crazy. No, no, no. Her name, god damn it, Karen. She's a I can really see her face, right? Not Karen Strawn, but she has jet black hair and she wrote the book. It's called Men on Strike. I'll literally Google it while I'm talking. And she wrote the book Men on Strike. And Men on Strike. Oh wait, I just saw it. Helen, that's her name. Helen Smith. Dr.
Okay.
Helen Smith wrote a book called Men on Strike. Sally, everything that you're seeing in society that guys are doing is the obvious. Like, look, I'll give you an example. If you were a straight white Christian man, would you fight and die for this country?
In this
In
days
today, in
oh,
2024.
no. Did I ever tell you about the story of a recruiter called me right after my son got out of high school?
Oh, really? I gotta hear
And
this.
I am aware of the world. And I knew
Yep.
this person was young, and I know this person was a recruiter. But I still knew that this phone call was going to be recorded. So I said, number one, and they thought that my son was a girl because of his name. I'm not going to say his name out loud. They thought that he was a girl. And I said, you're talking about my son. And there is no way in hell that I would ever encourage or allow my son to join the army. You'd better stop sending all those letters because I ripped them up every time they came in the mail. Stop calling to recruit him. Do not contact him. Do not contact me because you guys are a disgrace. You
Mhm.
have, what did I say? You guys are allowing people. I went off and I think I swore a lot and I don't swear. You know this about me. But I'm like, you allowed these people to be men to become women and vice versa. There is no honor. They go to over and they fight, they lose legs, they come home and they're homeless. And the people from the other countries come into this country and get put in hotels. So stop calling me. And I said, I'm sorry for you because I know you're just a messenger, but make sure people understand this. But it was more than that. But that was the gist of it. I was pissed. I'm like, don't call me. No, I
As
would
you
not let
should
my
be.
son fight.
As you should be, because here's the thing. Now, if you listen to the blue pill beta simp cuck manginas, what they're gonna say is America, and this is left and right. They see the left, both sides, left and right. There is no sides. I want you guys to
Left and
understand.
right, up and down.
Now, understand this. They both view men the same. Do you know how they view men? Fucking disposable. That's how they view you. Okay.
Well, no, men are just they do view men as
That's how
disposable.
they
You
view
we
them. They
send them
just go, oh, you're
we
disposable.
can send your boys off to war and they could die for us, and I say the elites, for these
Yep.
elites to make money in these endless wars. And there is no way if it was an honorable thing and my son said, I'm gonna go fight and I'm gonna go fight to save this town because we have invaders coming here. I would say go son, but to send him to another country to go and fight and to die for some man's war where they don't even give a shit when you come home.
Nope. Well, here's the thing. I want you guys to think about this. This is for all those people out there who are non-believers, as I am, and understand they are giving free bed, free bath, free money, for all this free shit, free education to people who have no vested interest in this country over veterans, over the Americans born here, right? And as you look at this, right? I was talking to, shout out to my man Words. Oh, oh goodness, Sally. Sally, she's getting it because I think Sally has to get it because she has a son. I think women who have sons are forced to view it differently. Because if I'll give you an example. If your son goes to college tomorrow, and let's say he's a like I said, he's a blue chip sports guy, right? And
Yeah.
he goes like this, hey mom, what should I know about girls in college? You're not gonna sit there and be like, oh, all those girls are nice, sweet girls who only have your best interest. No, 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 no. You're gonna go the red pill
Them
perspective.
girls are hoes and they're
They're
there to
hoes.
party and you better be careful and
But I
don't get
thought they were
anybody
all
pregnant.
angels, Sally. I thought
You
they were
you
good.
you rap twice.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. If you know your son is that level, you know what's out there for what snares and traps are for him. You know that there are guys out here getting Me Too'd. There's Title IX. There's all these things happening. There's no way a woman with a
I want to
son can
pause you
look at
for
that.
1 second because I know I
Yes.
posted DWAT. So DWAT, I want to tell you something. I've been on social media for 2 years. I raised my kids. They were involved in sports, they were involved in school. I worked odd jobs so that I could be home during that time between after school and when parents get home, where that's when they most F up in their lives. I did that. And I grew up LDS. I grew up in Utah. I have a completely different culture. I am naive to a lot of things, but I know of the world. So when I talk to Drex, I thought a different way, and he's slowly teaching me how the real world works. I'm not saying that what I say right now that I know what I'm saying. I'm saying this is how I see it. I'm willing to grow to change because I want my children to be happy. And I don't want my kids to get screwed over by a woman. And I don't want my daughter to get screwed over by a man. So I have 2 children. One's 22 and one's 19. Drex is teaching me the way the real world works. And he has great insight and perspective. And I have a more hopeful perspective because I just know hope. And he tries to like say it is what it is. But so when I'm having this conversation with Drex, we're having a conversation from people who are completely opposite spectrums of the world and being raised. Like, I don't know even know if Drex religious. I would say he probably doesn't even believe in organized religion, which I believe
I
in
don't.
book and spiritual. But I believe in the book and spiritual, and he's like, yeah, whatever. But so we're different, and we're having a conversation. I'm just telling him what I do, and for when I after these conversations, I will reflect. But I'll tell you this, the first time I ever had a conversation and I said something with Drex, he said, "Do you have a son?" And I was like, "Well, yeah. I want you to go home. When you get home from this vacation, I want you to go home. And I want you to ask your son." Because he was telling me all these girls under the age of 16 have been with like 10, 15, 20. I'm like, no, they haven't. So I took his challenge because, I'd like to be an open mom. I go home and said, hey, I have a friend that told me to ask you, what are girls like between this certain age? Mom, they're a bunch of hoes.
Yep.
That's just what he said. And so I'm learning because I want to be good. I don't have all the answers. And
Sally, they're
I'm
selling
hoping
themselves
that
now.
guys and girls can see. And I'm done. There
That's
you go.
that's the scary part is like, okay, when I talk about, like, why, when it comes to hope, I talk about numbers, right? I talk about numbers a lot. And there are three
Pair
forms of
bonding.
information, right? There's three forms. You have the statistical data, you have observable reality, and you have your anecdotal evidence, right? Like, oh, this is just from
Right.
my perspective, but I've seen in my little corner of
Yeah.
the world. But what ends up happening is there are lots of things you simply cannot deny. So when your son says that, you're thinking, like, let's just say for the sake of argument, right? Sake of argument, you're going, that doesn't jive with what I've been told. I'm told this is supposed to be good Mormon girls. How can girls so young be doing so much? And then you go like this. Maybe my son is just jaded. Start asking other men, other young men in his age bracket, right? You know what you're going to find? Uh-oh, why am I hearing the same thing over and over and over again, right? From guys, let's say, like you said, your son's 19, go from guys 18, 17, 16, and then go like this. 20, 21, 22. As you start going backwards and forwards, like, how come all these guys are saying the same thing? Right. And then go like this. Okay, let's see who's telling the truth. Is it more of the men or the women? And then go, let me go outside and just start looking at these girls from the lens of a boy who's between 16 and 22, right? See it from their eyes. Okay, she's all tatted up. She's dressing very provocatively. And then Sally, go like this. Next time you're out and about, really open your ear and listen. Like, listen to the kind of conversations they have. These girls are selling themselves,
Okay.
literally.
Yeah. So I'm going to let you finish, but let's take it from this perspective. You have to keep in mind that I was almost a virgin until I was 21. I was a virgin until almost 21.
Oh, okay. I
So
was like, almost okay.
I'm seeing it from my lens of girls don't do these things. That's the lens I'm seeing it through, like, and yes, I know that people do these things, but when a athlete, like, to me, an athlete if an athlete in high school drank alcohol, you can't drink alcohol, that's bad for your body, and if you wanna be the best you can be, you can't drink alcohol because, like, and so the first time I knew of a coach or an athlete that drank alcohol, I'm like, "Athletes drink alcohol?" Like I'm saying, like, I was very
Shit.
sheltered. I was very sheltered.
Very,
I was
very.
I looked like I was 18 when I was 12 because I was tall, and so I was very protected, very sheltered. I was never allowed to hang out with guys. I was never to go to
Yep.
parties. So that take that to me, 18 goes to college. I have to learn how men and everything are all on my own because no one said, "This is the way the world works. This is the way men are." So what do? You get your heart broke because you have no idea how to navigate these waters because no parent opened their mouth to say, "This is how men think.
Yeah.
This is how
And,
girls
and
think."
men think a certain way, like, because they're designed to think that way. Like, if you ask guys what they want, right? And this is the reason why I laugh when someone tries to, like, shame guys for, like, wanting sex or something like that. Okay, women want resources, which is what? Male attention and male validation, right? And male's money. That's what women want. No shame in that, which is
Most
protection.
women.
Yeah, because women want provision protection. For that reason, if you ask a woman, would you date a guy who's unemployed and has no intention of working? Women would say no. The opposite is not true. See, because if you ask a guy, there's guys out there like, I can take care of the woman, right?
Yeah.
I don't want her working for this reason. Women, it is unnatural for women to take care of men. You see what I'm saying? It's unnatural. They don't even feel, they're like, oh God, repulsive.
For me, for me, if I'm making more than a man and I'm taking care of him, I don't respect him.
Of course you can't. You're
I don't
designed that way.
respect
It's
him.
your own
And it's not
hypergamy.
about money, it's just to me, it's a motivation thing. I don't know. I can't explain it, but to me, it's like, and I haven't made more money than a man, so that I've been with.
It's
I'm just saying that's
unnatural.
weird.
It's very unnatural. And some said fathers went AWOL for half a century. Well, they were pushed out. The fathers were literally pushed out of society. I mean, were there some bad apples? Of course there were. So sadly, what you're starting to see now, and when I look at these guys out here who drifted too far with red pill, right? Do you know what made them drift? The same way like the feminists drifted. Do you remember, Sally, when you started hearing feminists really start to get like kind of really crazy? They would always go to like the small percentage of men who were like the worst, right? The worst of the worst. Well,
Yeah.
I just want to be able to walk down the street without being
Their
beaten
worst
and
experience.
deleted. And you're sitting there going,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Who do you know has been through this? You see what I'm saying? If you ask women, who do you, I don't mean who alleged, right? You know, a lot of women are,
Yeah.
look at Amber Heard, right? They claim something happened and it didn't happen. Who do you women know who have had all these horrible things that you can provide evidence? That's a small number. Now, Sally, ask the guys though, your son and everyone else, how many women have cheated on you? How many women have had side dudes? Because remember, it's easier for women to have a side dude than it is for a man to have a side chick. You see what I'm saying?
You do know that I told you this before. Maybe I've told you this or maybe I haven't, but I told my son when he had turned 18, I said, you'd better make sure you see her driver's license
Yep.
and make sure she is her driver's license, not her word for it. And you'd better somehow, some way get it on video, or you better have her just say, hey, I want to say, do I have permission to have sex with you? Because so that for me, I've seen the Amber Heards. I've
Red
seen how
pill.
these women destroy these men. So I do know how to keep my son safe because I know how women can be. I didn't know that it was so widespread.
Oh, it's
Does that
extremely
make sense?
pervasive. Yeah. So what you're basically saying is, you know, the depths of depravity and duplicity, the duplicitous nature that women can go. What you're saying is that you didn't know it was so widespread, like it was so prevalent. Like you're like, oh
It
yeah,
was an
there's bad
outlier.
women. Yeah, like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, there's an Amber Heard out there, right? Like, yeah, there's an
Yeah.
Amber Heard.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
What we're saying is the majority. It's not about the majority of women are like Amber Heard. It's the majority of women have the potential, and given if you took away all accountability, they would, now it's 50-50. They either could or couldn't, right? That's too much risk as a man. And some of these guys, what
And
they
this
ended up doing is just they went overboard. So they were like this, all women are Amber Heard. I'm like, that's not true.
Yeah.
Not all women are
I'm
Amber
wondering,
Heard.
you made me go so deep. Like just this conversation, and I do this because so we're talking about present day of everything. And then I'm going back to in my brain, I'm going to birth control, when it was created, right?
Yep.
That was in the late 60s. And then in the 80s, they did away with no fault divorce because that's when my mom and dad got divorced.
Mhm.
Because there was no fault divorce. My dad just could leave and I had to pay child support. So my mom raised 7 kids under the age of 16. And she was a stay-at-home mom after 19 years of marriage, had to go get educated and take care of her kids. So me being the second youngest of 7 children, I didn't have a dad because he was too busy to do his own thing, which I still loved him. He's my dad. But then I had my mom who was working from 7 a.m. till midnight to try to fend for these kids. Well, I'm 4 years old when my dad left, and officially divorced when they're 8, but Reagan allowed this to happen. So then we have the no fault divorce.
Yep.
So it works great for men at first, right? So we have women infiltrating the work system, flirting with these men because they're now on birth control. Now we have these men and women that can just get a divorce because they want to after the women enter the workforce, right? And it just
Mhm.
seems very planned out. Like everything is like, so start with birth control. Women enter the workforce because now they don't have to take a week off for their period. And then they allow the no fault divorce. So now they separate. Well, they started doing this with the African American families where they would give them more welfare if they were
Yep.
married, that type of thing. And so they started splitting the family unit up in that community as well. But then they did with the no fault divorce. They did that in the 80s. And then from there, so I am the child that grew up with the mom who was never home. And I said to myself, I will never be like my mom. I
Mhm.
will go to college. I will be educated because I don't want to be married for 19 years and then have him leave me and then I can't take care of my children and I have to go to school and you're poor, you're eating ramen noodles every single meal for 8 weeks. I mean, come on. And then so for me, it was like overcorrection. I'm like, and I I knew better. So I'm like, I'm gonna go get an education. So I'm not a backup plan so that I can leave someone, but it creates that backup plan so that you can leave someone instead of working it out. So you're like, well, you're a piece of shit. You're not pulling your end. See you later. Well, I'm exaggerating. That's not how my situation happened, but you can say, see you later, sayonara, sign the piece of paper, no fault divorced. Women gets everything from the man,
Mhm.
gets to go about her life, but the guy never gets to go out and have a new family because he's broke as a joke, because everything's going to his ex. So
Yeah,
he
it's
never gets to move on, but
one-sided.
the woman gets to move on. She can cohabitate and hide it and lie from it. Man gets screwed over. So there's this overcorrection. And now what this has done is made it to where these women, the men are so afraid of women screwing them over, getting divorced, that they kowtow to her and do everything she wants him to. He does everything she wants him to do because he doesn't want to end up penniless. And so then he lives a miserable marriage until the kids turn 18, at most, until they get 18, or until the woman decides, you're done. I got someone else, right?
They
That's
deserve
how
it though. Hold on, Sally. See, these men deserve it. Well, hold on, these males, because they're not men.
well, no,
Guys who are
but
out
I'm
here
just saying
getting
that's how we
married.
got here. Yeah.
Yeah, like how we got here. But here's the thing: there was too much information, especially now, right? With the advent of the internet, you
Mhm.
cannot be a guy and say, "Well, Drex, I got married to a woman with no prenup. I had no family trust. I didn't know that." Dude, shut up. You deserve to be destroyed. So for all the women out there, do you have a guy right now? Look at him. Are you repulsed by him? You know in your heart if you're repulsed by the man you're with. You know in your heart if this is a fucking bitch made beta cuck sent mangina. You know it. Women know.
Yep.
Women can look at a man and be like, he's the guy, like he's that guy, or he's not that guy, right? If he's not that guy, you know what, ladies, just use him. Use him for everything he has. And I'll tell you why. These guys must be destroyed at all costs. And I'll tell you why, Sally. At some point, guys need to figure this out. The answer should be, we're done, right? So what I'm starting to see now, and this is kind of like to your point, when you say, like, as guys start getting afraid, the guys who are afraid are the guys who are within the relationship. Red pill men are not afraid of marriage at all. I have zero fear of marriage. None. If you ask me, if someone put me on a polygraph and said, Drex, are you afraid to get married? No. Do you know what red pill men are weary about? It's the divorce. It's not the marriage. It's not the
Yes.
front end. It's not the,
Yes.
could I
back
find
end.
the right woman? And no.
The back end.
Yeah. We think, oh my God, yeah, she's great. Men get that part. They see that part. We can visualize it. We can hone in on that, right? Whether it's a
Yeah.
fantasy or not. We can go like this. Yeah, there's a nice girl that I met here. She seems great. We can look at her and go, this would work. That's the front end, right? We can like visualize the marriage, the wedding, having kids. We can visualize that first part.
And then
And
you
then
go,
there's like this
divorce, money, ruination.
Yeah. We calculate that and go, what are the odds? Because I'm gonna tell you what happens, Sally. Men who go to work every day, right? Who aren't bitch made, right? They go to work every day. And you know who they encounter? Older men. You see what I'm saying? Men who have
Older
been
men, more
had
money.
even more experiences. So that guy who's 22, he's learning how to weld. This guy over here, he's becoming a master plumber by the time he's 28, 29. As he starts talking to these guys, let me tell you what he sees. Your average man today. Divorced guys who got ruined, right?
Mhm.
Bachelors who are either toward the vol cell, like as in voluntary celibate, or
Mhm.
the guys who buy hookers, buy whatever. Like, hey, if I got my needs met and the phone screen doesn't get the job done, I can hire a lady of the night. You're like, okay, so that's another route. Then there's the guy you see that's dating, and the options he has. And I don't know if you've ever seen all the memes, like options for men. They're abysmal
Yeah.
options, abysmal, right? Fat chicks, ratchet
Yeah.
single moms, crazy chicks. So you're like, damn, this is it. Cheaters. Okay, so then you're like this. Okay, the other guy that he talks to is completely cucked. You
I'm
see what
still
I'm
hearing
saying?
you, by the way.
Oh yeah, I just saw you in the private. That's hilarious. They're completely cucked, right? So what ends up happening is you see a guy that is married, right? He's making six figures, right? He's a master plumber. But you're looking at his life, and this kind of goes with what you're saying, Sally. Most of these guys are miserable. Do you know what happens to guys who are miserable? You know what happens to them? They wake up one day and they go, what would make me less miserable? Either I'm going to seek some kind of guilty pleasure, or I'm going to seek something that's going to make me numb. Now that could be a variety of things. It could be drugs, it could be alcohol, it could be other women, it could be going more into the vices, it could be gambling addiction. There's all these things that they tend to do. And in the red pill, what guys started saying is, hey man, at least watch out for this. But guys took it too far and kept going further and further into the black pill. And that's where you start getting the Elliot Rodger, because it all stems from two things. a feminine framework within a male vessel, right? The way they see the world is very feminine. Then it comes from this whole thing where they go like this. They have this entitlement and they're like, I deserve. And if I don't get it, I need to destroy. And I was talking to Words about this, right? Shout out to our man, Words. And we had this issue where we said the Civil War is entirely cultural based in terms of your mindset. And you're starting to kind of see this play out where, I'm sure you've been hearing, Sally, that some of these companies are getting rid of their DEI departments, right? That's starting to go away. See, that grift didn't work. You're starting to see more pushback now. You're starting to see certain movies get made and they don't have woke pandering and they're making lots of money. You're starting to see these kids who decided, I was talking to Stu about this and it was like this. The reason why you're seeing so much of this gender bending trans agenda, the women who are a little bit on the spectrum, who are a little weird, I would even say you, right? I don't mean you as being like on the spectrum. You are the woman who is closer to the masculine than the feminine in terms of you were into sports. You didn't act all quote unquote girlish, right? So by modern standards, I'll tell you what they would do, Sally. They, especially because of your physical attributes, they would try to turn you into a fucking Looney Tune. You see what I'm saying? By modern standards, they'd be like, oh, Sally, the reason why you're having all these problems with women and you're having issues, it's because you're in the wrong body. We need to give you these hormones.
It's because women are fucking bitches, and I don't swear, but that's why. Because women are catty. They will tear you down because they do not want you to be happy, because they want you to be at their level. I've had more girlfriends that have used me and turned on me and tried to get with any of the guys I'm with. That's like this competition. I'm like,
it's always competition.
But I want to stop. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that word. I don't like to swear.
Yes, you did.
And it came out, so I obviously meant to say it. But the DEI thing, don't be fooled, everybody. They're changed because I'm in Utah and we are a pilot state for a lot of these programs because we are naive. Say, take Sally, right? Naive Sally who thinks this world's good, and you use the right words. Well, dignity, that is such a great word. Right? So they do a lot of pilot programs. They're not getting rid of DEI. Nope. They're just changing.
They're going to change. Yep. They're going to change what they're going to do. And this is one of the issues, though, is I started thinking about the gay guy, right? So let's say you're a young kid, but you happen to you're a young man who likes men. Historically, you struggled with people finding out that you were gay. But now, do you know what they say? You're in the wrong body. You need to either be more gay or be trans. See, that's the problem. You're just in the wrong body. And when you take these pills and when we give you this snip, you're going to be so happy. Do you see Jazz Jennings have a meltdown? When poor Jazz, who they transitioned, was like, I don't feel like I'm right in my body ever. And she was having a complete meltdown, right? There's no going back. Poor kid got transitioned, right? They're done.
They got duped.
They're duped.
And it's so sad. And it's all programming so young.
Truly tragic. And also followed by default. The law in Michigan is dad by default, where you get kids pinned on you even when you're not even the father. You never even met this woman. And
I have a brother that passed off. So when we talk about these things, I have personal experiences. I had a brother because we were taught to be family is important to us. You have a kid, you take care of it. I told my son, you get a girl pregnant, you are going to take care of that kid. So don't have a kid before you can take care of a kid, because you're going to take care of it. That's your duty, right? My brother, 2 years old, finally, because for the first little while, you don't really know who the kid looks like. And they're like, this kid don't look nothing like me. Finally, they did a paternity test. For 2 years, he loved this child, and it wasn't his kid.
He got cucked.
Yeah, but she just right. And it was sad because it was part of the family, right? 2 years old, 2 years of being part of the family. And it's like,
they can make him pay too. So one of the sad things is, because let's say he put his name on recognition of parentage, or here's the thing, let's say you don't put your name on recognition of parentage, right? Do you know that the courts can make the dad pay? Because they're like this, well, you were in the role of a father, so that makes you the father. You're like, well, hey, I thought this was my kid. Turns out she was lying. We are in a gynocentric hellscape. Okay.
They're doing it on purpose. They're destroying our way, both male and female. It'll swing a different way. It'll swing.
Well,
There's gonna be
okay,
something
so
else.
now, Sally, here's the thing. I'll tell you what I've been seeing. This is like this isn't like one of those quote unquote hopeful things, blah blah blah. This is just a reality. What I'm starting to see
Mhm.
now is there are fewer men willing to give out what they have. So the most precious thing a man can give out, the most valuable thing he can give to a woman is his commitment. It's commitment. Because think about it, I want you to think about this from a man's perspective. Sally, think about how many women a man can sleep with in a lifetime, right? He can just slang dick, right? That's natural
Oh,
for a
yeah.
man. Spread seed, right?
Yeah.
That's easy. But ask a
Yeah.
man, how many commitments have you been in? You notice how that number's real small? Even
Yep.
even the biggest players you've ever known, guys who have just slayed shit. See, that's easy, right? Here's why that's important. As hyperinflation becomes more and more prevalent, more and more oppressive, the cost of living keeps going up, right? As you
Yeah.
look at these things, someone goes,
Yep.
well, Drex, why is that a big deal? Do you know what that means, Sally? It's going to be near impossible for a woman to secure a relationship within the next decade. Because
Because
remember,
they
the
don't make
laws only got worse.
enough money to have, yeah.
Because yeah, the guy's going, wait a minute, if I take care of you, and this goes back to what you said, right? Imagine being a guy, and he goes, okay, so if I get with this woman and it goes bad, it goes south, I'm done. I'm ruined forever. And he will literally be a wage cuck, right? Because remember, if you thought it was bad 20, 30 years ago, imagine being put on child support in 2024, 2025, and onward, right?
Oh, hell, I didn't even think I did
And
not even think
gas is
about that.
$5, right? Because remember, they
I
set
didn't
your
even
amount,
think of
right?
that.
And you're like,
Yeah.
okay, how much is rent? What is the average rent in Utah?
It's about for
Let's say a
one
two
bedroom,
bedroom.
it's about 1,300.
Oof.
For just that's just an apartment. That's an apartment for one bedroom. Two bedroom, it's about 1,700. If you want a house to rent, I mean, my daughter got pre-approved before everything went to hell because
Yep.
she worked 2 jobs, she saved her money. 1,000 square foot house was $200,000 in the shittiest part of Utah.
Oof.
Yes, to
Oof.
the words, I would never let her move out. Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
"No, I'm not letting you live there because she's gorgeous." And you know what's funny, Drex? This is funny because I don't know why my kid was like this. And I think but he would not get into a relationship until he had a job that
Yes.
made money.
Imagine that. Because who did I start the stream talking about? Useless, armless eunuchs who do nothing, have no money, but claim they want a unicorn, which sounds embarrassing. That's absurd.
Yep.
And to your daughter's point, I want you to imagine this. This is why I say what I'm seeing happen. The only way women can really get relationships going forward, they have to have there's going to only be age gap relationships. Because a girl your daughter's age,
She's gonna have to marry 30 or 35. She's 22,
35,
she's gonna have to marry 30 and up.
30 plus. There's virtually no way. Now remember, here's the problem though, Sally. A lot of guys who are 30, 35 plus have been through some shit. They've seen some things, right? So
Yep,
now, do you know how hard it is to get a commitment from a guy who makes money and is 35 plus?
yep.
See what I'm saying? So now you
No,
can
I
find a
see what you're
guy
saying.
who makes the money, but is like, I still have hope. Guys who are really out there, they look at the game, they're going like this. Oh, this shit's fucked. No way. Sally, you can only lose. So I want your daughter to win, right? And
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
we've talked about this of
Yeah.
having doing shows, a finishing school for women. Ladies, here's what you need to do to get you a man, keep a man, right? And then for the dudes, like I said, Sally, when I make this video of how to wash your ass as a grown ass man, because I know this is hard for a lot of people out there. There's 330 million people in America. I don't know what happened. I don't know what the public schools, they showed you how to tie your shoes, but not wash your ass. I'm going to show you the magic
No, their
of clean
parents
wipes.
didn't teach them how to clean. Like, like, my kids took a shower every single night. From the time they were born, they had a bath every single night. Even camping, I would boil water and wash their hair and take a wash rag and wash their bodies when they were little. And when
Yep.
they were old enough to do it themselves, I said, okay, this is what you do. And here's a wash rag, and you got to put soap on it. And you've got to, you got to do the front, the back, and you got to do the armpits and the bottom of your feet. And, parents don't teach their
They don't teach
kids
them anything. And we
nothing.
got to talk about these parents, because one thing that we talked about in the Discord was like, we were looking at this guy who has not worked, and he's 34 years old, right? Sit on his ass at home. And we're like, but a lot of that is on the parents, though, because you've allowed this. Most mothers that when I grew up, Sally, would not allow a guy to just be sitting at home, like not doing shit. Like, so are you working or going to school? No, then get out. They weren't gonna let you just sit around. Like, when you become a welfare case, that's what happens. You gotta get up and do something, right? Just get up and do
I told my
just
son,
something.
you have 2 weeks to get a job or you're moving out. I told
Yep.
him that because he didn't have a job. But I said, you've got 2 weeks to have a job secured
Yeah,
because he was
because
in between jobs.
yeah, because when they get into that, like that, they get very apathetic. Like, oh, I'll find something eventually. Because then, it reminds me of, Sally, and you know this as being a gym chick. The people who say tomorrow, it never comes ever.
Yep.
There is no tomorrow.
You
They go like
have to
this.
give him a sense of urgency.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get to the gym, Sally. I'm gonna get in the gym tomorrow and start dropping these pounds. I got some ugly love handles. I got man boobs, but tomorrow's my day. I'm gonna be in there. And then you bump into that person on like Thursday, right? That was Monday. Hey man, so how's the workout come? Oh yeah, man, well I was blah, blah, blah. And they got all these excuses. You see them next week, more excuses. Like, this person's not really gonna work out because they don't want to. They need to be pushed. They need to be forced. There needs to be a fire up under their ass. Anything less than that, people will do the bare minimum to get by.
But that's distractions, though. How many distractions? Like, this is what I come back to. Because, like, how did we get here? Like, my kids did not change. And so when the guys who came and fixed my sprinkler today, we got, because it ends up that everyone that came out knew my ex. I live in a small town. Everyone knows my ex, and I was a personal trainer for 18 years. And so people know who I am, but I don't really like put myself out there because I'm done with that. But anyway, we get into this conversation and we got into um just oh gosh dang it. Now I lost where I was going because I was trying to give you context of where I was going. But anyway, so I was talking to this guy for a long time today and we had like really long conversations. Oh, that's what it was. Is we had a long conversation about because I used to be really kind of Democrat leaning. I voted for Biden. Yes, I tell people that to be honest because I would never. My views have changed so much with education because I was that naive and I believed mainstream media. So I had to learn. But anyway, I never had, like I was telling you, I never had cable. And when I did have cable, I had channels blocked. My kids could only see certain shows. Well, before I had cable, I had internet, but we had Netflix, but I had everything blocked and they watched PBS growing up. I was one of those
Ugh,
moms that said, "No, I made my kids go out and play." We went and built forts. They built
Sally,
forts. They were active.
they need to see the degeneracy because it helps
No,
them.
but I didn't. My daughter did not see a sex scene till she was 12, and that was at my friend's house. Yes, because that's just how I was taught. You don't expose kids
Well,
to
I'm not saying you should
sexual.
expose them. I'm saying like the Netflix stuff. Like I think
No, I
that
had it blocked. No, I had it blocked. They
wait,
could not
the
access it.
entire channel, the whole app.
No, as a parent, when they go to their little thing, they could only see certain things. I had it set on PG. They could only see PG content. Yeah, I was that mom, but they were out. They did they were going. I wanted them being active. I wanted them using their brain. I wanted them just not on a television. But I grew up with
Oh
that
no, no,
TV.
I'll give you that. What I meant was like when I think back to like I'm taking my daughter next week to go see Deadpool and Wolverine, right?
Well,
I
hold
want
on
her
one
to
sec. Let me
see.
finish
Okay,
this, and then you go off. Okay,
but
so it wasn't until I moved into this house that I finally got cable. My kids never were like, I was on a budget. If you wanted something, I will figure out how to get it, but you got to tell me what it is, and we've got to plan and save for it, right? Because I was a single mom. So we had to be responsible. So I taught my kids, you have to say it's not instant gratification. We have to save up. If you really want it, I'll figure out how to get it for you. If it's, reasonable. It wasn't until I moved out here and they would get like on Nickelodeon and that's when they started watching all this stuff. And they'd be like, "Oh, I want this Nerf gun, or I want this, and I want that." It's this programming, is what I'm saying. Is that programming? My kids didn't get that constant programming that most kids get because I was controlled with what they saw. But they've
mhm.
been programming kids through media and commercials and music for a really, really long time. That was my point. Now go on.
No, so Sally, this is the reason why I bring that up. When I talk about being exposed to stuff, this is why being exposed to the ultra free market capitalism is a good thing. Kids need to see the thing, right? See the good and the bad, right?
Yeah.
They interpret it how they will. And when someone tells them buy this or do that, this is what I mean by that. There needs to be this point where they're like, ooh, and then they're like this, Mom, can I? No. See, because now
Yes.
they built up this anticipation and they're like, no. See, so when I was growing up, right? I can think of some of the things that I asked. Like I remember asking for certain things for Christmas, for birthdays, and the amount of no's I got in my lifetime, Sally, it was preposterous, right? Just no, no, no. There was actually a point where like you almost like didn't even want to ask. You're like, I already know the answer is gonna be no, right? You're like, I'll just ask anyway. What could hurt? And they're like, no, damn, that's what I figured. But then something happened. You were getting hit with the nose, and then you hit a certain age, and that's when they said those magic words. Just go get a fucking job. And then something hit me.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Now this is where it's beautiful. By being exposed to all that programming, but getting told no to all those things, right? They were frivolous, right? This is what ends up happening to you. When you do get a job, you go, man, remember that one thing? Wait a minute. Is this a want or a need, right? See, so all of a sudden,
Bingo.
if
That's
you're
it.
never, that's why I bring this up. When you're not exposed to it at all, right? You just it's blocked, right? This is what ends up continuing to happen to those kids. The kids who don't get exposed to those things, right? The things that, like, let's say, like the majority of kids are, right? When they are put in a circumstance similar to what happened with that girl that was pegging the dude, they tend to go overboard, right? Like you hear this all the time, right? The good girl or good guy goes to school
bad.
and they just go buck wild. Why? Because they were sheltered so much. Like that's why I say, like, I like to show, like I said, I'm not showing something explicit, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not showing anything explicit to children. I wouldn't do that. But what I mean is they need to know, hey, you can watch YouTube and there's no restrictions. But guess what? There's a consequence if you start, let's say you start watching some YouTube videos, right? From a certain creator, and they start having a really potty mouth. And then you're like underage. And you say, oh, I can go say those words like they do. And you start saying so, and then you get smacked. And you're thinking, wow, what just happened? You just you have the right to watch those YouTube videos. You have a right to say what you want. And guess what? Now you have the right to get smacked because you need some sense smacked into you to go like this. Oh, okay. There's accountability here. Like let me see. So that way, when someone tries to like this, psst, Sally, let me get you to watch this. Psst, Sally, let's go do this. Whereas naive kids tend to go like this. Oh, what you were saying earlier, right? You got hurt before, right? Do you know how you could have not gotten hurt when you went to college, Sally? What if you had known somebody? Guys like me, let's say you had like an older brother who was just a complete savage. He would sit you down and be like this. This is what these guys are looking at you as, right? Like
But
you're
let's
pretty
pause for
blonde.
1 second.
Yep.
Let's pause for a second. Even though I controlled what my kids saw on TV, it doesn't mean I didn't talk to my kids. I've been very open and very honest with my kids about how the world is and how things are. Like I didn't just like protect my kids and put them in a bubble because I was put in a bubble.
Mm-hmm.
I was put in a bubble, and so I felt like that was a disadvantage to me because I needed to have that. So I've always talked very openly to my children and how the world works, how people work, needs versus wants. So it's not like they were in the dark. I just didn't want them glued to a TV because I think that TV is a distraction.
Oh, it
And
absolutely is. One thing that's funny is when we were in the Discord, I said something. I said, you know what, for all the guys out there, right? Because we were talking about these guys because we wanted them to do better, but we knew they weren't going to do anything because they're losers. And I was like, do you know what would help any guy out there who's currently a loser? And he's like, yeah, I'm a loser. Let's say he's either not working between jobs, but he's too old to be that. Like when you start getting into like 30 plus as a grown man, and you aren't really working, you don't have any real employment. That's a problem. One of our guys, shout out to our man Ark, who got his CDL. That's what we like to see. And I'll say what the thing is, though, Sally. You talk about distractions, and I thought to myself, what if every guy who's struggling out there set forward some rules for let's you know, you can give it a timeline. Let's say 2 years. No anime, no video games, no PORN for 2 years. That's not allowed, right? Sally, do you know what ends up happening? You have 24 hours in a day. And remember, this guy was unemployed before, right? In 24 hours, after you remove the sleep, after you move the eating, after you move commuting, right?
The
How many
brain
hours are
starts
you left with?
working
You're like, I
a
got all this
lot.
free time. What should I be doing with it? Remember, you remove the vices now. You remove the distractions. They're like,
Yep.
I need to do something. So then that's when I have to go get a job in order to feed myself. And see, you remove those distractions. That's what we as a society have not done. That's why when you hear women, when you ask women, like, you know, what kind of guys are out there, they're complaining because look at the crop. We're raising a horrible crop of men and a horrible crop of women. Most women now are tatted up, used up, walled out, stalled out. There's a, you know, they're terrible thoughts. Most of them are hardcore feminists. Most of them walk around with this shit attitude, and they're out there saying like, "Why won't guys marry me?" Well, because you're terrible. You would be an awful investment. And
Do you want to hear something funny, Drex?
do,
So my son, he has a girlfriend and she's darling. And I vet. I'm very good at reading people and I'm a very good observer. Anyway, so my son has a good job and I'm like, are you saving your money because you need to get the hell out of the house because we're not cohabitating at mama's house, right?
mhm,
Like this is a thing. So anyway, she's like, he's like shows me this necklace and it's got her initials on it. And she has a necklace that has his initial on it, right? You have to remember he's 19. Okay. So this is like silly love. And then she's like, oh yeah, look at her cute bracelet. It costs this much. And I said, they were both sitting there and I looked at both of them. I says, I want you guys to know that right now, this is not reality. If you're expecting your life to have gifts and trinkets, you're going to be sorely disappointed because it's time to man up. It's time to grow up. And things are good, but right now in your life, that is not what the goal is. Like if you're expecting this relationship, and I had both of them sitting there, and I'm like, either one of you think that things are going to make each other happy, you're sorely mistaken, and you've got to start saving your money because you have a debt. I'm like, now you have a deadline. I need to know when you're moving out, and you've got to start saving your money. Start budgeting as if you're already paying rent. You have utilities, car payment,
mhm,
all this stuff. Put all that money away and say, this is what you have left over for the two of you.
yep.
How is life going to be? Because that's reality. And I sat and talked to them about that. And I said, you guys have to figure out what is your spending budget for extravagance? What are you putting away for savings? And what are you living off of?
I'm
I
glad
know.
you say that because I'm going to tell you something. Shaquille O'Neal had there's an interesting article where he talked about how he treats his sons versus his daughters, right? And
Mhm.
Shaq has the same mindset I do, right? I mean, I wouldn't kick kids out at 18 if I had a son, but he talks about the daughters. They're like, you know, why do you kick the sons out, but you leave the daughters? And Sally, I
Our
believe with all my
protection.
heart, I truly believe this. It is child abuse to let a daughter go out there out after high school to be like, oh yeah, she's fine. She's 19, 20. You do that, you will find a world of trouble. No, daughters can live at the house forever, indefinitely. Why? It is the only way to protect them. Because I'll tell you what will end up happening right now. I'll tell you how bad things have gotten, Sally. You let a
Uh,
girl get out there, this is what will happen. It's not just the promiscuity that happens. You know what ends up happening? She'll
Lots
be
of
out
things.
there and go like this. It's hard paying rent. It's hard. Women, let's be honest, women don't want to work. We need to just be honest about that. When you ask women, why do you think all their fairy tales is like a rich prince or whatever? She doesn't work, right? If you ask women, do you want to? I didn't say if you can. If you ask women, would you rather be a stay-at-home mom with a man who makes all the money? Remember, we're saying a crystal ball, right? Crystal
There's
ball, he's not going to cheat.
Yeah, this is just being
This
generalities
is
because there are
general.
some women that are ambitious and they're like, I'm gonna make all this money
They're
and I'm gonna show the
miserable.
world that I'm the boss. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all miserable. But they
Yeah.
can smash good though. Shout out to you. Look, I encourage boss babes to boss harder and babe harder because they're good for smashing. They're playthings. So, but what ends up happening with your daughters though is that if you do not watch out and you let them out in the world, they're going to start trading their value, what their most value is, for cash. it's only a while before they start doing foot picks, and then they start going up the thigh. You see what I'm saying? It gets worse and
Oh,
worse.
OnlyFees is not I guess I've got to delete
Oh,
my
it's
OnlyFees
bad.
page.
It's bad. The amount of foot degenerate. Look, now I only look at feet for research purposes. I am not a foot degenerate, okay? Like
Oh,
I'm
okay. He left. What? Are you laughing over
I'm
there?
definitely not, but I'm not a foot degenerate, okay? I'm not one of those kind of guys.
You just
But
like to warm them up. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, I
Continue.
just look. I look at them to make sure that they're healthy. That's all I'm saying. I look at women's feet to make sure they have healthy feet, make sure they're okay, and all that. It's nothing
That's a
weird.
good point. I bet you could tell a lot by a woman by her feet.
I can tell everything,
Oh.
everything.
You could tell if they're a hard worker,
Yes.
and you could tell if they work out because they'll have calluses on certain toes. You can
Yep.
tell if they care about themselves because they'll take time to file them and paint them, or at least for me, I do it myself because I refuse to pay money for something I can do myself. But you could tell a lot by
Yeah.
someone.
I'll say one of the main things about feet that you'll notice as a guy is if you're looking at a chick's feet. I've always maintained this: how she treats her feet is how she treats the intimate parts of herself. So women who just don't care, they don't care about the other part. There's a direct correlation. Listen, all you
Oh, I
sour patch
disagree.
stank chicks,
I
they all have bad
disagree.
feet. Huh?
I disagree because there's times like in the summertime, like right now, I'm out in the garden. I go out barefoot and put my feet in the mud and like, you know what I'm saying? Like my toes aren't perfectly groomed because they'll break because I go out in the yard. But the nether regions, oh, they're clean.
Hold
Them's
on.
clean.
Hold on. In general, chicks aren't out in gardens. You see what I'm saying? Now, so there are a
Oh,
couple of little rules
okay.
you can
You're
twist
talking about
around.
the average person that's just laying
Yeah.
around.
Most
Okay.
chicks are not out in gardens and breaking toenails. You see what I'm saying? They ain't doing none of that
Okay.
shit.
Okay. Because
I mean,
my
we
toenails look hideous right now.
yeah,
But
yeah,
it's
because it's the
summertime.
summer and you're outside, right?
And if I go fishing and I cast it out there and I'm in the boat, my toes snag and my polish comes off. It's pointless. It's pointless to put polish on my toenails in the summer because it's just gonna go away. But everything else,
Well,
anyway,
you have to
continue.
be. But I mean, there are women out there who they haven't, we talked about earlier about how what parents are and aren't teaching. That is something
Yeah.
that women need to learn is hygiene. Because like I said, dude, we talk about these guys' hygiene. This kind of goes back to what we were saying, where both sides are supposed to be the best version of themselves, right? Always trying to get better. And there's nothing wrong with waking up saying, hey, I think I'm pretty decent, but I want to do and be better. And that's for men and women. Sally, what we're seeing now is more entitlement
It's
and
selfishness.
selfishness. Because now what people are saying is, what can I get off of you? Is that kind
Yeah.
of like the vibe you're starting to get from people? Like,
There's no, it's not, there's not give and take and there's not
there's no
roles and responsibilities
cohesion,
because
nothing.
because this guy has all of these things and this woman has all these things and you come together and you figure out how do we come together like this and make everything work as a welded unit. Instead, they're going like this. They're just like, they're just fighting each other. And it's like, I want to look good for my man. I don't go out in the world and say, I'm gonna look good because I'm just hoping I can go out to the bar and get just nailed by everybody. I don't have that mentality. And men, for a woman, need to be like, you need to take care of her, but you also need to take care of your health because your health is like I look at a man's health. I'm not talking about bodybuilder, muscles ripped. I'm talking, do you eat well? Can you go walk up a hill without going right? Can you sleep without being because those are issues. Those are health issues. If you have to sleep with an earbud at night like I do sometimes, you're like, "What are you doing?" No, my son snores like a trucker. He's 19 and he's healthy. So he'll have surgery. We'll fix
How
that.
did you do that so well? Huh.
Because I've mocked that so many times because I've
Oh, I'm
heard that
like,
for
damn,
so
man, that
many
was
years.
like talent. Like, I mean, shit. I mean,
No, my son. I like if I didn't have echo cancellation, you guys be hearing him going like it's like they breathe, but they don't breathe. Anyway, but as a man, you need to take care of your health because we look me as a woman, I'm committed in a relationship. I am relying on you to just house, clothing, food. That's all I need, right? That's all I need. So I'm relying on you to be able to provide that for me. And I'm going to bake your food. And I'm going to do everything around the house, whatever, to make it to where you can do those things. You come home and you can be happy and not have me bitch you out, right?
Mhm.
Like there's a give and take in a relationship. You've got it. Woman needs to be healthy. That's cleanliness, men, and that's oral. Brush your tongue. Like it's disgusting if you don't brush your tongue.
I literally just said that earlier
Wash
today.
your teeth. And men, you can manscape. Like if you have too much hair on the behind, you don't have to wax, but you can trim that up to where it stays clean and it doesn't get smelly. Like you should not be that person. Okay. I've trained people as a personal trainer. Okay. And you can smell certain things on people. And I don't judge because, well, my
I
goal is to
do.
help people. I don't because
Judgment.
I've tried. Well, you got to teach them first. And if they continue the behavior, then I'll judge them. There has to be knowledge first. But some people don't know that you're supposed to keep that stuff clean. Like you trim that and then things don't stick to it. And then when you shower and everything, it's just like, like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I know
You
exactly what
know
you're
where I'm going with
saying
this. But it takes two.
because, but you know, though, all it is that it becomes an issue of pride. And when we talk about whether it be red pill guys, blue pill
Yes.
simps, whoever, you can
Yes.
always have pride. Like you can wake up, women have pride because I'm gonna tell you something right now, Sally. When you, from the man's perspective, you're a woman, and you know this is true. How women treat their body and their appearance and their, their attitude and stuff is a direct reflection of how they view you, right? Because think about it.
Yeah.
A woman who you've seen this a million times, right? Where a chick looks good. Damn, that's a nice looking woman. She meets a guy. They get together. They start dating. They, let's say, have kids and get married and all that stuff. And then not long after that, you see that same chick. You're like, what happened? Right? Do you know what happened? The truth was revealed. She didn't really care that much about this guy. She didn't really love this guy because here's the thing. If you respected somebody, you would be busting your ass in that gym, right? Oh, and for all of you who say that you can't
Mm,
work out, let me explain. So Sally, here's my logic. Let me explain.
I'm gonna listen.
Because there's 24 hours in a day, when people say how tired they are, but Sally, I'm just so tired. Look at their life day to day. You know what you see? A lot of ass time, more ass time than they want to admit. Because in 24 hours, think about it. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen someone plop on a couch and just like watch TV, or plop on a couch and watch YouTube or whatever? It's like, but couldn't you be doing some planks during that? You see what I'm saying? You could be doing planks. You could be lifting.
Yeah.
You can do shoulders. Or look, you can. Let's just say you're standing out somewhere, right? While just standing there. I remember I had a gym teacher like this. This is no lie, biggest calves I'd ever
Did
seen.
you have a straight gym teacher? Because I never had a straight gym teacher on either end.
Really? In
Oh
Utah?
yeah, both. Oh, they weren't open about it. They
Oh,
were
okay.
public. They weren't public about it. But our gym teacher in the 90s, I mean, his shorts were like they were like up to here.
Oh
Like,
no, he had the nut huggers?
oh, you knew
John
by the
Stockton's?
shorts. Oh yeah,
Oh
in the 90s, because
no.
so that would be late 80s or no, early or like 93ish. Because I graduated in 97. So if I in junior high, if you're wearing shorts and you're just like the guys are making fun of it, and my well, I used to always think that my gym teacher was a lesbian, but I've come to find out she wasn't. She just was um 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 she, she ended up dating a guy, and I was really surprised. I always thought that she didn't like guys, but no, she actually was a really kind person, but she was just someone who was rough on the outside as a teacher. But there's
Hmm.
two sides.
Yeah, we had my female gym teacher was she was part of the Rainbow Brigade. Although you know what I've always said, there's no such thing. For those of you who don't know, lesbianism does not exist. That's a myth. But my male gym teacher with the massive calves, Sally, I saw this guy in random places, right? Like where's Waldo? Calf raises. Oh, I'm not joking. When I say all day, like let's say you were having a conversation with him, right? You were like, "Hey, what's up, man?" The whole time you were talking to him, he'd be doing calf raises. He never just was standing. This, I'm not joking. I wish I could have like taken pictures. he had, I should actually look him up on Facebook. I hope he's still alive because, you know, it's been 20
Oh,
something
that would be
years.
sad if he was gone.
Yeah, yeah. I hope
No,
he's still
so
alive, but
well, you'll
he
have to
was
remember, and I
massive.
do you know this about me? Do you know that as so my first job was when I was, let's see, was 4th whatever 4th 3rd grade is, 4th grade. My first job was I was able to get my own very own paper out. And back in
Oh,
the day, you rolled up the newspapers. You had to go out. You had to try to sell to people to say, "Hey, do you want to get the paper?" And that's how you would get your money, right? So I'd go sell papers. I'd fold them up every day, get home from school. I put them, I had one of those little bags that go on front and back, and I'd go deliver papers. Okay. My second job was when I was about, so I moved into my sister's house. I moved out of my mom's house when I was 12. And I moved in with my sister, and but I think it was like 13, 14. I'm like, gosh, I would like some extra money. So I went and I lined up 10 lawn mowing jobs. So from 14 to 16, I had 10 lawn mowing jobs. And when I was 16, I had a neighbor he was an electrician, and they just barely moved in. And I begged him for like 4 months, please just let me come work for you. Just give me a shot. Just give me a shot. And so he's like, okay, I've got this big house I've got to get done. And if anyone's been an electrician and it's the rough part before you hang all the lights. So you're just out there in the heat, it's in the summer. And I said, just give me a chance. So he put me on plugs, on outlets all day long. And this was like back in the day, that's 25 years ago, it was $1 million house. So there was a gazillion plugs in this
yep.
house. And I was like, I'm going to get this job. So I busted my ass all day long on a Saturday because he said he'd try me out for a Saturday. All I did was on my knee. Okay, I was on the ground stripping these plugs, and you have to put them into the box, and then you have to put a crimp on it, and then you got to twist them up all nice and neat. I got hired. So my first job was an electrician. My first real job was being an electrician. So every single summer, as soon as I got out of school until it snowed, I was an electrician. So that was like my first job. And I moved out when I was 17.
I mean,
Don't know what we talked about that.
it's wise. It goes back to what I've been saying about why a lot of people don't have any right to say that they can't do that. You know,
I
hell,
don't
I
want to
had
do it. It
yeah, yeah,
sucked.
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, wanting to do it, especially for women. And I always say especially for women because I just want women to be honest. You guys don't really want to work. Just admit that. It's okay. Here's the thing, Sally. I know a lot of women don't believe this. You don't lose cool points with men when you just admit the truth of saying no. Here's the thing, you can work. Even if you're good at it, I'm just saying that's not what you want to do.
No, I always wanted to be a mom.
Yes.
This is stupid, and people are stupid, and I say this all the time. I had like when you're in, I don't know if you guys ever did this because I'm from Utah, so we might have different weird traditions. But they had this thing called like mash or math, and you draw this little circle, and it would tell you, are you going to live in a mansion, apartment, or
Oh
whatever, right?
yeah.
And then it would tell you how many, depending on the lines you'd have. This is how many kids you're going to have, and anyway, I knew that how many kids. Like I knew I was going to have kids. My kids' names I had picked out when I was 8 years old. I named the same kids I picked out when I was 8 years old. So I've always wanted a family, and people think that that's really weird, but I wanted to be able to work if I had to. I wanted to just be a mom. And, but that's it. And be a housekeeper, not just a mom, but a housekeeper, right? You do the laundry, you do the
Well,
cleaning,
absolutely.
take care
You
of the
do the
kids.
duties. I mean, think
Yeah.
about it. You don't want to be someone who wants to be these things, and then whether you age out or someone else comes in, you don't want that. Like you, just like when people say, like, I don't want daycare to raise my kid, right? You always hear that a lot.
Yeah.
It's like then admit, like, first of all, admit that, and then say, what can I do to ensure that that's not me? That I don't have to do that. And what I'm one of the things I'm noticing though is that like people are doing this weird thing where they do revisionist history, right? So when I
Yeah.
spoke about that guy earlier who was 34 and has literally not ever worked and done nothing in life, he was challenged by someone in my Discord. And you know what this guy had the audacity to say?
No, but you're going to tell me.
Well, what do you expect me to do? I can't just find a job in one day. Sally, how is it one day when that's been 34 years in one day, right? You've literally done nothing. So I started realizing what it really boils down to. People just don't want to do the thing. Just like, okay, women can be nice. Oh, and let me give you ladies something, a bit of knowledge that I found out. When you guys talk about your period, everything that women say about periods and how they treat their man, you notice I said their man, it's all cap. They can
What do
go
you
to
mean about
work.
their period? Like, just talking about their period or just being crazy on their
No,
period?
being crazy and cranky, and I'll tell you why. If women had no control over their period, right? That means they would be a bitch to their boss, to the president, to their mom, to whoever, right? And what I've noticed is that the people who get the brunt of women's, period issues, it's their man in general, in general. And I'm like, because think about it. How many times do you see people go to work and treat their boss like crap? Because you would get fired, right? Relationships are work. You should be treating him the same way,
But
and
that's the
vice versa.
parents not teaching their children not to manage that, right? Because when my daughter had that issue, I said, "You need to figure this out because, yes, you're going through these hormonal change, but you need to adapt because this is gonna be the rest of your life." And right now it's a little imbalanced because when they first start, it's way out of control.
Mhm,
You have to learn that you put on a calendar and say, "Between these days, I tend to be cranky." So you need to recognize that you're cranky and you're short-tempered and emotional, and you need to center yourself and say, "Okay, there's gonna be things that happen this week that I might overreact to, but I need to know that this time is coming, and so I need to be calm and I need to think
mhm.
before I react." And parents don't teach that. I told the same thing to my son. "Dude, guys have 5 mood swings a month, girls have 1, and
Wait,
it's just as
what
bad."
what was this?
No, they do. Are you kidding me? Men are my son was way worse. Woo, woo, woo. Girls were
Oh,
once a month.
wait. Oh,
I can predict
are you talking
that.
about puberty age?
Well, yes.
I don't remember
Sorry.
any mood swings.
Oh, you're I get ask your mom. Ask your mom. I guarantee your mom will say Drex, yes. Like he would be cranky happy, cranky happy. Oh, and it
Really?
was like,
I have no memory of this
yes,
at all. I would
because
remember
you're a
something like that.
boy. Because you're a boy.
I can't think of any time where I had, like, mood swings.
Oh,
If I
you
was mad at something, I'd be legitimately
ask
mad.
your mom. Ask your mom. She'll know.
I'll actually text her.
Yeah,
Let me
text your mom
text my
because she'll know,
mom.
because my son was, like, unpredictable. My daughter was predictable, but you have to teach them that this is you're going through this and you have to not be an asshole in society. That's up to you. Or don't go in society
Was
when you're feeling like that.
I, uh did I have m did
How
I
ha
have
d
did
s
I
When I was
have
going through puberty, did I
I
have mood swings,
was
happy, sad, or angry? I
mood
don't know how you explain that. Swings.
mood swings
At least 5 times a
while I
month.
was a teenager. While
Yeah,
I
at least 5
was
times a month.
I'm saying, wait, 5 plus mood swings. I'll put per month.
Yeah.
I'm saying, Sally, I'm telling you, I may have been an anomaly. Um, I remember, hell, if anything, that had to be my mom. My mom accused me of doing cocaine in high school. It was a very weird interaction.
But the boys take everything out on their moms. He didn't do it with everybody else, right? He wasn't an asshole to other people. He was only an asshole to me,
Damn.
and I had call him out on it. So your dad's not gonna see that because you're not gonna be that with your dad because he'd smack you upside the head. You have to ask your mom.
I'm saying, look, Sally, do you know what it's like to get accused of doing cocaine when it was deodorant, her powder fresh secret? I remember it,
Did
powder
you
fresh secret and Dove.
powder is that's the best smell.
Remember that smell? Remember that one? So okay,
Yeah.
so all through high school, that's what I wore as my deodorant. I didn't wear men's deodorant. And so she would buy it, and I would just be like, "Oh, deodorant's deodorant, right?" And I would get, I remember powder fresh. And one day, you know, when you get to the very end of the stick, you're going like this, and it goes, and it comes out and crumbles. It kind of crumbles away,
Yeah, yeah.
and I
Well,
just
I don't
kept
know 'cause
moving.
I don't have armpit hair, so that I never have that experience.
Yeah, well, for guys, we go up under, so I go up under there,
Yes.
right? And I do the
Yeah.
deodorant, and because it crumbled away, I just went, "Oh yeah, whatever, man." She sees that it's all in crumbles, thinks it's cocaine, and questions me. I'm like, "Mom, are you serious?" So I remember I went like this and went, and so she smelled. I was like, "It's the deodorant." Do you know how long it, like, Sally? I always tell people it took years for my parents to realize our son doesn't drink or do drugs. It was like this moment where they it finally they like
because they labeled it. They just assumed.
they and the reason why I say this is because it kind of goes back to what you said earlier. When people look at you, they see the blonde hair, they see the physique, they see the boobs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, men in general start acting stupid when they see, great big breastises, right? They see the breastises
Did you
and they
just say
see the
breastises?
titty meat.
You
They
just said
see
breastises.
so they see titty meat and it's like they can't control themselves. They have to get
Breastises.
stupid. And they see it and they're like, she must be a whore. She must be this. And it's like, no,
Oops. What did I do? It may
I'm
take
going,
20 me to put me on there. Wait, hold on. No, what am I doing? Why? What did I push? I pushed a button when I was sending a message out. Hold on.
oh,
No. Nope,
oh,
that's
there I
not
go.
it. I
Oh, this one.
accidentally deleted this. Oh my gosh.
Wait, what did you
I
delete?
accidentally somehow deleted the layout. Hold on.
Oh,
They can hear you. I was sending a message and pushed enter and it changed my layout.
oof.
Okay, hold on. I'm going back to my layout. Hold
All right.
on. They
Make the
can hear you
breastises
though. They
bigger.
can
No,
see
no,
you. You're
yeah.
just
So
really
just zoom,
tiny.
zoom in on breastises, and then like slow your voice down. So it's like breastises.
Okay, continue talking to these guys because I'm laughing right now because I don't know
So
what the hell I
when you were saying earlier about that, right? And people
yeah.
will have these judgments. My thing is, we need. I've told the Discord, we need to bring back shame. We have to make shame great again. We have to make bullying
Yes.
great again. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if you call yourself a man and you cannot lift your woman off her feet, you are bitch made. You have low testosterone and you need to do better and be better. Because now, obviously, I don't. Now, ladies, this is where you guys come in. You need to do better too, because you should not be so goddamn big he can't lift you. Okay, that's embarrassing.
We're not
And
guys, we're ladies.
yeah, well, Sally, we talked about this. How many noodle arms have we been seeing? Right, just small, weak dudes. Like what? What is it? And the reason why I bring it up is because as being a side dude for years, one thing I learned was like, what were guys not doing? Right. And one of the things they weren't doing is they weren't doing the little things. So they weren't lifting their women up off their feet. They weren't giving her a little back massage. They weren't giving her a certain, let's say cuddling, whatever the thing is. And in particular, they're like I noticed women lacked the intimacy, like that physical intimacy. Whereas like Sally, there's a difference between a guy grabbing your hand gently and walking you over, having his arm around you, and at certain times, men grabbing you. You see what I'm saying? Like making you feel small. Like I guarantee you, you feel at your biggest and strongest when you all simultaneously feel you're at your smallest. You see what I'm saying? Um, and that's one of those things I think more women need to accept instead of reject is if you feel small, it's because you're with a man that is huge, right? So he makes you feel small. It's not always about physical size, of course. But when I hear these guys that cannot do a single pull, how are you a man and you can't do a pull up? How are you a man and you can't do a push up? You can't do, let's say, 20 sit ups. Like it is getting so bad. And Sally, as a person who was a personal trainer, you look at these guys, the neck beards, you look at these women, and you say to yourself, look, I've seen some badly built women, especially in Walmart. I go, how are you built like this? They're built like Dr. Robotnik from the Sonic games, right?
I love being a personal trainer because when I was a personal trainer, I was at the top of my game. So I had like the athletes wanted to come to me. I had professional downhill skiers. I had people that wanted to run marathons. I had people that wanted to take their game to the next level. And I did have the 40 plus, and those were my favorite age group because they'd never really lifted weights
Mhm.
before. And when they lifted weights, they could transform their body and shape it and sculpt
Oh,
it the
isn't
way
that
they want
beautiful?
to.
They become
Oh my,
addicts.
I love it.
Well, there's like that show, was it My 600-Pound Life? And there's people out there hiding food and stuff. Biggest Loser, I think is the other one. When you help somebody start to, turn that corner, is there any better feeling like when you look at them and you see you can look through their eyes and see all that improvement? But you know what the thing is though? It's not that when the improvement that gets you. You know what it is? It's their desire to improve more.
It's
because
their it's their pride. It's this, and
it's
we're
that pride. They're
I
like,
think
I want to do better. I have a belly. I want to do better.
we have to separate pride from prideful. There's a
Yes.
difference. I could take pride in the fact that if I rent a house, I'm still gonna plant flowers, I'm gonna take care of the lawn. That's taking pride in yourself and the works that you do. It's like you're doing the best that you can every day. And then there's prideful, which is different.
Yes. Well, that's more like the narcissistic kind of, selfish thing. But when we think about why it's so important to have people say, you know what, Sally, I am bettering myself. I'm better. Like a lot of things I believe are a state of they're temporary. They're state of being only for the temporary sense. Like if you're a fat dude, stop being a fat dude, right? If you're broke, like instead we've talked about this, we've been broke, like broke. Broke should be a
I want to
temporary
pause for a
stage.
second because I'm gonna address C Goody. I want to say thank you for being here. And if you want to say that you've heard the same thing for way too long, you haven't been watching from the beginning because we've taken my perspective and Drex's perspective and we're having a good conversation because I'm a naive person and he is someone who knows the world. So thanks for coming in and bye.
No, I mean those comments
Sorry.
are cute. I think he was like on Rakata's thing for
No,
a while.
he was his mod forever, and that's fine because
Yeah,
I don't have anything against him. But I'm saying everyone, when I said I'm having Drex come on, they're like, "Oh, it's." I'm like, "You guys don't even understand who he is. You guys think that he's this woman bashing, woman hate. No, he wants men not to get screwed over. He wants women to not get screwed over. He has a perspective because he's seen it. I have a different perspective because I have a man that's older that was married that had everything taken from him and he gave it to her because he wanted to do the right thing, right?
yep.
So we have a relationship and his income doesn't. If I was a gold digger, his money, we could not have a relationship because you cannot have a second relationship after getting divorced. It's damn near impossible. So you have to have a woman that is not about the money and the things. It's about the actual relationship. What do you actually give each other day to day? Yes,
Mhm.
trips are fun and great, but you can go freaking buy a tent and go camping and have a freaking great time. I can't. I can. I freaking would rather go camping than get on a plane and go somewhere. That's just me. But it's a different perspective because this world is a crazy freaking zoo right now. And there's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot of degeneracy. Look at the Olympics. So if you want to come here and try to learn a perspective from a female that was naive, and I'm trying to learn, I'm trying to grow because I want my kids to be happy and I don't want them to get screwed over with this whole matrix of this government that has set men up to fail and to destroy the
It
family unit.
absolutely
And
has.
that's what it's
Well,
about.
the men are set up to fail because they've been allowed to set up and fail. Like if you have a system where, like I said, you have great bullying, like guys should be shamed and should be fucking bullied because you should be strong as a man. You should be authoritative. Like when I see guys out here and they have this weird thing, like they have, like I said, they have soft voices. You should be shunned for having a soft voice as a man. You should be shunned for having a weak body as a man. Like, think about this for a second.
Okay, you don't
You,
have boys, Rex. You don't have boys. You have a daughter. So I have a
mhm.
boy. And I'll tell you what, the day that his voice changed to a deeper tone was the most joy. I remember it. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, you are a man. Like to
Yep,
me, that was you are a man. And as a mom, that was joy. And that's I don't know how to explain it, but that was joy.
I bet it was. Now, okay, I want you to imagine that moment and imagine it's never there. You have
I
the
know.
incel voice, the nasally high pitched incel voice forever. Because here's the thing, you as a
What are you
mother can't
talking
respect
about?
them. Yeah, well, I mean, see, Ali, we really have to like if that is the voice you're kind of looking at, I'm like, I can't take you seriously. I can't. And we have to bully these people into submission so that they realize I need to do better so I'm not going to be continue to get bullied. And when there's people out there that just think that like life is just about the next video game release, the next Nintendo Direct, the next you know, P Hub upload. No, there's a lot more to life than that. Like the
I
next
just
One
came up with a good
Piece.
example, Drex.
What's
I
that?
I just so my son, so my kids, so Taylor was very hyperactive and was just like just very active, and it was really hard to keep him in line and try to keep him staying on task. So I put him in tumbling at 3 years of age. My
Mm,
daughter was in tumbling at 5 years of age because they have to stand in line. They have to wait their turn. They have to follow instructions, and it got all of their energy out. So both of my kids were on competition team tumbling. My son was like, he was so good and so athletic that he was like he would they had to move him up to a different level where he didn't compete against anyone his age because he
mhm,
was so good. And he's like, well, that's stupid. I just win because I'm not competing against anybody. So he didn't want to do it anymore because he wanted to compete.
mhm.
But he was both my kids, we always ate protein and vegetables. And if they wanted to have a carb, they could, but they had to eat their meat first, then their vegetables, then they could eat their carb. But by the time they were done with the others, they didn't want the rest. So they were very lean. And then I went through a hard time in my life, and I allowed them to have school lunch. Within 1 year, he had gained 20 pounds. Well, I don't know if he gained 20 pounds, but he got chubby.
Oh,
He went through this
no.
chubby phase. And him himself did not like the way he felt.
Yep.
So then he went back to the way I taught him how to eat, quit eating school lunch. And you've seen pictures of him. He's leaned out, he's strong,
Yep.
he's fit, but it was him seeing that I was chubby fat. I wasn't happy. And then I figured my shit out. But he went through that phase of not feeling good about himself, and it was the way he looked on the outside. Had he not
It
figured that
affects
out.
you. He needs because here's the thing, you need okay, let's just say you're a fat dude. You
Oh, that was
need to
my
see
point,
pictures.
is people made fun of him. That was my
Yeah,
point, is that
oh
people
god,
made
thank God.
fun of him, mocked him,
Yes.
and then he felt bad.
I hope he cried.
He's supposed to wear glasses. He won't wear glasses because he got made fun of,
Good.
right? So he changed because he got mocked,
That's
and he
see, and
changed
that's
his
the
ways.
beautiful thing about these guys getting bullied because we need to really make bullying great again, Sally. Like, I mean, really make it great. Like, you should be mocked because I want you guys. This is for all the guys out there. Ask yourself this question: why are you fat? Honest question: why are you fat? Because now hold on, Sally. This is why I say that. Do you not hear guys always say like, "Oh man," especially white dudes, "that chick's fat, bro." Wait a minute. And I look at their picture and I'm like, dude, you have some nerve. Because a lot of guys who talk about how women are fat all the time, they got beer guts, looking terrible. They got love it. Do you have love handles? Like, ask yourself as a man, do you have love handles? Right? Do you have a beer gut? Do you have man boobs like Bob, bitch tip Bob in Fight Club? This is unacceptable. You cannot be a fat dude. There's nowhere, and this is why I said, Sally, I have picked women up. I've grabbed them like this and lifted them up, right? They have this face, this shock, like, oh my God. And it hit me one day. I was like, they don't get picked up like that ever. Because that's in the movies, right? Is that been a staple of movies where the guy picks the woman up, whether it's in the rain and the snow? Like, that's very common, right? Now,
Drex, I'm 5'11", so that's not my reality, but continue on.
these guys got to get stronger. They got to get stronger. There's because I mean, yeah, it's a little different for you because you are very tall. But
Yes.
you have to understand, there are women out there who aren't as tall as you, but weigh twice your weight. Because the average American woman is 170.8 pounds now.
180.
Yeah. I think that's black chicks. Or is it white chicks? Are white chicks that big now too?
I don't know. I don't look. I told you I don't see these
I know
demographics. It's
170.8
true.
is the last I remember. And that was
I thought it was
all women.
178, but it might be 170.8.
Yeah, 170.8. Yeah.
And that's
Now,
based off of the height of one, isn't it 5'4"?
5'4". Yeah, roughly 5'4".
Yes.
Now, you think about how big that is. Sally,
I'm
how
I'm
can
one
women
I'm
be this big?
150. Let's put in perspective. I'm 5'11" and 150.
God, I haven't been 150 since 8th grade, I think.
You're a dude.
Ninth grade. What a time to be alive. But you look at these bodies and you just ask it, like, this is one reason why I say this. You talked about earlier about health, right? The health of men. Do you know that the average sexual encounter for heterosexual couples is 3 to 7 minutes? That's a problem. So how can you
Yes,
call yourself a man
that is
and
a
you're
problem.
gassed? 3 to 7 minutes. The guy's like, I'm gassed.
Yeah.
I gotta go roll
That
over and
is
go
a
to sleep.
problem because girls take longer than a
They take
man does. So if you
longer.
can't last in 7 minutes, then you are failing. And I'm not a sexual relationship is how a couple bonds. A
Yes.
healthy sexual relationship is how you stay together. Unless you can come to an understanding if someone does have an issue and they do struggle, it takes the understanding to realize it's not me, it's him, but he still loves me. And that takes a lot of work to do. It takes a lot of work. 'Cause sometimes
Absolutely.
you can exercise, you can do a lot of things, but some things just can't be helped. But it takes understanding, but that's how couples bond is through sex. And 7 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes don't cut it.
It doesn't,
Just
and
saying.
but Sally, I'm gonna tell you what I've noticed throughout my lifetime. People joke about this, and see, it's like people will call me all kinds of names, not understanding. Like I didn't view any of this as a joking matter. I didn't view being a
No,
minute man as a joking matter. So when I said this, and people say, "Oh, Drex just talks about sex," I'm like, "No, dude, you go." Okay, for
no.
those of you who don't know, you go out there with 3 to 7 minutes, and when you wind up getting cheated on, come running to me, Drex, the red pill is right. She cheated. Of course, she cheated because you're not a man. You're a male. You have the body parts. Any guy who lasts 3 to 7 minutes is you are subhuman. There's no reason for you to even be alive, to be honest with you.
Well,
Because
but
you're
you
an
know what?
embarrassment.
No, I'm gonna say this, guys. So he's gonna say if you have the ability to change it through diet and exercise, you are a
Yes.
failure. If you are doing everything you can and that's what it is, well, you better find other means to satisfy your woman. That's what you gotta do.
Just be a cuck. I'm gonna be
No,
honest, Sally. Sally, I'm just going off what
no,
I've seen in my lifetime. When
no,
you okay,
there are other means that a man can satisfy a woman, and it doesn't have to be another man. There are things, there are aids that you could do to satisfy a woman. If you want to give her pleasure, you can, and then you can finish with your 3 minutes. Men can only finish one time. Women women can come multiple times. Satisfy her first. There are ways to do it.
okay, I need you to do all of us a favor. Let's just say I'm a minute man, and you say find other ways to please her. Tell me what things guys can do to please when they're minute men.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna make me say you know that I'm shy about this. I'm only saying this to help you men out there. There are so many things that you can do.
Mhm.
Women Drex, oh my god, you're gonna make me say this on TV. Guys, so I am a shy person. I'm gonna say this because there are things that a man can do. First of all, kissing and making out is good foreplay. Men are like, just hit it and quit it, be done. No, that doesn't work like that. If you don't get the female aroused, yeah, it's not gonna work. There's fingers, there's tongues, there's vibrators, there's massages. There's so much you can do to bring a woman pleasure, right? She can come 6, 7, 8 times. You can only come one time. So if you can only last 3 minutes, then you better find a way to bring her pleasure first, and then you get to finish last. And it's not that you need to finish last in life, but that will make everything in your world happy. And Drex is looking at me. Why are you saying it like that? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just being honest.
Sally, I'm gonna be honest with you. What you're saying on a base level, I think is 100% accurate, right? On a base level, yes, doing other things, blah blah blah, stretching out the experience. I agree with you. Here's the problem. It is similar to when women say it's okay to be emotional for your lady. It's okay to cry.
No, it's
No, it is
not.
not.
It's not that. It's not. It's
Because
not the same. It's
Sally,
not
let me
the
tell you
same.
something. When guys are out there doing all these other things, and the moment he opens up a drawer, he's over there. He's looking for something
No,
to stimulate
I'm
you.
not saying
He
no.
pulls
Okay, you're
the dildo.
confusing this. I'm no.
Sally,
Okay, you're confusing. I'm saying last resort. I'm saying that
oh,
if
last
no.
resort.
I'm saying yes. I'm not saying that every day. No, I'm saying if there is something medical with you that doesn't allow you to go longer because blood flow doesn't flow correctly, that does happen. I can't wait till you get to this age, but it might happen. But there's no pill, there's no looking at a sexy person that's going to make you just go boing, right? Physically, you could last forever. Like your body could last forever, but for whatever reason, that thing doesn't work. Okay. If that happens, you're eating right, you're exercising, you're doing all the right things. You better figure out how to please your woman, or else she's going to go somewhere else.
I agree. What I'm saying is
I'm
you
saying last
need
resort.
you need to man up, sheer willpower. I think that when you add toys to
You
the mix,
can't, could there's certain when you talk about EID, erectile dysfunction, you
I've had it
can't
before.
you can't, if you're 40, you can't
No,
control
I
shit.
had you heard about what happened to me, right?
No, I didn't hear what happened to you.
I went to Thad's and almost smashed a tranny and had ED for 11 months.
Oh, you
I
did
was
the
done.
the
Done.
Dave Chappelle.
I literally did Sally, it literally stopped working. Done. When I say done, I mean, I want you to imagine
You
this would
did
have
the
been,
Dave Chappelle.
it was done. Sally, look.
But I'm just saying though, but you're still young though. I'm saying that there comes to an age where that may not work, but there's ways that you can do to still please your woman, right? If it's not, you're lifting all the weights in the world, you're eating right, your testosterone levels are there, and that thing just something's broke. You've got to just do what you can.
Man, it is never broke. Sally, the willpower.
You're 42. Let's have this
41, but
conversation in
yeah.
18 years.
You know what? I'm gonna exactly 18 years from now, I'm gonna contact you and I'm gonna go, Sally, it works just great. I will not allow myself. I won't let high blood pressure.
Hey, let's pause.
Uh-huh.
Let's pause for a minute. Okay, so I just gave you a scenario. And if you were in that scenario and you're doing everything you can health-wise, everything, you've done everything, what would you do to keep your woman and satisfy her? That's my question right there. That's what I'm telling you. How do you I was telling you from a woman's perspective how you keep a woman. It's not about that connection is good, but you can do things to keep that pleasure going. And to keep that to where it's not like, it's not me, it's not you, it's this shit happens, but how do you keep it going and still have that intimate connection? That's what I'm telling you. There is a way.
Sally, this is why I believe very strongly in extreme Darwinism, the way the villain apocalypse does, which is if you do not measure, like I have a standard, right? I have to measure up. When I had ED for 11 months after almost smashing a damn troon.
Did you just say that word on YouTube? Thank you guys. Thank you, YouTube. I love you.
Oh no, it's past 2 hours. They're not gonna care, right?
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm not even monetized.
I almost
don't even
got
care.
with the Looney Troon. Well, I don't know what all the terms are. I think that's someone that was supposed to be post-op. So when that almost happened, right? And
Play hide and seek.
I'm gonna be real with you. The thing that ends up happening though is that like when I wasn't functional, see, Sally, I just didn't go
Okay,
out
let
there.
me ask you that. Okay, I'm gonna ask a series of questions. When you were functional, how did that make you feel?
Oh wait, you mean like the transition from being functional to non-functional?
Yes, when you were not functional after that experience, how did you feel?
Oh, I was not me.
As a male,
Yeah,
did
I'm
you
not me.
feel
Yeah, no. A man who can't
did
get
you
it
feel like
up
a piece
and
of shit? Did you feel like I'm worthless? Like, what's wrong with me?
no,
Like,
no,
what
no.
thought
So,
into your
I'll
head?
tell you how I felt. I remember like, okay, everything about me was normal. I was like, all the rest of me was normal, right? I had the same confidence, everything. But in that regard, in that one area, I remember being like this. I need this to hurry up and start working again. Because remember, because I already knew I
Did
was
it
going
cause
to
you
get
anxiety? Did it cause you stress? Like, I'm trying to get I'm asking you
no,
genuinely.
because I'll tell you why. I always knew it was eventually going to work again, right? I knew because I knew I wasn't just out of the game forever. And
How old
I
were
also
you?
let's see, hold on. This would have been 2012. So I would have been just around
You were
30.
in your 30s. You were in your young
29,
you're
30.
like 32.
Yeah, 29. I was like 29, 30.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand it
No, no,
from
it
your
was
perspective.
emotional trauma. It had nothing to do with like there was like some blood flow or nothing. No,
Well, I
it,
know,
it
but it yes, I'm trying to hear you. You're
Sally,
not seeing it from my perspective.
Sally, I had to basically go like this. Here I am. Something's not working, right? And I know that it's temporary. See, I think that's the key difference. I wasn't sitting there going like this. It's all over to the end of time. I remember being like, dude, when is this like this? When is this like block going to when was it going to go click and then I come back to normal? That's what I was thinking.
But what if it's okay, so take yourself past the 30s
Yep.
and you're older and you're a very sexual man and you're just like you could like look at a girl that's sexy, dressed, full clothed, and it just like you're ready to go.
Mhm.
And then you take yourself older and it should do that thing, but it doesn't.
Oh, yeah,
Like
I would
it
just
should be
not I would
that.
not participate. I wouldn't because okay, now this is the
But
reason why I
it
say
okay,
that.
but you're talking from a single man. I'm
Yes.
talking from if you're in a relationship and you have a woman that is used to that amorous type of feeling, and
I
if
tell
you're a
her to leave
man
me.
and all of you would feel less than.
Yeah,
So a
absolutely,
woman
I'm
has
telling you because I'm not a man because and this is the reason
so
why I say that.
but a woman could shame that guy and make him feel like a piece of shit, or
As
you
she
could
should,
figure out
because
a
he's not a man.
way. No, because some
It sounds bad. I know it sounds
no,
bad,
no,
and it sounds brutal, but
it
remember,
depends what age you are. It
Sally,
depends what
nope, I won't make an excuse. Look, no one made an excuse for me. When I look, no one was harder on me than me because I was that soft,
I know,
right?
but that's my point. We'll have this conversation later.
I know, no, but Sally, this is my whole point. There has to be a thing where guys are like this. Okay, if you are prepared for the test, you're prepared, right? Like you have the equipment needed for
But
the test.
you're taking out this variable that I said you're doing everything right. You're doing everything right. You're eating right, you're exercising, you're doing everything right.
Yep, you don't make the grade. My rules
Okay,
are standard because,
okay,
and this is why I say that.
okay.
You remember that movie Rudy? Probably not because you didn't watch movies.
Oh, of course I've seen the good movies.
Oh, you seen
I've seen
Rudy?
Rudy.
Okay, Rudy
Oh,
had all of the he had
it's a
all of the
sports
things, right?
movie.
Rudy had
He was
all of the
short,
things. He just didn't have like the
hard.
physical body. He had everything else, right? And that's why the coach said, if I put what you have, your heart, your determination, in a guy who has the physical body, he'd be the perfect player, right?
He had a
It's that
heart.
same thing. It's the same thing. If I have all of the things, but I like the physical part isn't working, I would go like this. There's no point of me being on Notre Dame, right? This metaphorically speaking in this
Okay,
context.
but you failed to hear from that whole entire conversation that we just had, is I was telling you from a female's perspective
No,
and telling
it's
a man
rough. I'm
how they
there. It's rough because men
no,
have
I
okay.
was telling you from a female's perspective how you could still make it work and not have your wife cheat on you. Is if you're having issues down there, there's ways that you can please the woman without spending money or any other things. That's the perspective I was trying to give you, and I don't think you heard that.
I know I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that like it's as the guy, right? Like, okay, so from the female perspective, your job is, hey, I'm looking to get my needs fulfilled, right? I agree. I understand that. What I'm saying is, if the question is, Drex, if you were in this position, if you were much older and things weren't working right, that's why I'm saying I can't really be the full
You're right,
me.
because you know what? Yes, I understand the mentality now.
You know what I'm
Never
saying?
mind, I'm
Like
stopping.
I mean,
No, I
I mean,
understand it
I can do all
because
those
that's what I'm saying.
things.
I understand that mentality because that's the same mentality of someone I know, and so
Yeah,
now you
yeah,
you're
yeah.
the same.
It's how we
You beat
think.
yourself up and you feel like this is not acceptable.
Yeah, yeah, it's not because yeah, that's how we because like I get what you're saying. From a woman's
Yes.
perspective, they're
Okay.
saying, "Hey, you like, hey, like, almost like you're cheering them on. Like, hey, you can still do these things for me, and I appreciate you because I know that like you want to rise to that occasion." But
Yes.
from the when
You
you
got
flip
lost.
the coin, the guy's going like this. I know I can do those things that can help you, but like in order for me to be the 100% me, I
It's
have to have all of me working because it's in my head. That's all I'm
yeah.
saying.
That was
And
my point.
yeah,
I was trying to understand it from a male's perspective as a it's complicated
oh,
because,
okay,
like,
let me ask you this. What do you think is the
that was
female
my point.
what do you think is the female equivalent of that? Like because
It
see, it's harder because like women can always quote unquote perform because you guys' equipment doesn't need to rise. And if someone goes, I'm
no,
dry,
but
lube.
it's not it doesn't, but it's the emotional chemistry of it. So even if they don't rise to the occasion, it's that they're still into it. That it's not like, "Oh my god, I am a failure. Oh my gosh, this is a" like women can sense that. So it's your confidence.
Mhm.
It is your confidence. It is your ability to even though you know it's that way, you know it's that way, and you're just gonna figure out a different way, but that's on you to change your perspective and be like, "I'm gonna show confidence," and a woman senses that, and that it doesn't matter what, that is a huge turn on, and a woman's body is going to respond, and maybe yours will in return, but your head will fuck you up more than anything else.
You know, I'm glad you said that. Isn't that like the craziest thing? Is like anything that, like, let's say, you, like I say, you've done the personal training thing. I've helped people work out, and the most shocking thing was just changing a mindset, right?
Yes.
Because the body usually can, like obviously, dealing with, if someone's younger, and like as long as they have like their faculties, and that's kind of how the whole thing started with our whole show, which is, there are people out there, obviously we're addressing men, wireless Sibian, yeah,
Never use a Sybian because they will destroy your sex life.
they will. It'll
Not speaking
hyperstimulate.
personally.
They hyperstimulate.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I've told
Never
women
use it.
this. They don't listen to me because
Don't.
someone, yeah, do not, ladies, don't do it. Now, if you want to quote
Don't
unquote try
don't
it,
use vibrators. Don't use vibrators. Don't use other things because it ruins that stimulation as well, and it ruins that intimacy.
you know,
Unless you actually have to, or
you know,
unless your
it's kind
man's
of funny to me.
participating with you.
You know, it's
What
funny that
was
you
that?
say that, Sally. It's funny hearing how women view sex and sexuality because, like, I'll show you from the man's perspective. Yes, it doesn't matter what the thing is. It is, yeah. Like, so, like, I'll give you an example. Hey guys, you'll see this on channels, right? Hey guys, you shouldn't watch so much PORN. It's really bad. It's like you can
Yeah.
tell a guy that, but here's what the guy's gonna do. He'll be sitting there twiddling thumbs, right? Just that's some free time. Just these thumbs gotta get twiddled. And Sally, especially when you're a true degenerate like me, something comes over you. You'll be sitting there and you're
Milkers?
like, yeah. You'll actually have a moment where you're like this. You look down at your phone and you think to yourself, this phone wants me to do it. It wants me to research this. It wants me to look this up. I need to see what's new.
Don't do it.
And you tell yourself, no, don't do it. Sally, it literally, it calls out to you. Like I'll be sitting there, like, and you see those videos, right? There's all kinds of videos where like someone's caught
Yeah.
looking at spicy material. If guys got to have the amount of sex that they actually want to, like, because you guys are the gatekeepers, right? If men were able to just have the amount of sex that they wanted to, A, they wouldn't be watching the spicy stuff, and B, you know how productive those guys would be if a guy was like, wait a minute, so I get to go ahead and get topped off after I go ahead and fix something.
You know what? There's like statistics and studies that say that men who do have less sex are more productive. Yes, I need to find this out because it's like when you're constantly seeking sex,
Oh, you're right. You're
that's
right. Okay.
all you think about. That's all
You know
you
what?
think about. But if it's controlled and
Okay.
you have less of
He
it, you're
needs the
more
promise of sex. Okay. I think I know what you're saying.
no,
The
I
guy
don't
who
know if it's
gets the
promise,
physical, no.
maybe.
So what I'm saying is this: the guy who gets it can be less productive, but the guy who gets the promise of it, I think, can work harder. You see what I'm
Oh,
saying?
I haven't heard it from that perspective. Do enlighten me.
No, they did. Okay, so there was a study done in Asia. I want to say Japan,
Okay.
but I'm not. Someone might have to. Is Japan or Korea? The men were more productive when they were attractive women walking around encouraging them, right? Because the atmosphere, sexuality itself, the promise of it is what motivates guys. Sex, I think sex in and of itself isn't like the motivator. That's why if you ask men, would you rather have your lady in lingerie or bucket naked, right? She's gonna be like, I'll wear whatever he wants me to wear. But the guy who says, oh, I want her naked, but now there's no allure, there's no mystery. It's just like there she is. But there's something about having that extra layer that I believe really helps men to achieve more, to lust more. Like, I think lingerie helps men lust more. If a naked girl walked into my room right now, that's cool, right? I love nudity. But a girl in lingerie and heels, yes, absolutely. I prefer that. And why wouldn't you? If the guys in this thing, I see Kevin Albuquerque. He says, when you're young, you're capable of playing the MLB schedule. As you grow older, you're hopeful for an NFL schedule, but there's always room for practice. He's right, because the amount of things you can do, right, when you're at your most virile, when you're young, right, and you're strong. Think about the things that you're going to do, right? You can recover quicker. That's the main thing. A guy can go hard. He can go hard in the gym. He can go hard anywhere. And when he finishes, he can just recharge. Like Sally was saying earlier that guys can only they can only bust once. You get a young buck. Ask a young buck how many times they can go. They can go indefinitely because they're young bucks. They're designed that way. They just can just recharge, regroup. They can constantly reload, right? Let that dude get a little older, and God forbid, he's been working a little while. He's maybe he's got a little bit of a gut. He's kind of done. He's pretty much a few minutes, maybe half an hour. That guy's done he's done. And I mean, damn, Sally, who the hell wants to live in a world where they're done? I don't think women want to grow older in the sense that like they know what it's like to be at you guys' biggest power, superpower is when you're at your most youthful, right? Because men there's so many doors open to you when you're 22 years old as opposed to 32, 42,
If they know
52.
that.
Yes, if they're aware, if they're self-aware. Now,
Yes.
for a guy, our prime is in terms of our earning years is when we're older. Now, at the same time, ask a guy, wouldn't you like to be as youthful?
Oh my God, is that why women go to these younger men? That's disgusting.
Who? The cougars?
Yeah, like the younger, so say I'm 45 and I was trying to be with, I could never be with someone younger than me. Younger than 40, maybe 38, right? But younger than that would just be like creepy to me. There's like a creepy factor. Men is different. Men's different. Men can go younger. It's different. But for me as a female, I couldn't go younger.
I mean, look, Sally, I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is, shout out to all my guys out there, the Bowsers of the world. Any guy who's been out there and busted a cougar's cheeks, they knew. It was all about a couple of things. Were you confident as the guy, right? Because I'll give you an example. Sally, would you agree that like you can have let's say a strong preference for X, right? Whatever X is. But would you agree that like if someone makes you go, I know that, this is something I don't normally do, but that's why the people always say like, oh, they made an exception, right? People make exceptions when something is exceptional, right? Or at least appears to be exceptional. Like, you know me, I'm very tall.
What don't I know? Because I don't know. Because no, I don't know. I don't know. Keep going, Drex.
Oh, wait, which part doesn't you know? Oh, yeah. Someone said, Madonna's 70, has a 20-year-old span. Yeah, Madonna's been dating some young, but those are guys looking for a bag. Let's be honest. Look, guys looking for a come up.
Because she's not cute.
Yeah, Madonna's gross. But
yeah, she was cute. Maybe.
Hold on. What do you think Madonna's prime was?
I don't know because I just remember Sydney. I just remember her back in the 80s. Like I'm an 80s.
She wasn't cute music back then. Like no, from guys.
I'm not a guy. I'm not a guy.
Yeah,
she's never hot.
See, you like guys didn't look at Madonna. Okay, I'll tell you what Madonna was. She was sexy, and that's more of your attitude, how you portray yourself, right? And she was provocative.
Confidence.
Yeah. But she wasn't like guys didn't look at Madonna and go, ooh, I want some of that. She made that book Sex. It's because she was being more provocative than all the other girls, right? Because most of those girls are pretty buttoned up. So guys are like, oh, well, that doesn't turn me on. But they see Madonna in some black leather. Sally, do you know what it did to a young, I think I was 10 years old when I saw the movie, maybe 10 or maybe 11. I saw Batman Begins as a kid, right?
Never heard of it.
It's the second Tim Burton movie. Batman, Tim Burton Batman movie. And it's the one where Michelle Pfeiffer is down in the iconic skin tight leather.
I like Michelle Pfeiffer.
And she just like okay, remember, I'm a boy, right? I'm a young, virgin, thirsty dude, right?
You're younger than I, so yes.
I saw that in I think that was 1992 or 93 when that movie came out. Maybe mid 92. And I remember seeing that. And I just had like this, something clicked for me. And I was like, yes, I want that. I want a woman dressed in that.
She looked hot, but she looked hot though.
She looked hot.
She had the curves.
She had that hourglass. I just remember thinking to myself,
the eyes, the lips, like she was pretty.
But guys now are doing this metro thing, and I think that's what caused an imbalance.
What's the metro thing?
Metrosexual. the whole like,
Oh,
effeminate. It's like that queer eye for the straight guy kind of look.
the straight skinny jeans thing.
Yeah, look, I will not wear skinny jeans under any circumstance. Absolutely not. No, that's unacceptable. And I mean, think about it. If the dudes are feminine, the only like remember opposites attract, right? If a guy
Yeah.
looks feminine, isn't he only going to attract a more masculine woman? There's no other way. Like why would a feminine woman get with a
Well, yeah,
feminine
that's
dude?
what that's what I was going with earlier, is that it's been very intentional, right?
Oh, absolutely, it's the programming. Well, that's
Yes.
the whole purpose of that is to
It's that they
depopulate.
destroyed them they destroyed
Yes.
the family unit. They destroyed, "Oh, I don't wanna get divorced and lose all my livelihood," right? But I still love my family, my wife, right? So they kowtow to their wife to make everything work because they wanna try to make everything work, right? It's the programmings. They did it. It's been very slow. I'm not making sense, but it was been very slow,
No, no,
and it's
I
been
get
very
exactly what you're
intentional.
saying. It was also very intentional, and that's what led to these weakened guys. You started having single moms
Yes.
raise the kids, and they had shit food, and the food is poison, is literal poison.
Yeah.
And
Oh, it is.
it
All
gave
of
the
it.
guys that dough face, right? That's why you notice how some of these
My
dudes,
son got mocked. Yeah. Yeah.
they can be 25, and when you look at their face, they look like 16. You're like, where's your jawline, right? They don't have a jawline. They have like I use Elliot Rodger as an example, right? He's like the incel Jesus. Elliot
Yeah.
Rodger was not a bad looking kid, but did you notice his mentality? He was entitled, he was narcissistic, he was all the things that like on their okay. If you are that guy, women will respond to that, right? Like if you're a Chad,
Body misfor dysmor
the
dysmo
body
is it
dysmorphia, his
dysmorphia? Yeah,
Elliot Rogers' body looked like I said, he looked like a twink. I'm just being honest. Elliot Rogers looked like a twink. And he's
yeah.
like sitting in front of his BMW talking about some, girls need to, be with me. And if they don't, they're gonna get dealt with. But I'm like, but Elliot, you don't have the credentials to make women want you. Because you're weird, you're small statured, you aren't very masculine, like, and there's a failure because guys like him, they get mad at women rather than improving themselves. You see what I'm saying? And vice versa. There are women who hate men.
It's victimhood culture. It's someone else's fault. It's not my
It's
fault.
never their fault.
I didn't do anything wrong. It's all their fault. I'm a victim, and I like, you guys suck. Like, it's just your
Isn't that
fault.
sad? Like, I mean,
It's not.
imagine your son coming home one day and you ask him how did the interview go, and he's like, "Well, mom, they didn't hire me because," and he just says something ridiculous, right? Something, and then like,
Mhm.
okay, that sucks, son. But then you start hearing that same excuse 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Like, are we sure it's what Are we sure that they're not hiring you because you're tall? Because that is it. Because you're gonna look around, and go, I see other tall guys hired, right? It ain't that. What is it?
Mm. It's like when he can't find something, right? So he's looking for something, and I usually have a pretty tidy house, and sometimes, like, I get busy and it's not, but everything has a place. Why? So he has this snake outside that had kind of a rattler tail. But something happened to it. I didn't do anything to it because I knew right where it was. And I try to say, well, probably a mouse or a cat or something got to it. You did something. You moved it. You did I'm like, son, I didn't do this. Stop blaming other people for things that you didn't do. Like, you should have put that in a different place. You should have taken care of it. But it's that blaming someone else. I'm like, don't blame me for things that you should have done differently. This is on you. Figure it out. And that's like a small, silly example, but that's the reality of it. Is they blame. That was a small example, but it's like, what did you do with this? I did nothing. Well, yes, you did. Nobody else could have done it. A cat wouldn't have eaten that. Well, really? You left it on the deck, and something came and ate that off, and it's gone, and I didn't do anything to it. No one's been home. You didn't do it. I didn't do it. So take
Yeah, yeah. We're
responsibility for
running
your
out of
stupid
options.
failure.
No, I've seen that, and this is kind of like similar to I've seen people that I remember that Frost chick, that hideous looking Frost chick, when she went on G4 show and was, preaching the same like tired feminism, right? About how everyone's sexist, everyone's this. I'm sure you're just as tired of BLM screaming about anything as the next person, because it's like you
Oh,
can't keep
yes.
doing something and then saying, "Oh, it's because of I'm black," or it's like, no, it's not. It's just you. That's it. It's you. And this notion that this is like, Sally, look at the people that we've been raising in society, right? We're raising men that women don't want and women that men don't want.
Yep.
And
Yeah. There's no attraction. There's no chemistry. It's so intentional, and if you look at the Olympics, if you want to go to the Olympics, that is what they're trying to bring us towards. And we have to figure out as a society, as a people, do we want that? Or do we want to freaking go back to our basic roles? I just wanted to be a freaking mom. I don't want to go out and try to figure out how to make money and pay the house. I want to learn how to make a new cool dish that you're going to love. I want to go make some cool vegetable that's going to make you like a great dinner, some strawberries, some raspberries. Like the yard's got pretty flowers, a nice little pond where you can sit outside and talk. That's what real women really want. But
mhm.
they're teaching women to like, you need to go out and work, you need to turn your hair purple, you need to be 300 pounds. Like my daughter was normal. Okay, so I told you she's tumbling, so she was ripped. If I send you pictures, she's ripped, and she was I'm athletic, right? I'm tall. It's genetic. Ripped. And then this Cardi B shit started going around the internet, and you
Oh
have like the
no.
Coke. Who was it? Was it Lizzo that had the Coke bottles? That's so attractive. Like my kids were fit. She's like, you didn't have bread in the house because you didn't want me to get fat. I'm like, no, I didn't have bread in the house because you had acid reflux and you had a bad reaction and you got sick. So I kept bread out of the house so you wouldn't be tempted to eat it so you wouldn't get sick. Right. But somehow it was me not wanting her to be fat. But I ate the same way she should eat so she could learn by example. But somehow it was my fault for everything because those are kids. They blame their parents for everything. But it was all based off of I'm going to be an example because I want you to be healthy and you have these allergies because she was 3 pounds 2 ounces when she was
Oof.
born. So she was in the ICU for or the NICU for 4 weeks. And she had acid reflux her entire life. So I controlled it with diet instead of medication. So
Mhm.
I didn't give her I didn't have her get band-aids on her arms for her whole life. So that was something I did because I wanted her. I was terrified because she was like this big. And anyway, but then she starts seeing the Kardashians. And was it Lizzo who had the soda cans or was that the Kardashians? Their ass was big for 6 Coke cans. Was it 6 or 16?
Oh
And she's like,
no.
well, she thought that was sexy. And it was dimply. And I'm like, what the? I'm a personal trainer for a living, by the way, health, fitness. And I'm like, and my daughter, I'm like, you're gorgeous. Everything is just right about you. And you want to have this big fat butt. But we had these conversations because I talked with my kids and she thought that was attractive.
The
She never wore makeup.
there's an issue there because I've seen that with wanting to, body augmentation is serious. And I mean, you could argue it's just mutilation. I don't know if you heard about those guys who are getting like leg lengthening surgery. You heard that? It's bad.
They go
Guys
to
are
was it
getting their legs
Japan or
broken.
was it Japan?
Yeah, I want to say like Japan, maybe India, I think something like that. And these guys are like getting their
Okay.
legs broken and with all these pins in them, and like, I need longer legs to be 6 foot tall, so women will find me attractive. I'm like, but now you look like a freak because now your
Yep.
body is out of proportion. This is
Yep.
something I tell the women when you ladies out there who are a certain size and you go in there and get these flotation device assets, you look ridiculous, right? Because your body's out of proportion. Like if someone takes a petite girl and gives her double G boobs, she looks awful. And I see it. Sally, the things I have seen in my travels where I'm like, look at this. This looks awful.
I was triple F at one time in my life. One time in my
I'm okay
life.
with this.
It was after I had my son, but I won a bikini competition and I won a shit ton of money
Oh
because
shit.
he was 6 weeks old and I was still breastfeeding. So I was like huge. Was 6 weeks post having a child and they're like, "Oh, enter this contest." I'm like, "Whatever." So I did it. I was like 24. Yeah. I won. Well, lots of money, but so yeah, that does happen, but that's not reality.
You know what's bad?
Yeah, I was triple F.
You know what's bad about talking about triple F boobs and breastfeeding and stuff?
They were ugly.
You used to see, Sally, stop using those kind of words, okay? you have internalized misogyny toward breastises. And
Hmm.
I'll tell you what happens. I used to be normal when it came to boobs. Like I was legitimately like normal. Well, I mean
Okay.
normal-ish. Do you know what happened?
Really?
I did one damn stream with Lead
I
Attorney.
remember
He
this.
told me about super producers. I haven't been the
I
same
remember
since.
this.
Sally,
I had to look this up.
I had to look it up. I was like I remember just being like a normal person, you know. And like when I went on the hub, I would like you know, I would just look at the normal stuff, you know, scroll down, click a few categories, and then see what was new. And I had a certain view of the kind of material I like to view, right? And my life was perfectly normal. And then he said the words super and producer. And I was like, well, those I like, I mean, both of those words entice me, right? When someone says, do you want something normal or something super? I want super. Do you want
Super
something
and a producer?
in a
Well,
producer?
hell
I don't want a liability. I want a producer. So I'm like, well, what is this all
yeah.
about? Sally, you've heard about
Oh.
this new fetish that guys have where they're getting
I
fed by
looked
these.
up what a super
It's
producer was after I saw you
it's
talk about it on
it's
a
great.
stream, so I know what
Oh
they
my God.
are.
It's everything you dreamed of as a guy.
No, it's not because
And
I'm a female, and I'm not gonna say this story online because I do have
you have what?
Yeah, okay. No, I'm just saying that I am like, I'm a lady in public, okay?
So then you have a super producer feeder in private. Look, I'm okay with these things.
No!
I
Okay,
am.
so I have this so me and this I've had this best friend since I was 20. We're best friends. Even right now, I could call her right now and say, "I'm having an emotional breakdown." She could be in Florida, and she would drive here or get a plane to come here and see me, okay? She's my best friend. I'm not a lesbo, she's not a lesbo, but, I think it was when I had my son. So our both of our kids are the exact same age. We both had
Oh.
we b we're we are
Oh, I
we
like where this is
everything's
going. Hold on. Yes. Tell me
No,
more.
so she's a bottle feeder, and I am a very natural, like, when I had kids, I didn't take I didn't take ibuprofen, Tylenol. I ate certain amount of meat, vegetables, like, I was a very healthy person. So when I'm gonna regret this story. I know everyone, I'm gonna regret this story, but this is who I am, so I'm gonna share a piece of you. And no, I'm not a hoe. But anyway, so one night I go to her house, and there's, like, a big group of people. It's like New Year's Eve, and, we're all just hanging out, and her husband said something I can't remember what he said, but I just whipped out my boob, and I just squirted because I was, like, full because I had a babysitter, and I was like, but I knew it would gross him out because I knew he's, like, got a like, this gross out thing, and he was so freaked out, but it was the funniest thing, and we talk about it and laugh about it all the time. No, but it was just fucking funny. It was just funny. It was funny. There was a group of people, men, women, and everyone died laughing. Yeah, look, give me that look. That's okay. It was a funny
No,
I
I'm
was
giving
a
that
crazy
look
person.
because so Sally, I'll tell you what has been my lifelong like thing. All the times when women say that, you know, something is usually they have like a negative connotation, right? It doesn't matter what it is, right? Oh my
Yeah.
God, feet are gross. Oh my God, boobs are nasty. Oh my God, oh my God, I feel so gross, Drex, because I'm feeding. And you know how you know they always say that there's always that guy, right? You always heard that expression, right? There's always that one guy, right? Sally,
Yeah.
I'm that one guy.
Yeah.
When you put me in these environments, I would have been like this. Oh, is it that kind of party? And I would have just been like this. I would have just lied down and be like, yes, you know what? I'm feeding. I need this. Super producers, shout out to lead attorney. It
I love
opened the
that guy.
door to like a new algorithm in my P Hub searches, right? When you log on, you know, it says like, you might like these, right? It suggests the videos from the algorithm. Super producers. I mean, Sally, my mind goes places. You know, I sit there and I imagine like because it's the sound they make, right? It makes the sound, and I'm like, this
Do
is
you
the
know do you know what it does for a female when milk
I do not.
releases? It is it is almost orgasmic. When your milk lets down, like when your kid is like ready to feed, there's like this letdown. And this sensation because you want it's not sexual, but it's this weird tingling sensation because it's a natural thing. So when you feed, this is turning really weird
No,
as
I
I'm
mean, it's like
describing
a
it,
pimple that needs to
but
get popped.
it's
You're
a
like, "I feel
natural
better."
it's a natural feeling. So this thing lets down, and then when you suckle your baby and they eat, it relieves that pressure. But it's a weird tingling sensation, and it's really hard to describe. It's not pins and needles. It's a little bit different than that, but it's like there is a sensation when that. So a lot of women some women are really stimulated by men sucking on their nipples,
Yeah.
and that is because of this natural thing that it creates this stimuli that it's just arousing. But when you're breastfeeding, it's not arousing, but it's like the sensation that is like natural. I don't know how to. I was trying to describe it, but I'm not really describing it well.
I mean, look, you described it well enough. I like natural. I like arousal. I like breastises. It makes sense to me. I'm a simple man. I don't need like you ever look at you have like the DSM. You have all these books that have all these explanations of everything. It's like you don't need any of this.
Yeah, I
Like
don't have those books.
you can just sit there and go like you can just give me like a diagram, right? You can give me an image. You can give me like you think about hieroglyphs and all that, right? You think that they weren't super producing back then in ancient Egypt, and they just like put it on there. And you just saw this, and she just
Okay,
squeezed
so
the titty.
I'm for Drex, I'm 45. My youngest child is 19. I could still get if I were the right I could still get milk out if I wanted to, which I don't know if that's normal or not. I've never looked into it. I've never tried, but I mean, yeah, it's happened, but I'm being honest. Like, I don't know if that's normal for other females, but that's happened. Like, I know that
I
would
mean,
happen.
look,
Like,
so it doesn't need to be normal. The way that the degenerate like me thinks that we just have mental images of milk, mouth. Like I'm telling you, like so. I wish
okay.
I wish you could like go into like the brain of a guy for like a
No,
month.
I tried to put my head into the brain of the guy. This is why I'm blushing because I've said things that are making the brain of a guy just like
Oh,
the
it's great.
brain.
It's good. Like
It's going like this. I'm seeing it.
Sally,
I'm
I
feeling
can
it.
literally like the things that when most people say like, oh no, this is too far. It's like it opens like a doorway. Like I said, the thing that changed the lives of most men.
Curiosity.
No. So I'll tell you what changed the lives of men. Men were having a fairly decent life, and something happened to us. We went from 3G to 4G. It was way too much. The
No, I'm just saying. If people want me to share, and I'll tell you this much right now. I'm a very faithful person. I don't stray. I don't cheat. My man knows exactly who I am. There's no desire to go beyond that. So if I share this stuff, he's not going to be disappointed or upset. So I would not ever say anything in public that he would be upset by. So if I've
yeah,
gone too far, that's he's my gauge.
well, you know what's funny you say that is that men are have a decent life. Wait, what that say? I saw something. Men were having this decent life, and then 4G dropped, right?
Oh
And
my.
then we had these smartphones with 4G, and we were like, I didn't know this existed. I didn't know this. This is like the HD revolution, right? Once 5G hit, something really changed. We were like, I have access to these things that like I didn't know existed, and now that I do, it's like we could go further. When they talk about Star Trek: The Next Generation, right? All these different worlds and all that stuff. That's what it was like a whole different realm. And so every time women talk now, see, back in the day, you guys used to say something, and we just kind of were like, okay, that's just in the moment. We heard you. Now we can go research what you're saying. So when a woman says that, oh yeah, Drex, it was so rough. I was super producing. What she was super producing, and now we can go off whether it be the feet, whether it be the
Wait,
back.
wait, 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 wait. Is is a super producer someone who produces while they're having sex?
No, no, no. They just produce while they have kids or whatever. It doesn't
Oh, okay.
matter.
Oh, okay.
You
Oh,
know,
okay.
no,
Well
Sally,
well, I was just trying to envision what you were saying.
oh, don't worry. We don't have barriers the way like women do. Like you guys are, you guys tend to, be like this. I don't want to say anything too out there stuff like Sally.
In private, we do, but not in public. Well, a real lady doesn't say it in public. Like I've said a lot in public tonight, which I don't do, but I'm only sharing because I want men to understand how women are, not because I'm this vulgar person that's like, I don't talk like this and you don't hear me talk like this, but I'm trying to get you to understand as a male how women are at home. Drex has given me a public perspective of a male. No?
Yeah, I think both sides. I'm glad you said that. I think both sides need to communicate that more because, like, I mean, Sally, you and I have talked about this. When we hear these couples that start to descend into madness, the relationship fizzles, and do you remember what we both agreed upon is like the number one cause? It was just lack of communication. Like,
Yeah, that's
if
exactly
people
where my head
just
went.
talked,
Yes.
talk.
Yes, before so I was when I met this guy, I was 34, he was 50, recently divorced and or separated. They weren't officially divorced. I thought they were divorced, or else I would not have pursued it because that to me is important because I'm not a home wrecker. If they were just separated, I think there's a chance they could make it work, and they should have every chance to make it work. And
Mhm.
communication, we talked. He told me about his life, his experiences, and his as a man, and this is what I know. So I try to understand things from a man's perspective because I want to be a good person. I want to be
Mhm.
a good partner. And his biggest thing was for me, I never really felt rejection, but I felt usury. But him as a man, when for me, he's like, why are you interested in me? Like he has low self-esteem. I'm just like, because I fell in love with like his brain. I fell in love with his like work ethic. Like to me, and guys are like, well, women only want men that work hard and to do this. I'm like, yeah, that's women are different than men. We are attracted to those things. Like you can be a big bodybuilder. To me, a bodybuilder is selfish. If you spend more than an hour in a gym a day, you're selfish. You're just trying to be this, look at me, right? But there's a difference between being going to the gym, taking care of yourself versus going so extreme that that consumes your whole entire life. Anything that's over extreme takes away. But the
I would agree
biggest
with
thing for
that.
me is that yeah, but so for me, I was a personal trainer. When I had guys be in the gym 2, 3 hours, the traction meter went down because you're selfish. You are so consumed with yourself. And so
Well,
my point was, hold on, I was getting there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say like you make a valid point, but like I guess like, the only caveat is that like isn't a bodybuilder doing it because like it's profession, like his the gym
No,
becomes
no,
the
they're
job.
no, I have trained so many. I have
I
dated.
didn't say they're not
I have been
narcissists.
around I have been around so many bodybuilders. They are so into themselves. If they don't eat every 2 hours, they're an asshole.
I
No
agree.
one wants that. There's a difference between being fit, taking care of yourself. You don't have to have the perfect chiseled body. It's do you take care of yourself so that you're gonna live as long as me, so that we can be together for a long time.
Mhm.
That's how I see it. I don't know about other women. That's how I see it. And so they're oh my gosh, I lost my point. God damn it. Um, talk for a second. I've got to think about my point. There was a point
Well,
there.
when you talk about the industry of bodybuilding, guys out there maximizing their bodies, at the same time though, when it's your job, right? When it's your job to look that way, that's kind of like a model, right? If someone says, "Well, what is a model?" Models have to be kind of self-absorbed because like their body is their moneymaker, right? Like their appearance.
Yes, so you brought yes, as a personal trainer, I was most stressed because I had to always look the part. Who's gonna train with someone that weighs 300 pounds? They might
Yes,
have all the knowledge in their head, but so I grew up in I live in Utah, and any other person could wear a sports bra and tight leggings, but if I did it, I would get punished, I get written up. for whatever reason, but that's how I got more clients. And so I finally went to my manager. I said, if you want me to make you more money, you've got to let me dress to where people can look at me.
Yes.
It was a red polo, which red is not my color, right? Because it just washes me out. I said, if you want me to make you money, you've got to let me look the part. You've got to let me wear a tank top, that shows my arms, my stomach. You've got to let me look the part. So within 1 month, I sold like $10,000 worth of stuff.
Oh,
And I went
nice.
to him and said, "Do you see what this is? People are visual. They want,
Yes.
oh, I want to look like this. And you have to work out. You have to eat right." And that was so much I was a personal trainer from the time I was 21. Like, that's a lot of pressure. And finally, I got to the point that's why I quit being a personal trainer, because I just wanted to be healthy. I wanted to just be
Yeah.
me and not have to have that expectation that, well, if I put on 5 pounds, if I lose 5 pounds, I just wanna be okay with that. And it took a lot of time to do that. But in Utah, if you did that, if you look like this, you're a hoe. If you look like this, you're not smart. I'm very book smart. I'm very smart. And they were going to hire a district manager, and they were gonna hire this frumpy girl that was like, did not know shit. And finally, I
Oh,
went to the owner and I said, "I would like an opportunity to interview for this position. At least give me a chance. And if you say no, I want to interview for this position." So I went and interviewed. And he looks at me after the interview and he goes, "I never realized that you were smart. I just you are like the total package. You know your stuff." I'm like, "Yes. Why do you think that these clients are paying me to train them because of this? No,
they
I
don't
know
see
my
it.
shit." Yeah,
I've
they judged by this.
so you and I have talked about this because I know what it's like, right? When someone just sees
Yes.
the physique and they judge and they have all these preconceived notions. And okay, in some ways, looking the part can be a positive, right? Like, for certain things. And sometimes looking the part is a negative because people only look at you as the part, not the person. And I think that part kind of sucks. When they, like you said, they look at you and they think, oh, you're the busty blonde or, whatever. And one thing I think that we need to all do a better job of is like really kind of highlighting our own talents, highlighting our own value, because that's a problem. Think about it. How you look at all these girls like on Instagram and stuff, right? And their whole thing is I show my body, right? That's how they make money. I show my body. And then you and I both know these girls are eventually going to age out, right? They're going to get to a
Oh,
certain
yeah.
age and then like that's not going to work. So you're going to look ridiculous when you're like, 30, like let's say a girl's like 38 trying to still do thirst traps like she's 22. It's like it
38,
doesn't work that way.
done.
You're done. Like not for that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's just I just wish there was more like honesty and communication of us just being able to say, you know what, Sally, let's be our best self, like whether it be in the gym, financial sector. But it's like you should be always thriving to be better while still being able, like you said, to kind of like relax and be like, you can have a cheeseburger, right?
Yes.
It's like you don't have to have like every moment of your life just be like, I'm driven to this one cause.
Wait, I don't have to take off my bread? I showed you a picture before where I'm like, you're like, "Where's the rest of the
Oh, yeah.
hamburger?"
Oh,
'Cause this is how I've eaten like this since I was 18, 'kay? It's a
Sally, you're
habit.
missing out on so much. Do you know what
No,
it's
it
like to
just
eat a
makes my
you're eating a burger without the other part of bread? What is that?
ugh.
Obviously terrible.
I think what Drex is trying to say, guys, and I did cut him off, was that everything is about, whether it be about the kids, whether it be about the government, whether be about relationships, it's about communication. It's
Yes.
about like, we grow up in a country, in a society where we have people come from other countries. My definition of hoe might be the different definition of someone else's meaning of hoe. They could go out and rake the garden with a hoe or cut the weeds with a hoe. And some other person might be, when that girl's a hoe, right?
Mhm.
But definitely, and I'm using extreme and exaggerated example. But my point being is if we don't ask clarifying questions, say, so if you by hoe you mean someone who goes out on the street and dresses very scantily. And he says, well, no. I mean, like you're a hoe of a great woman that goes out in the garden and hoes all the weeds, right? We have to ask clarifying questions. But in society, we've made everyone feel so stupid for asking and clarifying questions. I've had people who I respect, like I've had legal vices go after me because I will ask people questions, even if I know the answer, just to see where that person is coming from.
Yeah.
Go after me publicly. And I'm like, and finally I messaged him privately. I asked this question. I'm clarifying. I want to know what people think. Do I think this way? No, but I'm just trying to clarify what others think. But you have to ask clarifying questions if you don't understand. And that's where relationships fell. We have different, my guy is very literal. I'm not literal. I'll use word. I'm like, okay, so when you use this word, is this what you mean? He'll say, no, when I use this word, this is what I mean. I'm like, okay, so when you use this word, this is what you mean. He's like, yeah, this is what I mean. And then you have understanding because there is a difference in language.
Only one of them is right. The man. Sally, I'm going to tell you something.
No.
True story. Leximus was telling me this. He said he went to go get food for his wife. And she said all she wanted was chicken nuggets, right? He goes, are you sure? Right? Because he's like, hey, are you sure? Yeah, that's all I want. You sure? You don't want fries? Because you always like fries. You're like, no, I don't want any fries. He leaves, comes back, has the chicken nuggets, right? And she goes, where's my fries? He's like, well, you told me you didn't want fries, right? And she, they didn't get into a fight, but she kind of, was like, oh, well, I didn't, what I meant was, it's like, but why would you just say that? Just say that you want this. Sorry,
It's
the
communication, but there's the communication and understanding. We have to ask clarifying questions because language is different.
But that's delusional. That's insanity.
No, because I say I only want chicken nuggets. I say that to my guy. He's only going to bring me home chicken nuggets. Like I understand that, right? And as a person would probably just be like, yeah, I'll bring home chicken nuggets. I never get a meal. I never get a soda. I never get fries. If I wanted fries and a soda, I would say, give me chicken nuggets with a meal. I want fries and sub my soda for an ice cream, right? It's communication and asking clarifying questions.
Yeah. I just think it's funny that like they don't usually get asked, and it's like it's expected that he's supposed to know.
Well, no, you can't know. No, you have to be specific. You can't assume someone knows the way you think because not everyone thinks the same. If you want to understand someone, if you're thinking a certain way, you say, "So, Drex, if I'm understanding you correctly, when you do bicep curls and you go out like this, your elbow really hurts really bad on the inside." And you're like, "No. When I do bicep curls and I go in like this, then it hurts really bad on the outside." Oh, okay. So let's modify how you do bicep curls, right? So and that's a weird example, but it kind of gives it an extreme.
Well, yeah, just the nature of
Like,
directions. And you're right, because how someone says something or perceives it is going to be different. Like
yes.
when I remember telling you, I was like, yeah, Sally, my shoulder's all jacked, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
get an MRI eventually. I promise.
I can tell you how to
And
fix that, but you have to listen to me. But go ahead.
fucking arm. I'm not joking. It literally feels like someone just went in, took
Right
a
here.
knife.
It is pinching you and stabbing you right here, right? Like right,
Uh,
like look at me. Look at me. Like look at me. Like right deep in here, it just like throbs and aches.
no, so I have
Like
multiple.
this whole muscle and this whole joint just aches, right?
No, so not the whole thing. There's very specific spots, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And
Okay, we'll talk
it
about this later. But go ahead.
I ended up getting to this point where as I'm going through all of this pain, and I started thinking, yeah, Sally's right. Without talking to somebody, or you don't explain it right, you're right. You end up in a scenario where, and this is something that I think men and women need to do a much better job of, is like communicate what is this person's expectations and what is their way of communicating. Because, like you said, if you talk to a guy who's very literal and you say something that's very figurative, he's not gonna get it. Like,
Mhm.
he'll just kind of sit
Mhm.
there and give you the face, like, I don't know what you're talking about. And you're like, what do you mean you don't know? I just told you. You're like, no, but it's like you realize, oh, they're sorry, they're literal. I can't use like metaphors and parables. I should say, this is literally what I mean.
Drex, you just made me laugh because we've gotten to the point in our relationship where he will say, "Are you being literal or are you being figurative?"
Yep.
Yeah.
Does that make you laugh when you think about it? Like just like
Yep.
you can be around so long where someone asks that and they're just like being in earnest. It's
But
like,
that's how we learn not to argue though, right?
mhm.
Because he's literal and I will be figurative and we would fight about the literal.
Yes. Like
And
what
so
was the
we
meaning, the
just
subtext?
yeah, so then we learn to communicate to each other. We learned how each other talks. We learned how to work through that so we could have a good relationship. If I just assumed that he was being figurative when he's being literal, and he assumed that I was being literal when I was being figurative, we would fail. So you have to learn to ask clarifying questions to be on the same page.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons that we need I think it's a conflict resolution, right? Because like you and I can have a disagreement, but like it never comes out as a screaming match. I don't know if you've noticed this, but like lately, people dig their heels in and like they don't really listen to the person. They
They
just
wanna
start
be right.
screaming. Isn't that
They wanna be
weird?
right. They wanna be right.
Yeah, it's like here's the thing. Sometimes the answer's not quote unquote right. It's just like, no, no, no. It can be subjective. Like I had
But
that
they want
question.
to be right. But they want to be
Yeah,
right.
they want to like bludgeon you into agreeing. And I'm like, but that's not like really their answer because I had that question in the Discord when I said, which one would you prefer, a woman in lingerie or a woman that's naked? And it's like,
Lingerie.
well, obviously that's the right answer. But
Yeah.
there's always that guy, right? That says like, oh no, naked. It's like, ugh.
That's the guy that lasts 3 minutes.
Oh, you say so?
Yeah, the guy who wants you naked is the guy that lasts 3 minutes. He doesn't wanna do the foreplay. He just wants to he doesn't want he doesn't want the emotional connection. He just wants the gratification. So,
True.
yeah, so if the lingerie, the dancing, putting on music, and just, like, being sexy for your man and, like, working up to it, that's, like, emotional. If a
Hmm.
guy just wants you to be naked, he just wants to hit it, quit it, and go to sleep, and that's a 3-minute guy.
I can see that. But damn, the other ones though. Like I don't know about how you feel, but like they're all kind of weird to me, Sally. Like just
He was
like the
all kinda weird.
generations,
More
just like
words.
the new generation of guys, just and some of them can be older. There's a weirdness to them always. I
I
don't know if
don't
you're
know
starting to get
because
that vibe.
I'm not out in the world. I don't because I'm not out looking for anybody. I'm not out dating. I'm not out
Hmm.
looking for something. I'm not in my DMs sharing pictures or I'm just like I'm just a normal person. And so I don't see that.
Really?
So I have my son to compare to, and he seems really freaking normal because I berate him, telling him to
Hmm.
be normal. I said, "This is not acceptable. This is how you treat a lady, and this is what you have to look out for a lady. If this
Hmm.
lady only wants you to buy her things, you need to cut and run
Oh,
because you're more
absolutely.
than that." Yes, and that's why I
Hmm.
called them out the other night. That's why I called both of them out, and I said, "If you think that this is what life is about buying things," and that was a message to my son and
Hmm.
letting this girl know that I knew that if you're gonna be a gold digger or you're gonna be this girl that just wants my son to buy you trinkets, I'm onto you. It's incognito, but that was there.
Yep. You just proved the point again.
Yep.
You did the incognito like lesson, whereas like I think guys are just like direct, like,
Well,
but I appreciate it.
I was direct with him,
Correct,
but
but
I
it
was
was meant for
incognito
her.
with her.
Yeah, it was meant for
Yes.
her. But
Yes.
like that's it's one of the things I find fascinating about women is that you guys would do indirect communication.
Oh, I'll do direct, but it's my son's girlfriend and he likes her. So I'm gonna be sensitive and I'm gonna sugarcoat it, but I'm
Oh,
still gonna pay attention. I'm gonna pay attention, I'm gonna sugarcoat it. I will tell someone how I feel. I lose friends. I don't have any girlfriends.
oh, we had that conversation earlier today.
I have one girlfriend, sorry.
It's crazy. Every girl always says they have one. one of the funniest things in the world is when women say like, no, no, I have girlfriends, and they stop. They're like, I have this one, right? Like she's known them. A woman's known that one girlfriend for 20, 30 years, however long. And it's like, yeah, one. And I can't help but kind of laugh because I'm like, it'd be so much easier if you had more than one, but I know why you guys can't. Yeah, yeah, they just can't get along. I mean, that was the whole Al Bundy quote from Married with Children. Um, but I think at the end of the day, we're at this turning point culturally where I think certain women will find a man and get back together and get like, I'm not saying they're gonna right the ship. They're going to, I believe, right the ship within their own lives, within their own community. Because you guys are starting to see malls are closing, and all of this stuff is kind of like a sign that like people aren't connected anymore, right? And when I grew up, we had the food court, we had the mall, we had people talked, people interacted, and every day I see like a more of a disconnect where people have online friends, they have all these things, but it's like not the real God's honest, true connection. And I think like we're really missing that on a societal level of being able to say, "Hey, I'm going out with the boys," right? Just having drinks or having whatever, and then you interact with new people. Like that's all I ever ask people. Like you meet so many people in life, and it's like the question is, can you interact with somebody who is different from you, who has a different viewpoint than you? Because like you guys have all known in the internet space that like echo chambers has really become a thing. And echo chambers are a direct byproduct of the internet era because it was hard to be in that situation and say, hey, man, I'm in an echo chamber. How are you going to be in an echo chamber like 96? Right. I mean, finding people to join your cause was not easy because, of course, yeah, you can get someone to do X, Y, and Z, but like they weren't connected. And I think it's tough to say. It's like it's one of those things where you have to kind of like just be there. Like the kids who grew up in a certain time, like I did, people who are a little younger, I'm gonna say a little older, I'm gonna say people who are a little older. Sally, do you remember we just had so many places to I could physically touch you, right? Malls, movies, department stores, picnics, block parties. There was always an actual connection. We are becoming so disconnected now.
Well,
Like,
you have to remember that I grew up very different because I told you that I grew up the second youngest of 7 children with a mom who was married to my dad for 19 years, who had 7 kids under the age of 16. So, I didn't like to go to a dollar movie. I went to 2 or $3 movies, and that was with me going in the couch cushions
oh
and
goodness.
finding change that fell. So, like, going to the mall was not a thing. Like, the only my mall experience as a child was my parents taking 7 children to go school shopping,
Oof.
and my parents forgot the last
Oh
child, which
no,
was
you
me.
literally like Home Alone?
No, no, I was at the mall. Like, I was alone. They left. They went home. I was at the mall for 2 hours. So, like, so
Oh,
when
how
you
old
talk
were you?
about the mall experiences and all these experiences, I grew up being so poor that, like, I didn't do anything. Like, I learned to play outside. I learned to just you entertain yourself. We didn't have TV. We didn't have cable. I didn't grow up like a normal child did. So,
Mhm.
my experience so I didn't get brainwashed by the media,
Isn't that
thank God.
crazy? Like you basically were spared. Like just
No, I
almost like
was.
a happenstance.
That's what I'm saying is, like, I this is my philosophy is those who grew up poor and were
Mhm.
not brainwashed by television during a certain period of their life are they understand the world differently because we weren't programmed. Like, I went 15 years without watching the news
Mhm.
because I knew they lied. Because my sister worked in the ER, and we had a shooting where 6 police officers got shot, and one of them was my good friend that I worked with after
Oh.
college, and he got shot right in the head,
Uh,
and he dragged 6 people out of a house. There was a guy that he ended up dying, but he dragged him out, and he didn't wanna wait for an ambulance, so he threw him in the back of the car, drove him to the ER, and this guy walks in, he's got a in his head, And the
Mm.
nurse is like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm just fine." They're like, I can see your brain." But
Oh.
But because he went into action mode, all of his neurons refired and reconnected, and he's just fine. Other than trauma, he was just fine.
Oh,
He had
damn.
trauma. Yeah, it was a drug bust. And I knew these people because I personal trained the police force. I
Yep.
trained people to be in that department. But he was just fine. But that was like, so my point was is my sister worked in the ER. And the story they released wasn't accurate, and I was like, "I'm done watching the news," because they lie. They just wanted to get the story out. They didn't want to get the details, they just gotta get the
Yep.
story out. They do a retraction 2 days later, but who sees the retraction?
Yeah,
Nobody.
yeah, we all learned that. Yeah, it's sometimes it
So I
kind of
didn't
feels
watch
like a
the
no-win
news.
situation. It feels
I
no-win.
if you're asleep, it's a no-win. If you're awake, it's fine because I watch
Yep.
all kinds of news, and I know because I can see the lies now.
And there's a lot of light to see. I'm thinking about just what people have been, like I said, what people have been exposed to. Sally, you remember not too long ago, even if someone like rooted for Trump, they had to do it kind of like behind closed doors. You know what I'm saying? Like, whereas now I think people are more open with just basically like open with who they are, right? Like, I believe in this or I believe in that. It doesn't matter. Like, they kind of do it. Because you remember, think about it. In 2020, did you really hear people saying, I'm voting for this guy? No.
I
You
know
see what I'm saying?
I did not watch any news outlet until 2020. I went from 2010 at least
Damn.
until 2020 and did not watch the news. Not at all. Nothing. I didn't have cable. So if you don't
Hmm.
have cable, you can't watch the news. I told you I raised my kids with no cable.
Yeah, maybe they're more fortunate. Damn.
No, I'm just saying, like, they weren't brainwashed. So when you say, "Oh, your kids should have seen this," I'm like, "No, my kids didn't have the opportunity to be brainwashed." Both my children identify as the same gender at birth. They were not brainwashed.
Isn't that sad? You're gonna have a generation of especially guys being like, "Are you a real woman? Like, let me see your birth certificate."
Right.
Oh,
I'm like,
who's the latest one? Who's the latest one that won the beauty contest? Was that
"Oh, I don't even know."
Miss Maryland? Miss Maryland.
Oh my.
It's like all I can say is like tell your boy, please be safe. Like, because it's gotten to a different level of crazy out there where I'm like, Jesus, this is well beyond the normal crazy. This is crazy, crazy. You know what I'm saying? But oh yeah, I didn't realize it
Well,
was.
I
Is
live
it
in
two
Utah.
here? Past two? Jesus
What was that?
Christ! No, I just realized it's past two. I'm gonna get off here only because I have to actually work tomorrow afternoon, not morning.
You have a job?
I know, right? I know it's shocking.
Okay.
No, I don't work till tomorrow afternoon. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna get like
Okay.
6 solid hours of sleep.
Is it 2?
I just realized it's
It's
2 here. I
2.
was like, is it fucking 2? I no, I looked over and at first I thought that said 12, but it's 2:12. And I went, oh
Do
shit.
you know what's funny, Drex, is when I stream, especially if I'm doing a topic that means a lot, I don't ever look at the time because I just wanna finish the topic.
Yeah, it's wild because like the topic itself, I think we're gonna see unfold because like I'll tell you what I think, and I'll close with like the more hopeful, the more Sally focused, hopeful aspect. I think there's been so much damage done that there's more guys out there who are much more aware, right?
Yeah.
Because they kind of look at it and they're like, yo, I don't have kind of like I mean, like I said, I've seen this with women. I don't know if you've been hearing about some of these articles where they say like, the next generation is like the most like conservative in decades, right? Because it went
I don't
so
know.
far left, they're basically forced to like being the trad wife is the new punk rock. It's the most rebellious thing you can do is put on a sundress and say, I'm baking for my man, right? That's like,
"Oh, I'm gonna make me
whoa.
some new." You know what? That's what made my man fall in love with me is because I made homemade I would make homemade dishes.
Yep.
I'd be like, "Hey, I just learned how to make this. Let's try it out." And he's
Oh
like,
man.
that's what he liked.
Yeah,
that he
and it doesn't
I
take
would just
much. It really doesn't, like, I've told people it doesn't really take much to make guys happy, and I think if women stay on code, and I think a lot of these women out here can still find a man, they can still get married, still have a family, but it's like the women's standards have got to be, realistic, right? And so does the guys,
yes.
because
Well,
like
let me speak for women for just a minute. Women, I have mostly a male following, and I love all of you guys. If there are women listening right now, a man, when he goes to work, he has people bitching at him all day long. Oh, you did this wrong. You did this wrong. Blah, blah, blah. So when they come home, they don't want to hear about how the kid spilled this on the couch,
nope,
how you had a rough day driving in traffic. They don't want to hear none of that. They
nope,
just want to say, "Hey, honey, treat your man like your dog." And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, like when you go see your dog and he's like, "Oh, honey, like I want to," like they're so excited to see you. Act like that dog and be so excited to see your man. Don't bring drama. Just bring love and affection and excitement and let him know that. Let him unwind. If whatever issue you're having is not going to end the world, keep it to yourself. If it's
mhm,
something that's going to impact your relationship and your finances and your children, then bring it to him. If not, find a girlfriend or just write a letter and burn it
oh,
and do not tell your
thank
man
you.
because he does not want to hear it. He wants to work hard and provide for you. He wants to just go do that, deal with that shit. And he just wants to be happy. So if you're a female out there, keep the nonsense drama that's not life threatening, does not impact your finances or your children to yourself because a man has way more things to deal with. And if you do that, he will make more money and he will make you more happy.
I always find that funny because that's the great paradox, right? If women are just nicer, they get more, but instead they go, "I'm gonna be bitchy so I can get more," because that'll motivate them. It's like, no, it doesn't. It literally makes them do
No,
the opposite.
I don't think women okay, I don't think that women are intentionally bitchy. I think that women
Really?
treat their no, I don't think they're intentionally that way. Like, for with my guy, he's just like my best friend. So I talk to him like I do my best friend, and she's a female, right?
Mhm,
And he's a man, so he's just like, "Oh god, I just don't wanna hear this shit," right?
mhm,
But with her, I can just vent, and a man wants to solve your problem. So he comes home from work, and you're venting about you got stuck at work. He's like, or stuck picking up the kids. He's like, "Well, why don't you go down this street and this street instead?" So you're talking to him like your friend. Men and
mhm.
women are different. Women can you can vent to a woman and she's not gonna solve your problems. And she'll be like, "Oh yeah, honey, that's okay." You're expecting that from your man. Well, his brain just started working after work, after he's exhausted. Now he's in overload. So I don't think it's intentional, but women need to understand that men and women think differently.
Yes.
Find a woman to vent to. If you want a man, like even my guy, right now, I'll say to him, we've come up with this code because we've learned to communicate. And he'd be like, I don't want you to fix my problem, babe, but I just want you to listen to me for a minute. And
Mhm.
so he'll listen to me and he won't fix it and he'll let it go. But if I don't say that, then in his mind, he's going,
That's literally,
okay,
yeah,
how,
we're designed that way. Our brain starts spinning
yes,
to fix the problem, and
yes.
It
And a man
yeah,
comes
that's
home
been
from
like that's
work.
been a thing. Yeah, you see like those skits, and that's been in movies where like the woman gets mad, like, "Ah, I just want you to hear me. I just want you to listen to me." And the guy's like, "I'm trying to solve the problem because you presented a problem."
But I'm
Um,
I'm I'm wired like a man too, so I solve people's problems. I've had to learn to keep my mouth shut, so I
mhm,
understand it, but I wouldn't understand this if we did not talk about this because he has such a shitty marriage that he was not gonna go through this again, right?
poor guy.
He was not gonna do this again, so we had to learn to communicate, and men so this is to women, not to men. Women, men don't wanna hear negative shit. If you can solve it on your own, don't bring it to him. They don't wanna hear about your kids, like, kicking some other kid at school or putting gum in someone's hair. They don't wanna hear about any drama. If you can solve it on your own, if it
Yep,
doesn't impact your finances, your relationship, or your children, find someone else to tell it to.
facts. I love it. I love it. I mean, I think that's like the best possible. Oh, the balloon show. That show, that's an actual shit show. Sally,
What is it?
you might have to look into that one, the balloon popping show.
The
Have
balloon
you
popping
heard of
show.
this?
Never I Drex, okay, you know me. Do I
Uh,
watch TV? How many movies have I seen? Julia knows, Sing knows. Um,
you kill me. No, no,
there's a lot
it's
of
not a show. It's on the internet. You can literally go on YouTube and just type in like balloon pop show.
okay.
It
I
is
don't
you're gonna see some things on that show. Like it
I
is
don't know.
bizarro
Yeah.
land.
I got woke up with some deep research that I keep to
Mhm.
myself, but I just see the world differently, but I still see hope. You laugh at me all you want, Drexel.
I
I'm
love
just
you. You know I just have to poke at you because Sally, it's
You
so
could poke at me all you want, but I know that
bad.
you have lost hope because you know what? If I was a guy, if I was a man, I'll tell you, if I was a man, because I try to see it through both lenses. It's not binary. I'm trying to use your word.
It's so
There's different no, but I see it from your perspective because I've talked to you and you've helped me to understand my son. Because I'm a woman and my ex is like, he's a great dad, but we're not compatible. He's a box of rocks, okay? But he means well. And so I find people that have helped me to understand the world. So I don't think the world's lost. And you've helped me to see this, but I will never, I won't go to the doom and gloom that everything's done. I still think that there's a way, but it's not, no one's gonna save us.
no.
No one has the answer. You have to save yourself. Food preparation, raise
You
your
know that
kids
we
right.
agree on quite a bit. Like there's only like a couple of like points in the realization of like this is the state of things. And obviously solution is one thing. I think we may disagree on solution, but like even when you say, you're not into doom and gloom, I don't believe I am. Um, I just think that one of the big things, look at it like this. If everyone can come to the same conclusion and say the nuclear family is like the number one, right? Everything kind of derives from that, right? Like if your nuclear family is destroyed, society goes downhill, right? If you can agree on that, you go like this. Okay, how can you get the nuclear family back if the courts exist? And the answer is
You
you
can't.
can't.
You
It literally
can't.
is impossible.
No, you
So
can't.
so when people
You
say
have the
I
you
have
have the
hope, I'm
nuclear
like,
family without getting married.
yeah, 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 you have to. Now, the problem is the laws are getting worse by the day to combat that. See what I'm saying? Like,
Because
of
they don't want us to be happy. They
course
want us to
not.
be one world. But as
Now,
soon as we all
I mean, I think people are happier when they have their own, like, their own community or their own world. They can say, hey, I'm with this group, we're chilling, everything's good. You invite new people in as long as they don't cause any problem and you keep it moving.
I don't even like
People are
calling it a
happy.
group. Yeah.
God, I miss the good Sally, I really miss the 80s and 90s. Like
You know what, Drex? I
being
don't because
outside.
I was so lonely. I was so
Were you?
I moved I so I graduated in 1997. I moved out. I lived in my Most people don't know this. People, "You're a gold digger." No, I lived
Mm,
in my fucking car. Okay, guys? I moved out. Had a summer job being an electrician. I had $50 a month. That was for food and gasoline to get to school. So am I a gold digger? No, I'm not, but I figured it out. Banana nut bread is very cheap, by the way. Um,
I
and
hate
I
that
don't know where
people
to go with
say
this.
that, by the way. Um,
To say what?
I hate when people will do like the like I said, they look at you and just go, "You're." It's kind of like when people think that like someone's path has been easy, right? Like, "Oh, I'm sure," because they'll only see you at the end, the finish line, right? And then they'll say like, "Oh, you had it easy." And you're like, "Were you there all the 20 plus years?" No.
No. Like if you would I don't share my life because when people share their experiences, there's one of two things that happen. There's either this, "Oh, you poor thing," or there's like, "Oh, that person just wants sympathy," right? But there's
Yeah.
that middle person that just wants to say, "Hey, I've been through this. If you've been through this too, guess what? You can make it, and you can make it whole. You can either be a victim or a thriving survivor. there's your two options. You get to decide. But but that's what society does, and they look at a person and they label you.
Yes.
And you brought this up earlier when we were talking about, like when I was talking about my son and how he's overweight, and it clicked to me. Why am I fit? I was 5'9" and weighed 110 pounds. Okay,
Mhm.
that's very thin. But my entire life, I was told I was fat and ugly. So I've always
Ugh.
so for me, I've always tried to just like maintain like this physique because I never want to be fat and ugly, right? So my entire life, oh, why are you poking your stomach out? Suck in your stomach. That like you look at your fat. And then I was like, I look back at pictures when I was in ninth grade. I'm like, oh my God, I was very thin. And I was told I
Yeah,
was fat and
that's
ugly.
skinny, skinny.
And I had
It's
like
just people
wide
wanting
bald
to put you
hair.
down. That's all it
No, it was
was,
my
like, they
family. That
yeah,
was my
yeah, your
family.
family, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
my family.
they wanted you to sink to their level, that's all it is. It's just a sink.
Correct.
They knew you weren't fat, they knew you weren't ugly, but they gotta say it.
But did they? But did they not? Because they were taught differently because it was programming. If your dad tells them that they're this certain way, and then they tell me I'm a certain way because they were told a certain thing, is that what they really think, or are they brainwashed? Right. So that's how predictive programming works. Do you see what I'm saying?
God, I should have been there for the Gladio shit.
Oh, that stuff. That Gladio is so good,
Because,
Drex.
God, I just wish people knew how deep this goes between the Manchurian candidates, the clones, all
Oh,
these operatives that literally are out here to start unrest.
I almost think that I'm going to redo it because I have all the notes. But Drex, your shoulder hurts.
It's fucking shoulder. No, so
Yeah, but
Sally.
okay. No, 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 listen, listen. Okay, so I'm looking at this shoulder, so it's this side. Okay, right here is hurting, right? Right in here.
Mhm.
Right here is hurting, right?
It's like
Yeah,
here.
it's deep right in here, okay? It's coming from your lat, right here,
Yeah.
your lat. Okay, it's come from here, and it well, no, look at me. I'm showing you what to massage. Look at my face. Look at my body. Here. This muscle is pulling your shoulder forward, and these muscles, it's not natural. So it wants to be here. That's where your shoulder wants to be. It is rolled forward here. So you've got to stretch this out, and you got to stretch this lat here because it's pulling it down. So this muscle is pulling it here. This muscle here is pulling it. Look at you looked at. I can't explain if you look away. I've done this.
Ah, fucking arm.
I prevented shoulder surgery. Watch for just a second. This muscle is pulling your shoulder down here. This muscle is pulling your shoulder this way, right? So you're like this when you sit. And I see it in pictures, and I've been needing to message you. So what you got to do is you got to stretch this muscle out. Okay. So this is a muscle here that's tight, pulling your shoulder this way. Got to stretch this out. And then this muscle here, your lat. No lat pull downs, no incline bench, no bench press.
Um, yeah, I haven't been
I've
doing
told you
that at
this.
all.
You
At
haven't?
all.
Bicep curls?
Nope. Didn't do any of those.
Your biceps are swole. Bicep curls? Bicep curls?
Is that
Wrist
connection
curls?
going?
Wrist curls? This muscle connects to here, that connects to here, that connects to here. Drex, have you been doing bicep curls and wrist curls?
Absolutely not, Sally. I would never do bicep curls
Look
and
at
wrist
me in my
curls.
face and do not lie to me. Look at me. Look at me. Nope, my eyeballs are over here. But yep. So no bicep curls. I'm telling you, you focus on your triceps. Triceps. Look at focus on your triceps. Focus on your back muscles for I would say 6 weeks now. I told you 3 before, but you didn't listen. Focus on
I listened ish.
okay, let me show you. Okay, I'm gonna show you. And guys, I'm not doing this I'm not showing off. I'm being an example, okay? But I'll show you the muscles that need to work. And this dress is not, it was cute, but it's not fitting like I like. But anyway, so you're like this, right? Where I see a picture, your head's like this and your shoulders roll forward. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I can tell that your shoulders hurt and your low back hurts by looking at your posture, right? So you want your shoulders to be here, not here. Okay. So what do you got to do? This muscle, not not your lats. Okay, not this muscle, but this muscle.
Oh, the rhomboid?
Do you have a rhomboid 1, 2, and 3? You don't want to do your trapeze 1.
Nope.
So rhomboid
I
1,
could just do
2, and
reverse
3.
flies then. So you're saying do reverse
Well,
flies?
well, there's reverse flies, which is
Yeah.
only going to work rear delt, trapeze 2, and maybe 1. But you have to make sure you take your. I sent you a picture. I sent you a picture of this a long time ago. So you got to work everything here this way because you want to be like this naturally.
I need to get on the ball then, like the literal fucking the workout ball, like you're sitting on.
Yeah, this is the key.
Yeah, it's balance because I'm starting to see one of the issues. It is so when it comes to pain, because my pain tolerance is so high, like when you get the annoying pain, it just annoys you all day. And you're like, and Sally, here's the problem. This pain is annoying, and the only thing that's been on my mind, other than super producing, is the state fair.
Food. God damn, you're a foodie.
How can you not love food?
I do not wake up and think, oh my gosh, what would I have today?
Oh,
I'm
I
like,
know
what can I eat that's going to give me energy?
Sally,
You're a
food.
man. Men wake up in the morning, they eat breakfast, they're like, okay, what am I going to have for a snack? And what am I going to have for lunch? Then you're eating lunch and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't wait for my afternoon snack. And then you have your afternoon snack. Babe, what's for dinner? Well, I'm like, I didn't think about dinner. We're freaking having a snack. I don't freaking know. Food
Do you
is
know how
just
great
food.
it is to think about food all day? Like how
No,
it is
it's
like it's so
stupid.
freeing. Like you Sally, while eating something, the joy of thinking about the next meal while you're simultaneously having this meal, it's like overwhelming. You're like, oh my God, I'm exposed to something new, something beautiful.
I know how to cook. I know how to bake. I know how to make food. I like food that tastes good. That's why I hate restaurants.
Yeah, a lot of restaurants suck. I'll give you that.
What you're doing here?
Although,
Oh, I got to teach you. Guys, when we get off, I'm teaching Drex some stretches. So you're gonna stay on when I end this stream, by the way, because there's stretches you can do to help your shoulders. No, I don't sit and think about food. I do like my homemade salsa with some chips and cheese melted. That's really delicious. But I don't think about food. My daughter's a foodie. My son's he's kind of more like me because he learned right? Because he got mocked properly. He's a good boy.
I love hearing that. You don't know how much I love hearing that when dudes get mocked and ridiculed and bullied, because you know why? It
He
forces them
changed.
to improve. Yeah, it looked like so it's funny you say that because something I'll talk to Jim about is they try to do this thing where like they didn't want that's why we talk about helicopter parents. They didn't want the boys to be like, we don't want anyone to be, getting bullied and people saying bad things. But it's like, but you need that to advance. Like you need that to go, hey man, I am fat or I am a lame, I am a douche. Like I need to do better.
Oh. Do you know what me and my daughter's biggest issue is? Do you know what it is?
Oh, you mean like a point of contention?
Yeah. What do you think our number one issue was?
Probably clothing.
Nope, because I didn't care about clothing. I wouldn't buy her clothing. She had to get a job. I would buy her school clothes, and she had a budget. If she wanted 3 things that caught between within this budget, that's what she got. If she wanted more within this budget, that's what she got, right? So my kids always had a school budget, and I for
Hmm.
each child. But our biggest point of contention was she wanted a helicopter mom, and I refused to be that helicopter mom.
Oh, that's
But
kind
I
of
was
weird that a kid
home.
would want that.
I was home because because other parents were that way. I wanted my kids to think for themselves,
Hmm.
and I wanted my kids to have consequences. If their rooms were dirty, yeah, sometimes I'd be nice and go clean it, but honestly, I would just close the door. That was their personal space. Their backpacks, I didn't go through their backpacks. That's their personal space. If they wanted to have dishes in there, that's their personal space. Both of my kids have immaculate bedrooms. My son vacuums his room every day, makes his bed. I never told him to do that. I gave him his personal space and he chose to do that.
Hmm.
Like right now, if I were to go and make his bed before he came home tomorrow, he would be pissed because he wants his room tidy. But I never made that an issue. But she wanted this mom that, well, I was a helicopter mom, but she didn't know it. Because if she told me she was going to some girl's house,
Hmm.
I would drive to that person's house 2 hours later to make sure she was there.
Oh
But I
my
never
God.
but I never told her that I did that.
Uh-huh. You're
So
that
I
mom?
knew, but I never told her because I wanted her to have personal accountability, right?
Yep.
But I wanted to make sure she was safe. I just
But I
cared about
mean,
the safety.
isn't Utah like really safe in general?
I don't lock my door.
Yeah. Like, I remember you guys are like top 5, right? Safest states.
I don't know anymore because we're the 3rd corrupt state. There's California, New York as far as elections go.
Damn.
Because
Utah got that
in
bad.
Well, in Utah, you can only win if you're a Republican. So if you're a Democrat, you have to run as a Republican, right?
Oh.
So if you're a Democrat and you want to be in office in Utah,
Hmm.
you have to always present yourself as a Republican and run on a Republican ticket.
But when people see through you, when you talk about policy,
No, because we're gullible. I'm telling you, I'm naive. Look at me, Drex. Look at me. Look, 2020. I'm 45. Look at me. I voted for Biden. This is what I'm saying is the problem. Look at me.
how's
This
that
so there these
possible?
people are no, these people are no, we're naive. We believe in faith. God is going to save us. We have our food
God,
preparation. We
no.
raise our kids to be good people. No, this is honest. I'm being very honest. This is how we think. I've woken up because I've always been judged because people look at me and think you're a hoe, right? So my perception is differently, but I'm still very naive. People in Utah, they hear the word dignity. Oh, well, we're bringing people from Israel and Iran, and these Muslim people are just really good people, and they should have dignity. Well, that's not what they
Uh,
mean when they implement a dignity index versus hate. So there's hate speech and dignity, 8-point scale. And they start
oh
grading
no.
people on this. It's called the dignity index, and they're grading people on this in politics and everything else. And they're implementing it in our schools, but people have no clue because, oh, dignity? Yes, we all should have dignity. Yay, let's have a dignity party. Like that's Utah.
Oh
Like
God.
I'm not, and so they're exploiting these people. They're exploiting them because they're trusting. If Drex, if you said, "Hey, I'm a good dude," I look at you like, "Yeah, Drex is a freaking great dude." Right? I'm gonna tell the world Drex is a great dude, and I'm not gonna vote for him, and he's gonna be my next governor because he told me so. And
Oh
he's part of the
no.
LDS church, and he goes to my church functions, and we just had a family. We had a barbecue, and God, he's such a great guy. We should all vote for him, right? But in the background, you're like doing weird, inappropriate things. You're sneaking kids across the border. You're taking money from dark companies, and you're destroying my state. But oh my God, he's such a great person. That's my
Oh,
state. That's my state, and I'm that is not an exaggeration. That's reality. And it's because we're taught because we believe in the good. Like you say, when I say I believe in hope, that's why I believe in hope. I believe in hope because I just like, oh, everything's just gonna work out. But
No,
I
it
still
won't.
prepare. I still
Sally.
prepare. But I grew up, right? But I've always taught my kids because I know different because I grew up in the 80s with, no fault divorce. But that's how Utah is. We teach our kids, we brainwash our kids. I guarantee you that Utah has the highest rate of molestation within families and within, no, I'm telling you, because you don't go to the police. You go to your bishop, and your bishop at your church says, "Oh, let's just see if we can work this out in your family. Everything's gonna be
Oh
okay."
no.
And they sweep it under the rug. And there's the shame, the guilt, the fear of getting someone in trouble because we're a good community. So I guarantee you there's a lot of unreported stuff in Utah.
I need to do a
Let's
deep
save
dive
Sally.
into that.
No, I pay so much attention, but I am, like, speaking way too much truth tonight.
Oh,
Thanks,
someone says
Drex.
that it's best. I know. I love talking to Sally because like we talk and usually we can just go forever. Like, oh my God, Sally, we'll talk while I don't know, doing a workout, getting this done, running errands. It's like,
Yep.
damn it. Oh,
And
I
I'm like,
always
"It's
miss you.
5 in the morning, Drex, I gotta go to bed." And
I
he's like,
know it's
"It's
like
8 in the morning, I gotta wake up."
the craziest thing is when I've actually had those nights where I didn't really sleep. You know, when you like look at the time, you're like, when you hit your little alarm button, it shows you how long, right? It'll say like 1 hour and
Yeah.
4 minutes. You're like, that's it. And you just put your head down and you just wake up and you're like, fuck, this day is gonna be long. Like,
Oh my
oh
god, you weren't on Twitter last night. Were you on Twitter at all today?
no, I think I was running. I was sitting in a Discord chat for most of the day and getting ready for my parents to come back.
I am really sad that, Law of Self-Defense didn't come join us tonight.
Hey, shout out to my
Expect
man AB.
what was
He's
that?
always great. I love Bronca.
Oh, Bronca, I don't care who you are in this world, and I will say "fuck off." And I don't swear on stream, but I will say it. But Bronca, everyone misunderstands him. He just wants the best for both men and females, and he's gonna teach you, and he's gonna say it straight up. And so if you don't like him, you don't have to, but
Yeah,
I have mad respect for him.
I feel for him because I've always been in that boat where I get put in a box of like, oh, I think. Do you know what's crazy? A lot of women
Assumptions.
especially that I work with. What's that?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I was gonna say assumptions are like
Oh
masturbation. In the
yeah,
end, all you're doing is screwing yourself.
it's true. There's like this stigma, right? Like, oh, Drex hates me. I was like, where do people get this from? Because like any woman who's ever met me, even my like my detractors, they met me, they're like, I don't like, oh, I thought you did until I met you. Like what? Like, and you start to realize you talk about conditioning, programming. Women are
No, they
programmed for to say like if a man is not like worshiping the ground you walk on, he's bad.
they misunderstand what you say because they have a definition and language barriers, and they don't ask clarifying questions. So based on what you say, they make assumptions, which in the end they just screw themselves, right?
Hmm.
And that's where it is because I have a hard so I do X spaces, and I have a hard time because I can hear voice deflection, like how you say something. If I
Hmm.
know you and you say something that's off, I'll know it's off. If I don't know you, I'll just think that's your normal thing, right?
Hmm.
But if I see you in person and I can see your eyes, I can see your shoulders, I can see your mouth, I can read you like a book.
Hmm.
But people don't take the time to do that. They don't take the time to see. They're like, "I don't like this person, and this person talks to this person, so he must be a bigoted
Oh
asshole."
yeah, I've seen that.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
And so
lame.
they make assumptions about you,
Hmm.
when in reality, you just wanted what was good. But we had this one person,
Yeah,
I won't say your name on
I
the
want
internet.
everybody to win.
Well, yes, but people don't see that, and so does Bronca. Bronca what I okay, I'll tell you this, I thought Cody, you, and Branca were the biggest assholes in the world because of chat
Oh,
and seeing on stream. I met Cody in Vegas
Mhm.
almost 2 years ago. I was like, "Oh my god, you're such a sweet boy. You are a good person." I met Branka in person. I was like, "Oh my gosh, you are very kind, you're generous, you're genuine, very controlled, respectful." But because he was giving advice that
Mhm.
people didn't like him because it was truth that they didn't wanna hear. I didn't really I wouldn't say I thought you were an asshole because I don't think I ever thought that about you. I think I saw you differently from the very beginning, but those 2 people, I kind of like, "I'm going to Vegas, I'm meeting Ricada. These people are gonna be there. I don't know if I really wanna meet these people, but
Mhm.
okay, well, I'm gonna meet these people." And I was like, "Holy shit, these people are amazing, like, freaking amazing people." So, I will die on my sword because I've met people in life, and people can say whatever they want, but I will stand by what I believe in, so
I think we need more of that. Just more of people, just actually, like, connecting in the real world. Because, like, you know how the online space is, like, they
yes.
just need more of that, like, physically touch, like, you ever notice just physically touching another person, right? There's just something about
Or
it. You think about
or
those people
looking
who
at
are in
them.
comas. Yeah, you need
Yes,
that.
yes.
I wish people would know
We
that.
need we've lost community. We've
We
lost
did.
community, like, my water main broke. I told you that today. That's
Mhm.
why I was late. That's why everything was, like, hectic. Because I didn't even get my I wanted to promote this show so bad because it was my 100th episode, but we're gonna have to celebrate that another day. But I was excited, but I didn't get anything done, but I'm like, "Oh, well." But I had all my neighbors out there, someone knocking on my door to check to see if I'm okay. People come down, we're chit-chatting with the crew from our city, and we're just, like, having a conversation about stuff, like, who does that? I have
It's a
5
lost
neighbors,
art now. It's a lost
and
art.
even the guy 5 doors down the street that knows that my dog died, right?
Oof.
"Hey," that was a year ago. "Hey, how are you doing?" I'm like, "My dog's still dead, but I love you still." But, you know what I'm
Oh,
saying? Like, but no, but it was, like, just checking. It wasn't, like, rude or nothing. He was just checking, right? Because he knows that my dog meant a lot to me, even though I only talk to him 6, 7 times a year, but he knows me.
that's
It's
crazy.
community. What's
God,
crazy?
it's all missed because, like I said, when you come from the 80s and 90s, that was the norm. Playing outside was the norm. Families was the norm. Like, there were so many things that were normal that now it's not. It's very abnormal. It's just kind of like, damn, you really miss it. Like, I look at the reason why I think I say it is because I think I have a kid. I think that's what causes you to miss something. Like, historically, every generation, their kids kind of did like a lot of the same things they did, right? They were outside. This is the first
Yeah.
generation where you have kids who are like, they want to sit inside all day.
Oh, hell no. I would take the Xbox cables. I would turn off cable. I would hide the cable so they could not watch TV. But anyway, my point was is I don't know, do you know your 5 neighbors? Do you so I there's you could
Nope,
only Huh?
nope,
Yeah.
nope,
So
no chance.
I know all of my 5 neighbors. Every my next door neighbor, kitty corner across the street, the other kitty corner, and then I know the other 2, so that's 8, and then I know the guy down the street, the other people that have the colorful flag in their yard. I don't really talk to. I'm sure they're nice people, but I know them. They will come to my house. "Ah, Emors, thank you for the $5 rumble rant. Is this all from Gold Digger tweets?" Yes, this is from the Gold Digger tweet, yes. "Nice to see Drex is alive and well." Yes, Drex is well, and he is my dear friend. I have, like, 2 best friends, 3 best friends. I have Julian, I have Drex, and I have my best friend Jill. So, they're my best friends. And I do love Ford, but sorry, you're up there too, but that's my circle. Drex, did you freeze? Drex is frozen. Did Drex drop off? What? Okay, I'm refreshing my screen, everybody. Oh my gosh, don't leave, Julian. Don't leave, Daniel. Hold on. Drex is frozen. Hold on. Okay, I think that Drex got tired and went to bed, so I will say good night. I look at my eyes. My eyes are so freaking tired tonight. Yeah, Drex froze. He must have. I think Drex was just done. Well, let me see what time it is. It's like 3 in the morning his time. I don't look at a clock when I stream because I just wanna have a conversation. If I get to the dumb point, then I just wanna end it. And no, guys, I'm not high or anything like that. I've just it's been a really long day. The water main break thing was long. My son got his wisdom teeth out yesterday. That was a long day. My house is a disaster, but got the waters planted, so that's good. It's 10:49. Well, it's 3 AM. It's pretty close. I want to have Drex on more often, and I know a lot of people have differing views of his perspective. I think that we think along the same views. I come about it from a more hopeful female perspective, and he comes from a more logical male perspective, and I don't think his is wrong, and I think he's more hopeful than he lets on, and I think he adds a lot of value, and it's not when we talk about dating men and women, it's not to say, "Oh, all is lost." It's like, how can you succeed? And he can say, "No, that me or Sally." MGTOW, where are you? I'm on my screen. So come back. You have the link. Yeah, I can add you back on. And if you're ready for bed, that's fine because I will say goodnight to everybody. I think that I have known this for a long time because I listen to how people speak. I learn the context in what they say things. Context does matter. If someone means ill will, yeah, well, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in the world, Drex, so I understand that. But some people mean ill will. But if you understand the context and how they say things, and you can take a step back and say, was this person being an asshole, or was he just trying to bring me some harsh truth that I really didn't want to hear because I kind of relate to that harsh truth. You have to discern that. No one can tell you good night, PDS10. And guys, I want to say thank you to the chat. I really wanted to make my 100th episode like a really cool thing. I was super excited to have Drex on because we talk and we conversate about things that go on in the world. And I was super excited to have him on as a guest. And things just went really bad today with the water and other things. Yeah, it was a disaster, but I was glad he came on. So I hope we will do it again. But I want to say thank you for all of those. I haven't paid attention super. I have not paid attention to chat. And usually I do solo and it's all about you, the chat tonight. It's all about the guest. It's all about bringing the guest on and hopefully bringing you guys some knowledge. But I want you to know that I will always try to bring guests on that are going to bring you forward in life to make you think for yourself. Not the mainstream media, not some other streamer, but I want you to think for yourself. I want you to be you. I want you to learn. You're not stupid. People will tell you you're stupid and that you're wrong, but don't buy into it. Don't buy into the games because we are a community. And we were talking before we left that I sent you locals tips. Oh, neurodivergent. Let me go look it up real quick. Hold on. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, you're warming my heart right now. Oh, thank you. Oh, did you leave a message with it? Oh, you left a $4 one. Oh, and a $2 one. Guys, don't make me cry. I just hopefully I didn't close the wrong window. Don't make me cry, but I do appreciate you. I don't like to make my messages or my DMs or my chats about making money. Yes, I won't lie, I do want to make money. That I would be lying if I didn't say that, but I don't wanna do a drunk stream or a grift stream to make money. I want you to donate money because you like what I bring to you, and that's all. I don't wanna do it by looks or anything else, but Drex left me. Drex, you damn bastard. He just wanted to go to bed, and he took his chance, but I wanna say thank you, Drex, for coming on, and I just always wanna let you guys know that when I have guests come on, I have very few because I don't trust many people. I wanna bring knowledge to you guys. We're a community. One day you're going to realize that the world is not dark. Drex might just keep believing the world's dark, but I'm going to bring you to the other side. Um, yes, I see. I see Drex, Julian, but he's not on camera with me. But it's probably because I kept cutting him off. No, not really. He's just tired. But Drex, thank you for coming on this show. Thank you, everyone who is on YouTube, everyone who's on X. Thank you for all those who make this work. I do this for you guys. I do this for me as well. I don't do it just for you. I get joy in teaching you things and showing you a different perspective. I am naive to this world. I grew up sheltered, and so I'm going to engage with people who are of this world and know more of this world that can teach me, maybe teach you. I will teach you from a female's perspective. I hope to have Drex on to teach you from a male's perspective, because Drex can teach the females, I can teach the males. If that makes sense. I can only teach the males what a woman wants. Drex can teach the females what a man wants. And that's not negative. It's like, how do we be happy? How do we break the system? How do we change the corruption that's gone on in this world? The court system, birth control, it goes back so much further than that. Valley songs? Make a Twitter profile if only for guys, if you guys want to have a DM chat that I can add you to on Twitter, on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, I can do that. It would make my life easier. I can send out one notification instead of trying to send it out to everyone. Oh my gosh, I'm just like hit the wall. I'm tired. It's been a really long day. And I don't see anyone chatting. I don't see anyone on X. I haven't seen anyone chat on X for a really long time. So Drex is thanking me for having him. Drex, thanks for coming on. I'm sorry I cut you off so much. I apologize for that. But you're amazing. You bring so much knowledge. And I love having a conversation with you. Hold on one sec, guys. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any chats on X, and then I'm going to say goodnight to everyone. All right, guys. Is that it? AKA butterfly knives. What are butterfly knives? All right, this is where I'm going to say goodnight. Thanks for everyone. Fake. Oh my God, now I'm not making sense. It's too tired. Thank you, everyone, for being here. You're amazing. I wanted to try to have a guest on once every week or every 2 weeks because I want to break it up. I talk about so much serious stuff, and it's just so nice to have a good conversation. Remember that there are only 2 things in this life that you can control, and it is your attitude and it is your effort. Everything else is beyond your control. That's it. You can get hit by a truck tomorrow and be paralyzed. You can lay in a bed and mope all day long and be a grumpy asshole, or you can figure it out and try to figure out how to walk again. And maybe you will, maybe you won't, but you tried, right? Attitude and effort. That's all we can control. And with that being said, guys, I'm going to say goodnight from Talk with Sally. Enjoy your, is today Saturday still? Geez, I don't even know the day. Enjoy your Sunday. I hope that it is filled with many blessings and lots of great people in your life.